Stop talking about comic books or I'll kill you. I don't care if the Hulk could defeat the Man of Steel. I'm gonna rearrange your face if you continue to debate whether Logan's claws could pierce Steve Rogers' shield. I just couldn't care less if they bring back Kraven. And I don't care if Spider-Man's a clone. Stop spending all our cash on back issues of The Flash, or I swear to God you're gonna spend your twilight years alone. You can call them graphic novels. They're still just plain old comic books to me. And I don't see why you must always ceaselessly discuss the post-zero-hour continuity. For the last time, I won't read those Kirby X-Men. You know that I prefer the work he did for DC. And if you don't want to die, you'll lose that old Street Price Guide, Comic Buyer's Guide, and Wizard Magazine. But please get the new Invisibles for me.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the show. Thank you for being here. It's great to have you all joining us. So tonight we're going to be discussing a little known book, but one I think everybody's going to enjoy. It's called Scrimshaw from Alterna Comics, and we'll be talking about the first volume tonight. It's not a recently crowdfunded comic. This one is from 2017, but we thought it was worth shining some light onto this book because it got some special attention at the time, but just not a lot of backing and not a lot of support. And it's one that we really thought people should take a second look at if they haven't yet. But before we do that, there's a couple of other things to address. First of all, the chat. Welcome, everybody. Thanks so much for being here. Mr. Yanafui, watching toilets in a promotional image seems like a dirty move to me. Yes, I would imagine that it's implicitly dirty, hoping that they have a good janitorial staff at that stream. Matt C. is applauding us, saying we're not late. That's right. We try our best to be on time here, always. Smug is here, of course, so thank you very much. Job is already in pain, so we're doing our job quite effectively. And the goal is to keep him in pain throughout the stream. Hothead Studios says, the show starts now. Indeed it does. And of course, he points out the obvious. It's a great chat, as always. Matthew Fowler, thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. Hello to you as well. And Jabba's already critical. He's never heard of Scrimshaw. Well, that's the whole point of this stream, Jabba, is to put some attention onto things that maybe you hadn't heard of or considered before and might want to in the future. And maybe you might want to wake up for it too. So let's see. We have Twitless saying hello. So great to have you here with us. And Jack Showroom. So thank you for being here, and hello to the chat. Oh, and of course, one of our favorite guests, Amit Reina, is here. Hopefully you can pop in to the stream a little bit later on. Smug has been dying to talk to you. He just goes on and on about it. So he'll be quite excited to see you when you get here. Well, before we begin, I did want to point out some comments that we had from the previous stream. We'd like to do that when we can, is to highlight comments people left for us in our streams prior to this one. And hopefully people will be encouraged to comment more, and maybe we will share your comment on a future stream. So in the meantime, let's jump in and see what people were saying in the last stream. Now, the last stream, you might remember, was when we reviewed Dune, House of Treaties, books 5 and 6. And we had a special guest appearance by Shane Davis to chat with us a little bit about an article that we read on Kiwi Farms. In the comments, though, we had an interesting discussion come up from a topic that we covered, where how writing was useful and a very key component in longevity of comic books. So here we have System Error discussing a point that was mentioned about concept versus writing, and he contrasts a little bit the characters of Animal Man and Spider-Man, asking where the superior concept is and why one is successful, particularly given the writing that it's had. So it's a lengthy comment. I'm not going to go through all of it, but we are appreciative for this amount of effort and forethought in the comments that are being left. And I believe that Smug even responded here and gave some feedback. So thank you very much to System Error for everything you mentioned here. He does get quite deep into the Killing Joke and provides a scenario where the ending gave quite a bit of thematic justification to that work, because I think on the panel we discussed last time that we didn't quite understand where the Killing Joke stood in terms of its value for the works of Alan Moore. It seemed to be a bit of an afterthought, but here System Error provides some new insight and new perspective onto that book that people would certainly benefit and be satisfied if they went and checked it out. Besides that, we have Jack Stafford letting us know about Risey and his show. But I wanted to point out Matt C's comment here. Matt says, this almost became a Snyder moment, but thankfully some people stuck by their opinions when discussing with Shane. And Shane was respectful enough with people who had just made fun of Yanzi. So that's a very good point, Matt C. I think everybody was honest and respectful during the stream. Shane especially. People joke around on the stream, and it's fine. People are welcome and free to say whatever they wish, speak their mind and speak their opinions. There won't be any gatekeeping on the stream, and it's nice that he came into that environment and was respectful with the people that had exercised that right and that freedom on this stream in the past, to be able to discuss the topic that we had addressed with the article on Kiwi Farms. So it's always fruitful to have that kind of open dialogue, as long as people aren't shouting at each other and speaking over one another. It's always beneficial, I think, to have that kind of open dialogue, and that's what we try to achieve, I think, with the after show, is we try to maintain an open dialogue. It's an experiment that goes awry sometimes. Sometimes it has a great success, which I think the example of when Shane came on demonstrated, where that format could actually work to everybody's benefit and provide us all with some very good feedback on everybody's perspective. So System Error also commenting here, and thank you again to everybody who left comments in the chat. So hopefully the rest of you will be encouraged to do so if you feel so inclined, and we'll be sure to highlight them in the future sometime. So with that, I'll probably get into bringing on our review panel for the evening. But first I want to jump back into the chat. I see some new people jumped in. James Hayes is here. That was mainly because Amit went into hiding. Barbara Gordon enjoyed it in the Killing Joke. There's a conversation going on that I'm not following. But welcome, James Hayes, and thanks for still being here, Amit. I appreciate that. And welcome, Dark Gift. It's great to see you in the chat. So thank you very much. The link is going to be in the chat later, and you're more than welcome to jump on and have a little chat with us. Well, gay user, have you made up with Dark Grift yet? Yeah, I mean, everything's totally fine with Dark Gift and I, and we're happy to see him in the chat tonight. So hopefully he'll stop by and say hello and see exactly what's on the mind of the chat when he does. But until then, let's first jump into our review. Let's introduce the panel we have joining us tonight. First, our regular review panelist. Please welcome Peeg.
The views and opinions expressed by Amit Raina, Spirit Scar, and Rizey Lee do not represent the views of Well-Read Reviews or its hosts.
That's exactly right. Everybody's responsible for their own words on this show. And there's no guilt by association. Tonight, Moonshine is away. He insisted on having the evening off, so we found a replacement for him, a suitable replacement, and I'd like to introduce him to you. His name is Twitless.
How's it going?
Oh, not Twitless! What the hell, man?
Yeah.
I know, your bench really needs some work.
Oh my god. This is going to be the most painful hour stream of my life.
But let's be honest, is he really worse than Moonshine? Come on.
Yes.
Let's be honest.
I'll give a dry monotone. Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, that's a pretty low bar, and you managed to surpass
I
it.
managed to sneak right under it, just like a limbo.
You're the limbo champ.
There we go.
I'm just joking. Thank you for joining us tonight, Twitless.
Oh, thanks for having me.
You're not welcome.
Oh, fine.
Well, with that, we have kind of an unusual book, but to talk about today, an unexpected book. I don't want to say unusual, an unexpected one. But did either of you have any comments about the last stream? Any thoughts you'd like to share before we get into the review?
I think I made my comment when you brought me on
Mm-hmm.
on the last stream. But yeah, it was something else. It was interesting.
Okay. It was something else because it's not this. But yeah, it was.
That is factually correct, sir.
Indisputable fact. Yeah, it was nice to have that back and forth. I don't want to state any negatives from anybody's perspective because I don't want people to come in here feel like they're being judged. They're here to give their own perspective, and if other people want to counter it, they're welcome to do so. I don't want this to be a judgmental space. It's not for me to say who is right or wrong.
You just used the space word, dude.
Yeah, it is a safe space.
It's a safe space.
So everybody please feel free, jump in, say your piece, and don't worry about being argued down. We'll do our best to make sure everybody gets a chance to talk and have their say.
This is an affirmative space, guys.
Jabba says Wooster has a date tonight, and his date is with your boyfriend, Twitless. So that's why you're free, apparently.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to go and check on that. Someone's going to be in the doghouse today.
We're having Shane Davis Afterglow. Just think what they would be like if Malin had appeared or something. What a bunch of schoolgirls. Just trying to be fair. Shane Davis doesn't come on too often, and it was maybe contentious at first, and we just want to make it clear that everybody was viewed equally, I think, after that. Nobody is derided or negative from our perspective after having come on and having their say in a respectful manner.
He doesn't come on often. That was the first time he ever came on, and probably the last as well.
Yeah, that's probably true, but we hope it's not. Sorry, Twitless?
No, I have nothing.
Are you feeding your dog? I hear a license.
Yeah, she's just walking around.
I can already tell that Well-Read and Twitless's dry, self-effacing humor is going to absolutely ruin Jabba tonight. We're going to Jabba.
Jabba cracks me up. He said he hopes I transmogrify into a woodland creature, and I swear that just killed me. Like, are you thinking like a woodchuck or a badger?
I'm thinking a chipmunk.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say a bearded squirrel, but
a bearded squirrel. Okay.
Yeah, chipmunk is good. Well, so the book for tonight is Scrimshaw. I'm going to bring up. It is a crowdfunded project, so at least we managed to stick to that tradition. I will quickly find that for you here. It's an epic post-apocalyptic high seas adventure comic with sci-fi swordplay, featuring Euro-Japanese samurai, his mutant valet, and the rest of the crew of a runaway horse. I have no idea what any of that meant. But Peeg, did you want to share with us a little story about Scrimshaw? I did check out the Alterna website, looking to see if I could find it listed there. For some reason, it doesn't show up. So,
yeah, well, I did do my research on Scrimshaw because I remember a whole bunch of Alterna creators left Alterna when they started associating with Comicsgate, and I was kind of curious where the creator of Scrimshaw fit into all of that. So I've just got a few quick things to share and I guess tell a little bit of a story. I'm just sharing my screen now.
Story time with Smug.
Yeah, so if you remember, like Alterna Comics and Peter Samedi, he's always been kind of like friendly with Comicsgate. I don't think he ever openly declared Comicsgate, but back in, I want to say, like late 2018 or early 2019, he put out a tweet thanking Ethan Van Sciver and Comicsgate for funding, I think, surgery for his dog, which caused a huge shitstorm on Twitter from the usual suspects, because it was finally the thing the SJWs needed to pounce on Pete and castrate him for associating with Comicsgate. So we've got the Bounding into Comics article here, and then a whole bunch of former Alterna creators, people that Peter had published, started turning on him, and there was accusations of certain creators not being paid any royalties. So you can see here, one of the guys is basically quote tweeting Peter Samedi, talking about how Alterna rips off its creators and it's a terrible company and stuff like that. But in the comments section, you'll notice a guy here who comes to the defense of Peter and says, well, basically you're lying. That's not how it is at all. And that person was Eric Borden, who is the writer of Scrimshaw. So Eric was one of the Alterna creators that actually stuck by Alterna while they were being attacked and actively defended him on Twitter against these other people trying to basically sabotage Peter's business with lies about royalties and profits. And then he also released a creator's statement on his own website talking about Alterna Comics and its association to Comicsgate. And it was very fair. And he was basically talking about how he's going to stand by Alterna, that he never saw any hate in the company, and Peter's a good guy, and he was grateful to Peter for taking a chance on Scrimshaw and getting it out there to the fans. But despite all of that, in 2020, they actually left Alterna. So Eric says here, as an Alterna creator whose title had the most single issues in their history, stuck by them during the CG branding of 2018 and only recently left them for nothing that had to do with politics, I'd be happy to share my experiences. And I think this was in response to Ethan and John De La Rose, as they were talking about Alterna Comics for some reason. So he seems like a pretty good guy. Like, he stuck by Alterna, and even though they've parted ways, it seems it had nothing to do with politics or CG. It was probably more of a publishing issue, like a publishing venture. But yeah, that's a little story on Scrimshaw.
Do you know if he's ever had a chance to tell his story?
I know when I was looking for promotional tweets, I know that he's live streamed with Peter Samedi several times. They used to live stream together fairly often. I don't know if they talked about it on any of those live streams, but yeah, I didn't watch them. So,
well, if he sees this review, he's always welcome on the show to come and share his story with us. Dark Gift says, I'm fairly sure only one team left Alterna, but I could be wrong. Or left because of CG.
I think there was a couple. I'm not too sure. I remember there being a few people in Pete's comments saying we'll never publish with Alterna again, and we regret doing so. And the typical thing of disassociate. It's what's best for you. We're just trying to look out for you. That standard thing. But I just found it interesting that Eric and the guys from Scrimshaw were one of the groups that not only stuck by Alterna but actively defended Pete against those lies relating to like royalties and stolen money and stuff like that being used, taken advantage of.
I see there's a meme trending in the chat. Smug, maybe you'd like to address it. They're calling you the Skaven Lord. Do you know what that's about?
Yes, I think that's because I've been disassociating myself from Amit and his comments on Shane Davis's partner.
I see. Okay. Well, you've been branded, so your career on YouTube is over. But getting back to Scrimshaw, so it had 54 backers the first issue, raised $5,000. Appears to be a moderate success. Very interesting art here. I did notice there was another article sent to me by Twitless. I'll just quickly share that before we jump into any kind of views or criticisms about the book. It's the fact that the book was called the best digital comic of 2018, which I thought was pretty impressive for such a little known book with only 54 backers off of a Kickstarter campaign. So yeah, this is probably a very interesting title to be discussing, despite the fact that it's years after it's already been fulfilled. So, Twitless, why don't you start us off? Tell us. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Smoke.
I was just going to say, when I was looking for like information on Scrimshaw on Twitter, which is how I found all those tweets, a lot of people are very positive about Scrimshaw, and it seems like it was one of the more loved alternate titles. So.
No, that's actually why I brought it up. My wife ended up getting me a whole bunch of Alterna comics, and I read through a whole bunch of them, and some of them kind of got memory hold after a bit. It's not just Alterna books. I forgot I read Berserker until you guys actually reviewed issue 3. So that sometimes happens with comics. You just like read it, and then like 2 weeks later, you're like, oh yeah, did I read that? And so with Alterna, I'd read a whole bunch of them. I think it was is it Mr. Crypt with the bone guy? And there's one about like a woman who works in Hollywood, and she's like a fake police officer or something like that. So I read through a few of them. They were just a random selection, but a couple of them were Scrimshaw. And after all this time, Scrimshaw is the one that has stuck with me from the Alterna books that I had read. There's just something about it. It's like this little book that could. It's very charming.
Well, why don't you start us off then, Twitless, since you seem to be the most enthusiastic about talking about this title. Hopefully none of the points that we've shared so far are going to color anyone's opinion on it. Both of you will be speaking just from purely your own perspective on the project, and discussing it from that standpoint.
So this is, man, how do I describe this? Well, first off, Scrimshaw, I had to look that up because it's such a weird name. Scrimshaw is actually carvings on, I think, whale bone. And actually, that does play a kind of a role in what's going on in the book. But that's kind of like in real life what a Scrimshaw is. It's like a whale carving. But the best way to describe the book is, I don't know, it's this pulpy, fun, post-apocalyptic cyberpunk story. Post-apocalyptic dystopian future cyberpunk. So it's got a little mixture of everything. On the front you can see there's some samurai swords. The first issue cover doesn't do a great job of demonstrating everything that's going on in this world. This is the team. These are the main characters. This is the crew of the ship. It's about the story's about a broken world, essentially, and living in a broken world. Eric Borden's good at world building. This is the very beginning, and he's pretty tight at establishing that world and then establishing those characters very quickly, and then jumping into just some good old-fashioned artistic action.
Yeah, I grabbed these first 4 pages that establish the world because I think this was the most interesting part of issue 1. And I know it's a thing that's often said with, I think it's books and movies, that if you're hooked within the first 30 seconds of watching or reading something, you're probably going to be invested in reading it the whole way through. And I think Eric nailed it on the intro. As soon as I got through these first 4 pages on the world building of the world of Scrimshaw, I was instantly like, well, I know I'm probably going to stick by and read as much of this as I can.
So what was it that grabbed you initially? It's just this setting of the world that he's established here. You found it fascinating from the outset?
Yeah, so obviously it's in the future. The polar ice caps have melted, the seas have risen. They've had to barricade cities with walls to keep the ocean from overflowing. People have basically taken to the sea on like flotillas of ships to survive, or there's been mass death thanks to flooding elsewhere. But then there's also the political after effects of that. Since land has become so scarce, obviously this is a world that's kind of brutal to itself. So people banded together on ships, resources dwindled, the UN, NATO and the UN basically dissolve and fall apart. So all the systems of government basically collapse after this cataclysmic event. And then we see here the after effects for individual countries, which I think is pretty accurate. So America's red and blue war, which is obviously conservative versus Democrats. We can see the little map here of the United States being split in half. I think the Democrats obviously control the West Coast, the Republicans control the East Coast, with Texas being its own independent state. We have China invading Russia to get more access to more high land, Europe recolonizing the Middle East and Africa. And but during all of this, the one nation that seems to be thriving is good old Japan, which is where our story's set, which has kind of become a mecca of science and innovation in this broken world. So with those first 4 pages, I was pretty much instantly hooked and very immersed and invested in the story very quickly.
Yeah, I wanted to point out just a couple of things about that. First off, he establishes a dystopian world that has politics in it without getting too political, which I thought was very well done. He says, the world is broken, essentially. He doesn't have to say, oh my gosh, we didn't listen to like the science, and so climate change happened, people. He just says, they were right, the world flooded, the world is broken, it's a mess. He just and then he just moves on, because the broken world is what sets up the interesting story, and that's what he's really interested in. The second thing I really wanted to point out, as some people have pointed out in chat, Matt C was pointing this out, the art style is the really scratchy line work is very much fits thematically with a broken world. And so the sort of tone of the work, the tonal temperature of it is very much reinforced by the line work. And I find that to be very, very fitting.
When I was on Twitter, I seen a lot of people, actually several people, comparing the art style to Frank Miller's art style, very hard lines and scratchy and rough. I'm not sure if I agree with that, but it was definitely an interesting art style for the book. I'll admit, at first, I wasn't really a big fan of the art style. I think I'll have more to say on that once we get to talking about the art. But it did grow on me as I kept reading the story. So.
Matsy compares it to Narwhal, which maybe it has tones of Narwhal's method.
I thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was.
I agree. I thought that as well. A more refined Narwhal. No offense, Narwhal.
Yeah, Dave Mims is the artist, and I think his style evolves over the series as well.
I see. So when are we introduced to the characters?
Page
are they
after. So
are
the
they
first 4
established fairly
pages.
early?
Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
The first 4 pages, he establishes the world. The second 4 pages, he establishes the first 2 main characters. One thing I appreciated about this book is the fact that he knew that he had less space. I've learned this when I'm working with my series, The Adventures of Omega Girl, now on Indie Planet. But the idea of having to do tight storytelling, and so you don't have a lot of time to waste. So like I said, 4 pages, he establishes the world, which, as Smug mentioned, kind of like really hooks you in pretty quickly. And the next 4 pages, he kind of establishes his first 2 main characters and just kind of how they play off each other. And so we get those 2 guys you see there on the right, the samurai guy in the orange and the guy in the business suit. And so we've got, it's Hans, right? Hans.
Yeah, Hans Tanaka and Saigo.
Saigo, yeah. And Hans is as you can tell, a lot of characters in the world, they'll have blends of like a Western name, but then also an Eastern name, which kind of shows that, over time, the East and West have kind of really blended together because of the dystopian future. And so Hans is kind of, he's the captain, and he's the leader of the Scrimshaw crew. He's kind of a, badass samurai. And his partner here is Saigo, and he has superpowers. So like I said, we're not just dealing with cyberpunk. There's also some kind of like, mutant superpowers going on.
Yeah, well, to touch on what Twitless was saying, like since a lot of land is flooded, there's been a lot of, I guess, relocation of people throughout this book. It's actually quite a diverse story as well. The characters are very diverse. I hate using that word because it's become such a buzzword, but again, like when Twitless was talking about the polar ice caps melting as the setup to this world, it never comes across preachy. Like, it's never telling itself, the audience, oh, look how diverse we are, look how progressive our story is. It's just used as a backdrop for the story. So Hans's father was, I think, Norwegian, and his mother's Japanese, and his crew has of his ship, the Runaway Horse, has Mexicans, Japanese, I think even a New Zealander. So
is it a Samoan in there? Something like that?
Yeah, an American Samoan. So it's if you like representation and all that jazz, I mean, it's all in here, and it's all actually very extremely well done and not preachy or political at all.
Yeah, no one pushes their identity.
It's like the people in this comic book are the restaurants at the food court of the mall. Jazz Crab says, are you starting to wish for Charlie's history lesson to raise the excitement level of this stream? That's happening very soon, Jazz Crab, so stay tuned for that. So it's interesting world building, and he jumps right into the main protagonists. What kind of challenges are these characters facing in this world? What is their primary conflict here that he is going to be exploring?
Well, it starts out with them going to this bar called I think it's the Crazy Cowboy, for a black market auction. And there's an item that they want to acquire from this auction, which I believe is stolen from a corporation, which also wants to retrieve the item, and at the same time is sought after by multiple criminal gangs. So they basically go to this auction. It's broken up during the bidding by this group of they describe it as corporation mercs, corp mercs, the Element. They come in and start beating everybody, and they're after the item. And our two, I guess, protagonists, Saigo and Hans, they escape the auction with the item that's being sought after by everybody. And that's the main, I guess, conflict throughout the book, is this group of smugglers basically evading not only the corporations that want this item, but the various criminal gangs that know they've got the item and want it as well.
Well, so it's a fairly straightforward, I guess, plot that he's established here. Now, what draws us in, actually? What kind of things do the characters have to experience to be able to escape some of these issues that they're facing?
Would you like to take that, Twitless?
Well, can you repeat that question for me?
So you have this team that's being set up. They're trying to evade whatever this adversary is that's been established for them. It sounds like it's pretty straightforward. It's just they're trying to protect the treasure, essentially.
Right.
But how do you make a full, 120 pages story out of something as straightforward as that?
Well, what's really cool is because the world was so effectively set up, and because you have this world that has these different layers to it, right? You've got the people who are just trying to eke out a living, right? And then so there's going to be quite a lawless situation there, and you've got these corporations that are kind of like de facto governments, and then you have other people who are trying to kind of shoulder their way into that, and so you have these different layers of factions, essentially. And so the Scrimshaw crew are trying to kind of make their way in this crazy world, and so they have to navigate between all these different factions. And so that creates a lot of interesting layers to the narrative, right? So they're going to be kind of in between, sometimes between, a rock and a hard place, between a corporation that's out to kill them and the upstart company run by an Aussie that's trying to kill them. And so as this scrappy team navigates, between this, essentially piranha-infested waters, there's my attempt at a metaphor. There's quite a lot of interesting things for them to experience.
It almost reminded me of the plot of Firefly. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that series, but they're basically a crew of bounty hunters on a spaceship, and they're trying to prevent the corporations and criminals and that from acquiring a girl.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Actually,
sorry, go ahead, Tobias.
I was going to say it's definitely fair because I'm pretty sure Firefly had a very strong sense of the East meets West. I can't speak today because didn't they speak this weird English mixed with, is it Chinese? They spoke the language they spoke in Firefly.
I honestly can't remember. I only caught a few episodes of Firefly and watched the movie Serenity. I'm not really that well versed on it.
So I think there's definitely some overlap.
Do they explore a little bit of these different tribes that they have to encounter? The cultural narratives there, are they doing a bit of a Moby Dick thing where they're also exploring contrasts there of the different surviving groups in this post-apocalyptic world?
So the whale stuff is in there, but it comes out, I think, in issue 2, and it's like it's touched on, but then they have to get back into their whole the plot with the item that they're smuggling, and so it was kind of weird because the book's named Scrimshaw, and there's a whole bunch of like mutant whales that become like pretty important for the world in issue 2, but they don't dive into that. So I don't know if Eric has plans to really expand on that later on. So like, there's definitely whale stuff going on in this book, but the plot of the story.
I took it on a tangent. Moby Dick. Moby Dick. Everybody knows it as the story of Ahab and the whale, but actually, and I'm saying a moonshine phrase here, but actually, Moby Dick is about the ships that the ship that Captain Ahab is on encounters, and it's meant to be a narrative about all the different trade ships that are in the high seas and in this kind of unnavigated kind of Wild West terrain. So
except for the chapters where he just flat out just talks about whaling for an entire chapter. that's like at the end, pretty much. But everything in the middle, all the filler, is all of these international trade ships. But anyway, I digress. So you mentioned that they have a lot of these marauding groups that they have to encounter. Are there characteristics that they explore about each group that gives a bit more texture to this world that they're trying to establish here?
Yeah, definitely. This is a page I brought up like specifically because I wanted to talk about it. So this is, I guess you could say this is the primary antagonist, or one of them. This is, what's his name? I wrote it down somewhere here. It's Mr. Yi, and he runs a corporation, and it's the main the Tanto Corporation. These are the guys that are after the item that they want to get back. And he's talking here with his chief of security, Mr. Song, who becomes I'd say pretty major character throughout the issues I read. But basically here, Mr. Song's arguing with his boss because his boss wants to recruit a pirate to go after the Scrimshaw crew and get this item back. But Mr. Song feels like they shouldn't waste their time on some merc, and he wants to go retrieve the item. And they're having a conflict here about it. And that becomes like a minor plot point throughout the story is this Song character feels that he's the one that needs to go and get this item, and I think there's hints that it might be personal, that maybe he knows the Scrimshaw crew, and but that isn't really explored. But it does just show how there's multiple layers to this story. Like, it's not just a case of, oh, good guys have object, bad guys go get it. There is conflict within the bad guys and competing interest, almost webs within webs. I'd say. Would you agree, Twitless, with a lot of the motivations of these villains?
I would almost say there's just enough characters to make it complex without getting too lost into, oh my gosh, there's so many characters I'm being introduced to too many people at once. So I think Eric Borden struck a nice balance between having enough characters to imply some complexity here and have them have interesting relationships and exchanges without getting too far into that. Because some stories, it's almost like you need a glossary to keep up with everybody. But everyone's pretty distinct, and like I said, there's just enough of them.
I guess I'm asking, what are the juxtapositions between all of these groups that actually make it interesting and engaging? I mean, they're not all just the same marauding band of, bounty hunters, right? There must be characteristics that are unique for each.
The corporation, yes. One of the best ways to look at that would be, I think, the three main factions apart from and Scrimshaw. So you got, I guess, four, right? Because you've got the Tonto Corporation, you've got Danny Yuta and his gang of pirates, you've got the Scrimshaw crew, and then you've got the Aussie guy who's trying to he's like the upstart. So the Tonto Corporation are the large and in charge, but they understand that things can kind of tip over if they're not careful. But Tanto runs things much more by their own books, essentially. They have their own rules. They have they're much more methodical and procedural. When we get introduced later to Danny Yuta, he's this wild-eyed, crazy pirate who will stare death in the eyes. And all he cares about is getting what he wants. And so you get this more... it's almost like the D&D alignment chart. You get the sort of like lawful evil with the Tanto Corporation, and then with Danny Yuta, you get chaotic evil. With the upstart Aussie and his corporate, he's kind of like more neutral evil, and Scrimshaw's like neutral good. And so the world's pretty gray. But Scrimshaw and the Scrimshaw crew are trying to do what's right. They're trying to be good and to be good to the little guy. And they're basically navigating between chaotic evil, lawful evil, neutral evil.
Yeah. This is the rest of the crew of the Scrimshaw here. We've got Herman, Mariposa, and Nikier. So this is the crew, and then there's one more remaining character, which is Hans Tanaka's wife, Katsuko.
Sexy Asian GF.
Yes. Big-tittied anime girlfriend. But yeah, I agree with what Twitless was saying about the factions. They all are very unique from each other. They all stand out as different. They all have the same motivation of that they're trying to track down this item, but
do you just want to say
they all just stand out? It's an octopus, I guess,
right, yeah.
which adds another sort of, I guess, mystery to this. It's why are they after an octopus? Why is this octopus so important?
In the first issue, they establish it is a drug octopus. It will basically blow your mind. It's got mind-expanding potential, but it's heavily implied that it's kind of like basically like the best drugs you've ever had, kind of a thing. Yeah, like hallucinogenic, essentially.
So what is the objective of neutral good when protecting the ultimate drug octopus?
I think they hope to sell it, and then with the money they can do good for the poor and the needy and the starving. Because like I said, the resource generation, yeah, essentially, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they almost do have a Robin Hood vibe. In the second issue, which is this issue here, they basically go on a whale hunt. I think Twitless was talking about before, to get meat, and there's something described as the Filipino flotilla, and that's from the description I got. That's a flotilla of ships that are on the outskirts of this Japanese walled city of, I guess, a bunch of Filipino refugees who are too poor to actually get in and live in the city and are kind of kept outside its walls. And the crew of the Scrimshaw, they go and drop off a bunch of whale meat to them so they don't starve. So they are very sort of charitable.
Mm-hmm. And what do the other factions hope to do with the octopus drug once they obtain it? The corporation, I am assuming, wants to mass produce it and make money.
Yeah.
What about the pirate?
Well,
money.
he's more ambiguous. Originally, Danny Yuta and his pirate gang, they're hired by the Tanto Corporation to retrieve the octopus, much to the chagrin of Mr. Song, like the head of security, as I was explaining. But we get hints that Danny Yuta is probably going to backstab the corporation, and that's not the deal. The deal will eventually fall through. They've promised Danny Yuta that his, I guess, incarceration will be ended. He's banned from going out into the open seas. He's basically landlocked, so he'll get a pardon for his crimes, and they'll also pay him a large sum of money and provide him with resources to basically track this asset down. But I do get the feeling that once he gets it, he will probably screw over the Tanto Corporation.
So what draws you in, actually, then, while reading the story? Is there a strong camaraderie between the characters of the crew, or is it the motivations of these different factions and seeing which one will succeed, or is it just a strictly action-based adventure kind of story?
For me, it was the multiple webs of intrigue with the different factions and characters. I mean, here we have a bunch of battles that are being fought, and this is the head of security, Mr. Song, remembering all the theaters of battle that he's fought in as he's basically going off to meet Danny Yuta, the Pirate King. And just watching, for me, my favorite parts of this story were probably watching Mr. Song basically shadowing the pirate group. Here he is here meeting with Danny Yuta, because you get the feeling that Danny Yuta is going to screw over the Tanto Corporation, but Mr. Song knows that he's going to screw over the Tanto Corporation, and he's almost shadowing the group and planning for it and waiting for it. So it's almost like the suspense of this culmination of all these different groups and different factions eventually going to arrive to the Scrimshaw crew, and basically what the possible fallout could be.
Did you feel that way as well, Twitless? Was there something particular that you enjoyed about the way this story was told?
I like a little bit of everything in it. Just like I said, the line work drew me in. The color, it's a colorful world, but at the same time, it's kind of just muted enough. It's like I said, the artwork drew me in. The story was kind of this pulpy mixture of things. I would also say this story so far, it doesn't frustrate you. Smug was just mentioning that part of the story is Mr. Song's tailing the pirate. And so the characters are competent in this story. Like, obviously some characters can win and get over on others, but you don't kind of go, oh my gosh, this character is being such a bloody moron. You know, all the characters are kind of, smart enough to kind of, know a little, they know the world they live in, and they act like they know that. You don't have this character who's just like, I'm just going to trust everyone, and then like obviously gets betrayed. They all kind of have like, their hands behind their backs with, a sword. And so, yeah, this scene right here, we have Mr. Song, and he's kind of, kind of describing what they're going to be doing as they do a silhouette op, essentially. And I was like, what's a silhouette op? And then he described kind of what a silhouette op was going to be, where they kind of, tail the pirate, but they're only going to engage if they see the octopus. They're just going to watch unless the octopus is seen. So they don't have that really predictable scene where, it's just a giant mess because they screw it up. Like I said, the characters are kind of competent. And so it's kind of neat to see competent characters in this broken world engage with each other. So you can tell that Eric Borden's put some craft into the story, because he's not just only relying on the most transparent of tropes to communicate the elements of the story.
Did you find the characters to be impersonal and just operating under the function of their motivations in the story, or did they have a human touch to them as well?
Well, I think there is a human touch, especially more so with the crew of the Scrimshaw. Like their camaraderie with each other is presented rather well. Like you've got Katsuko, who's the wife of Hans Tanaka, and then you've got this big guy here who's the deckhand Herman, and it's hinted that he has or at least wants a relationship with the other member of the crew, Nagir, the New Zealand Kiwi. One thing I was unsure of though is Nagir female or male, Twitless? Because I'm not sure if what was going on there.
Yeah, that threw me. I'm still a little unclear about that.
Yeah, I thought it was a woman, but then it looks like she's got a goatee, but I think that's also like a tattoo, so I was uncertain.
Yeah, I thought they might have been gay, but then the big guy has a dream with like sexy bikini girls, so I'm like, I don't think he's gay, so that threw me.
Yeah.
They're not
And so,
lady boys in bikinis.
Well,
No. So, and speaking more of the human touch, in the third issue, which is what we're up to now, basically the Australian faction, well, I'll call them that. I think they're Sox Fox or Shadow Fox, something like that. I can't remember the name. But the Australian faction has basically put out a call to the crew of the Scrimshaw. They want to meet to give them an offer to buy the octopus, to take it off their hands. And Hans sends his wife and the deckhand Herman off onto land at Nagasaki. So if they get screwed over by this deal, then it leaves the Australian empty-handed, basically. And while on land, this group of muggers, I guess street ruffians, attempts to mug, and they imply also they want to rape Katsuko. And Herman basically defends her against 3 attackers. And we get this really good fight scene of him just fighting off these 3 guys. And I thought this scene was actually very, very well done, like not just visually, but how it's presented, because Herman gets stabbed multiple times. It's not a case of like, oh, the good guy just, beats up the group of the villains and the story moves along. Like he gets mortally wounded defending Katsuko, and she's very concerned. Like he's getting stabbed, beaten. You can see there's blood on his head where he gets bludgeoned by a club. So he's just taken damage, like very realistically how you'd think it would be if you were forced, even with your size, forced to face 3 opponents at once. So, and that sort of like as he's defending her, that added a real, charming element to it. That basically she's got this big burly protector who's basically, getting stabbed and beaten, but he's not giving up, and he's fighting, basically willing to fight to the death to protect her.
Yeah, so the Scrimshaw crew have to have this external front of being they live in a harsh world. They have to be harsh. Where you see the human side of things is when they are together as a crew, when they're not fighting, like when they're on the ship alone, they're more warm to each other. But also the actions they take as a sort of Robin Hood crew. Because even though they're stealing from these corporations and fighting with pirates, their ultimate goal is to essentially help the needy. So like I said, they have a very rough exterior. I guess you sort of Han Solo, the rogues with the heart of gold kind of thing going on there. So there's definitely a human element to answer that question.
Okay. I saw you were bringing up an image as well, Twitless. If you wanted to share that, I can do that for you. But
oh, sure.
In the meantime, did we want to quickly talk about the story beats per issue? Where do things arc from issue to issue, and then maybe how they start to come to whatever it ends up as. Maybe there's a cliffhanger at the end, or if it all wraps up in a self-contained format. I guess brief summaries for the issues.
Well, we're just doing Volume 1, and Volume 1's the first 3 issues, so there is no conclusion to the story that we read. But basically, the first issue introduces you into the world. It introduces you into the crew and presents the primary conflict of this octopus being, I guess, like a almost like in Pulp Fiction, the briefcase. Everybody's after it. In issue 2, we get a little bit more backstory on the characters, mainly with Mr. Song and the crew of the Scrimshaw. It also sets up the deal with Danny Yuta and his pirate gang and introduces them. It also shows them hunt a whale, and they talk about how important like these whales are to the world, because these mutated whales are basically the only source of food left in the ocean. All the fish are long gone, and these are basically engineered. I think they call them behemoths. They're basically genetically engineered whales or fish to be food. And then in issue 3, that introduces us to the Australian upstart gang who have basically they've reached out. They're attempting to make a deal with the Scrimshaw crew, but we get to see, as the reader, behind the scenes that the Australian faction are basically going to screw Hans over. They've also sent people out to kidnap his wife in Nagasaki, and it's almost a very Tarantino-like, where there's these three different groups of adversaries. You get the Australian crew, the Indonesian pirate crew, and then Mr. Song and the corporate crew, and they're all kind of converging on the item and Hans's wife in the same location at roughly the same time. So it's almost like I'm anticipating this big three-way shootout to occur in a very, I guess, very Tarantino-esque fashion.
One thing I did want to point out with the image I brought up here is the fact that Scrimshaw does a pretty good job of visually establishing characters as well. We were looking at the big guy who's, strong and kind of protective. This is Danny Yuta. He's the crazy pirate. And this image pretty much just captures his character. He has a gun pointed at him and he's just got the crazy eyes. So Scrimshaw does a pretty good job of not just, with dialogue establishing the characters, but using the visuals to just, you look at this guy, that he's chaotic evil. He's nuts. He's dangerous nuts. The best kind.
Does it also feel pretty grounded in reality, despite being a dystopian future sci-fi story?
Yeah, well,
or does
I think
some of it feel fantastical, I guess, is my question.
Yes.
There is the fantastical elements, I think, come in with like the more scientific cyberpunky sort of aspects of it. Like you can see this guy here, an Australian, basically second in command with a golden mechanical hand. And you've got like mechs and the sort of sci-fi fantastical thing and swordplay, I guess, too. But that's just the futuristic setting of the world. But it does still feel very grounded in reality and how brutal and opportunistic this world is. That the world's basically screwed and everyone's just forced to live in it.
It's a little bit of both, because there's superpowers, right? Saigo has like essentially energy manipulation. But they ground it in a sort of Metal Gear Solid sense, where it's like your power. If you have superpowers, there's a couple characters that have superpowers. There's a bouncer in issue 1. He can kind of like clone himself and make copies, duplicates. But your augmentations, they are either like chemical or mechanical or something. And so it's this cyberpunky mixture of either mutagenics or cybernetics that give you enhanced abilities. I would say the grounded nature of it is the fact that the characters, even though the world is a bit fantastical in places, like I said, there's mutant whales, but the way characters, I think, process situations feels grounded. And so if the story ends up feeling a bit more real because of that, like I said, the characters tend to be competent and not just acting according to trope. Which like I said, there's stories where that's fine. I'm just saying this story, I think, stood out to me because of how it, handled those things.
Talking about characters reacting to certain situations, I'd like to highlight this panel here. So this is Mr. Song, and he's basically tailing Katsuko and Herman to retrieve the octopus. And then he makes a discovery that Katsuko is actually Katsuko Kondo, who's the daughter of Nobuyuki Kondo, who's the CEO of a rival corporation, of the Tanto Corporation. And then he realizes here, she if we do go in guns blazing to retrieve this asset, we risk open war with this rival corporation, and we can't risk it. So then he's briefing the team that she's not to be harmed under any circumstances. Like Herman can be disposed of and the asset retrieved, but no harm can come to Katsuko.
Yeah, characters like, make plans that make some plausible sense, and they don't just act purely based on emotion. There's our Aussie.
This is my favorite character. This is my favorite character because, all right, I grabbed a few panels here, and I want to talk about how the writing and dialogue here is actually like very, very, very good. So this is the leader of the Australian faction. I think his name's Mr. Carlisle. He's the one setting up the meeting with the Scrimshaw crew to get the octopus. When they first meet him, he's on the phone and he's talking about basically exterminating Indigenous people. Which, and I guess if you know anything about the history of Australia, I guess guilty. Sorry, not sorry. But anyway, he's talking about these Indigenous people, and he just wants the bush rangers to go scorched earth on them. Basically just exterminate the Indigenous people of whatever land investment he's trying to take over, because land is scarce in this world. And I don't know if Eric has ever spent time in Australia or if he had an Australian like help him on the script, but he knows things that I would not have expected an American writer to know. So the Bushrangers are his group of mercs. Bushrangers were like a thing in Australian history. They were what I guess you'd call highwaymen or bandits in Australia. They used to rob people back in the colonial era. So that was surprising. And then there's some more dialogue here where he's talking about being exiled from Australia, and he refers to it as the lucky country, which is a common colloquial term for Australians to represent Australia, because they always call it the lucky country because we managed to avoid, wars and hurricanes and fires, and our economy is pretty stable and stuff like that. So there's all these little terms. Like this character as an Australian for me is purely like Australian. Like he never doesn't sound not Australian. So here he's talking about don't bullshit the bullshitter, which is a phrase we say in Australia, never bullshit a bullshitter, and are you taking the piss, which is colloquial language for, well, are you lying to me? So props to Eric Bourdain. He definitely nailed this Australian character 100%, coming from an Australian.
Is he Australian, wow. Eric Bourdain?
I think he's American, I'm pretty sure, right, Twitless?
I'm not sure, actually. That didn't come across to me.
And what is this that you're sharing with us now, Twitless?
So another thing that's interesting, did you take a look at the ads, the sort of like paratextual stuff, Smug?
I did. I had that saved, but I ended up deleting it just because I thought I had too many images of Scrimshaw. Okay. So I'm glad you're sharing it.
Let me zoom in a bit on this one. So this one thing that they did in this book is they added some paratextual elements, like some fake advertisements to help flesh out the world. And so, again, I don't know a lot about Australia, but they were talking about Ayers Rock. Is that a place that's significant?
Yes. So Ayers Rock is Uluru, which is the big rock in the middle of the Northern Territory desert, which is kind of unique. It's like there's a big desert and then there's just a big red rock sitting in the middle of nowhere. What's funny is Ayers Rock is like the old European term for it. It's actually considered racist now to call it Ayers Rock. You need to call it Uluru, which is that other bold word below, because that's the Aboriginal name for it. People still say Ayers Rock, but it's owned by the Aboriginals, so that the Aboriginal landowners there now own it. It's kind of a tourist attraction, and you used to be able to climb on it, but now, due to erosion from people like tourists coming and climbing on it, they've now banned that. So this ad, I understand what he's trying to say with this ad. Like, there's a coal company that's basically going to start mining Uluru for coal, but that's not realistic. That would never happen. Maybe in this world it might have happened because things got so desperate, but if any coal company suddenly declared that they were going to go out to Uluru and start mining it for coal, the backlash from, I guess, the Greens and the progressives and the lefties would be astronomical. It would never happen.
Right. Yeah. That's what made this ad. They were definitely trying to kind of ramp up the sort of campiness of, it's so that the world is so broken that they're actually basically detonating a national monument for coal. And they're like, sure, it's a pretty picture, but that won't fuel the bus. And we'll always have old postcards to remember her by. It's just so like hyper corporatist in a satirical manner. So I did think that was a nice, it's sort of like that RoboCop touch where or Judge Dredd touch, where you kind of take corporatism to such a crazy hyperbole to, satirize it.
I think in the chat, Amit was commenting quite a bit, saying that a lot of the story sounds like The Expanse, and you were agreeing with him, Twitless. Are there strong similarities between the two?
So I have not read The Expanse book series. I have watched the first few seasons of the show. I think there's some similarities. I don't think there's enough to say that one was based on the other. I think there are some interesting parallels, but there's so much like cyberpunk going on here, and it's got such heavy Japanese and Eastern influence in it. I think he's drawing from some other stories and traditions as well. Like there's a heavy samurai thing going on.
Yeah,
and of course,
I've watched 5 seasons of The Expanse, and I never once felt like this was like The Expanse. I got more of a Firefly vibe from it, to be honest.
Java says this book ripped off Tropic Thunder. Correct. It is a 100% the sequel to Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up next. So what cyberpunk themes do you feel like it's touching on in this story? You mentioned that several times, that you felt it was very strongly inspired by that.
Well, the corporatism, for one, like in Blade Runner, the futuristic world ruled by corporations, I think, is a very common cyberpunk trope. And then you run into the other sort of tropes, like there's bionic hands, mechanical like limbs, I guess computerized attachments like cybernetic eyes and stuff like that. Mech suits. It hits all the common tropes that you'd expect from a sort of cyberpunk world. Cramped, overcrowded living conditions in a techno-futuristic society.
Futuristic yet broken down.
Yeah, very, very dystopian.
Yeah. So you have this weird sort of cognitive dissonance, right? Because you're looking at things that are clearly impossible: superpowers, mechanical augmentations, mutant whales, flying mech suits, super surreal, hallucinogenic squid drugs, and yet the world is, it looks like everything's run down. Like, if you lived in Scrimshaw, you wouldn't be like, wow, this is all futuristic. You're like, everything's broken down and junky, but it's future junk. So there's that weird kind of paradox that I think is common to cyberpunk as well.
What about the characters? Did they follow some of those cyberpunk tropes, like having kind of noir storylines, no real good guys? Everybody's got a dubious motivation for what they're doing. Because it sounded like you were describing at least the crew of the Scrimshaw as being pretty virtuous.
They are pretty virtuous. I mean, they obviously care about the well-being of the people, because they go off and feed a bunch of starving people at the Filipino flotilla. They're pretty humanized in this world, but I think while being humanized, they know exactly where they are, so they're not afraid to get their hands dirty in order to protect themselves at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Also, great art, great environment, great characters, and intrigue to move the story along. Is there anything not to like?
Yes. For me, I'm just not a fan of the art style. I wouldn't say it's bad art, and it definitely suits the tone of the story, but looking at it, for me, sometimes it looks messy. Originally, as soon as I opened, I guess when I was looking at the first issue of Scrimshaw, I was just like, oh, this is a little bit. I'm not a fan of this art style at all. But I guess that's a credit to what Spirit Scar always talks about if you have strong writing, it can still save a story if you disagree with the art. And that's what kept me invested in Scrimshaw. It wasn't so much the art, but it was the story. I did soften my stance on the art going along. I did get used to it, but I prefer, I guess, cleaner lines.
That's fair. I liked the art style. I had some criticisms regarding. I feel like there were times where the story. It was a very ambitious world, and that world implied some things, but the story was committed to its sort of Robin Hood storytelling, and so I got a little lost a couple times where it's like, oh, is this story supposed to be about, Moby Dick deep themes with, the Scrimshaw and the whales? And it's like, no, we're just doing this heist story. And it's like, oh, okay. So there's a little bit of confusion there for me. I would also say that there were times where the story does not hold your hand. For example, I don't think we showed any panels of this, but whenever he has a character speak in a foreign language, he does not provide translations for you. And whenever he provides a new concept. He does not, take a lot of time to explain what that is. He expects you to kind of pick it up from context. And so when he's having characters say, yell in foreign languages, I think he's just having to like yell insults or something. So you don't have to have the translation, but for people who want or need to be more guided through their storytelling, they probably would find they might get confused by it and maybe frustrated by that. Like I said, the story does not hold your hand. It expects you to kind of keep up and pick up things from context. So that's a potential point of criticism. I would also say, and this I think well read. I think you were mentioning this is probably me being nitpicky, but I also found that there were some technical aspects to the book that were a little rough. That makes the book actually charming to me in a way, but there are some issues. So I shared an image there. The lettering for the book has got some problems with it, especially in the first issue. It's harder to tell when you have blown up images and PDFs that you can't notice this. But I actually have the first issue of Scrimshaw in print on newsprint, and the lettering is so freaking small. It actually gives you some legend. You have to squint. And if you've got poor eyesight, you're probably going to give yourself a headache. That gets better as the book goes along. The letterer is a guy by the name of, what was his name? Hold on. Spike O'Loudch. I can't pronounce that. Loudcha. But I don't know if it's his first lettering gig or if he's just, not maybe just more amateur on that side of things. I mean, I'm an amateur letterer, so I definitely understood that. But you'll notice here, and the example we got on screen, it's usually a huge big no-no to have crossing tails for lettering. Like, you're never supposed to do that. That's one of the first lessons they give you when you start looking into lettering. Do not have crisscrossing tails. So there's just stuff like that. And like I said, the early issues, the lettering's very, very small. For some of the word balloons, which leads to some legibility issues. I would also say that when it comes to newsprint, you'll notice the colors here are they're kind of warm and there's a sort of richness to them, but they end up being washed out in the print version when it's on newsprint. And so it can actually, I think the digital version, I think, is a bit stronger for appreciating the full visual quality of the book. The newsprint did not quite do it justice.
Did you want to comment on any of those points, Smug Pug?
Well, I was curious about the production quality because I read these digitally, and I know Moonshine loves talking about production quality. I didn't notice any issues in the letters, the digitals. Perhaps it's just a physical issue.
Yeah,
I'm curious.
I actually have a story. I actually have a story about that. So, like I said, when you're dealing as a letterer, it's very important for you to do print tests because an image will look really great in lettering when you have it in front of your computer screen. But your computer screen is not the same proportions as the actual printed out page. So when I was working on Omega Girl, I actually had to print out copies of pages with lettering on it, and then I had to trim those so that they were the same proportions as an actual comic book page. Then I actually had to cut out individual letters and compare them side by side with letters from like comparative comparable comics to see the size of my fonts, because otherwise you'll just end up with like something very off. Which said that could explain what happened in the first issue. It's like, oh, it looks fine because you're looking at like a Adobe Illustrator or something, and it looks fine, and it might look fine on computer, but once that actually gets printed out and it's actually shrunk to be the size of the 10 by 5 by 7, that proportion could be thrown off, and the letters could be shrunk. So, like I said, it demonstrates why there's so many little things that go into comic book production that are really important. Because lettering is one of those things that if you do it well, no one notices it. But if there's a problem, you'll actually notice the lettering.
I did want to ask, actually, a follow-up. You mentioned that there were some aspects of the story that you had to understand from context rather than from exposition. My feeling is generally that less is more, because it's helpful for the reader to be able to engage the story in kind of a more personal way where things are not just spelled out explicitly, but I don't know how that's executed here. I'm curious, Smug, did you experience that at all as well, where you maybe felt lost or confused about certain things and wish there was a bit more description given for exactly why things are occurring the way that they are?
Not really. No, I didn't feel like that at all. It all felt. It was. I think Twitler summed it up best. It's like it was a. It was a complex story, but not so complex that you ever felt that you were being left behind and you didn't know what was going on. It doesn't overcomplicate itself. Is how I describe it.
I agree, but I would say that this would not be a comic you would want to hand to a first-time comic book reader, because this is not like Chris Claremont where he's going to have or Stan Lee, early Stan Lee, where if someone could potentially miss something, he's going to put a helpful little caption to explain stuff. And so it's definitely something for someone who is a little more used to reading comics, essentially.
What about the colors in this book? Do you feel like the palette complements the story here? It seems very muted. There aren't any strong contrasting colors from what I've seen so far.
Well, I think the murky colors suits the tone of the world. There were some panels, I'm pretty sure, where there's like a rising sun in it, and it's a bit more colorful. But I think the coloring was just to suit the tone of the story. That's why it looks a little bit muddy and dark and murky.
Yeah, I think I like it better in the digital. Once it's on newsprint, that murkiness gets kind of amped up, and it starts looking washed out, and it almost looks like there was a mistake in the printing there. So I personally prefer. I know that I think there's some strengths to newsprint. I love that these books, like the copies I've got, they're like $1.50, and that's just like this perfect sort of like, okay, go get your pulpy cyberpunk comic and your candy bars and Coke from the grocery store. I know that's Peter Simity's kind of like how he's going to save comics, and I kind of agree with them on that. But I think there are certain books that fit that better or take advantage of that format better, and I feel like what was created in Scrimshaw, it doesn't look quite as good when it's on newsprint.
Was the trade paperback in newsprint? I know you said you got the trade paperback, or is that glossy pages?
So mine is my mail service. I'm actually kind of pissed. They still haven't gotten that to me.
Oh, okay.
So I will have to follow up on that.
Jabba insists on knowing when we're going to review Flushed Away. Jabba, we are never going to review Flushed Away. And it's only because you asked us to that we're going to do that.
Oh, it's kind of sad.
Oh, okay. Well, we heard Twitless's feelings, so maybe we'll reconsider.
I got you, buddy.
Is this book for a bit more of a sophisticated reader, would you say? Because you said don't hand it to a first-time comic reader. Do you feel like it doesn't suit the pulpy product that Alterna is trying to achieve and attract new readers?
It definitely fits it in a lot of ways, like in the story. I just feel like the colors in a couple places, because there were a couple pages of the first issue, and it's just like the whole page just ends up being green, but it's just like sickly green, and I'm like, is this intentional? And it just didn't look quite as good. But I feel like in the digital, it just, I don't know, the effect was a little better. In terms of like what's going on stylistically, story-wise, the pulpiness of what Alterna is going for, it's a very good fit in many ways. We have some people in chat who actually say they like the newsprint version. So,
mm-hmm. Well, I was actually asking about the themes of the story. I mean, did you say that Alterna was trying to attract maybe more of a general audience, or you're strictly talking about production quality? They don't want to have niche comics as part of their product line. Is that correct?
I thought coming into Scrimshaw with like no knowledge of it previously, and as a first-time reader, I was fine with it. I'm actually not a fan of superhero comics. I think I've made that opinion, expressed that opinion before. So it was actually a pleasure to read something that was at least trying to do something different.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Alterna actually they do a lot of genre stuff because they do horror books. There's the Tinseltown one. Thank you for whoever reminded me the name of that one, which is just the story of like a woman who is a like fake cop in Hollywood. She's like a Hollywood cop. And then there's Mr. Bones, which is just about a walking, talking skeleton. So they're clearly going for very, very distinct niches there. And there was what's the one with the robot Simco Sim something. CYM something. There's one about like a robot guy. You know, Alterna has a lot of kitschy stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mitchell says he enjoyed the book, so more praise there.
Yeah, I wouldn't have suggested it if it hadn't been so charming and memorable. Some of the other Alterna stuff just didn't, wasn't quite as memorable. This book, I remember going, yeah, I really enjoyed that cyberpunky mess of a world.
When I was looking like for Scrimshaw on Twitter to like find those tweets at the start of the review, all the feedback I'd seen from Scrimshaw was like overwhelmingly positive. I think it was often stated that it was one of Alterna's strongest titles, and according to the writer itself, I think it had like the most successful single issue sales as well, or something like that. So yeah.
Well, so we're only touching on the first volume. This is an ongoing series. I think you mentioned Twitless. They're still producing new.
So there's currently the first story arc is 6 issues. So volumes 1 and 2 are 3 issues each. And then they did a 4-issue mini-series. So there's currently 10 issues of Scrimshaw that you can currently get. But I believe volume 4, I read something from, I think that it might have been on their Kickstarter page, where they said they're currently working on volume 4 right now. And there's apparently going to be more Scrimshaw coming along. And they may be crowdfunding it. So, something to, keep your eyes peeled for when they do eventually come out with that.
And is it still Eric working on it? Has he returned to Alterna?
Well, I when they do the 4th volume, they may be doing it independently. I'm not sure what they're.
Yeah, from what I read from his tweet, and this is something I was going to bring up after the review. I guess a conversation we can have after the review. I think Alterna has a problem where like the profit margins are so low on their books that it probably makes more sense for their creators to go out and crowdfund now. I was actually going to bring that up as a topic after the review. So when he put out that tweet, when they separated from Alterna, it had nothing to do with politics or Comicsgate or anything like that. I mean, Eric stuck by Alterna and Peter Simeti when they were at their lowest, and they only separated from the company in 2020. I think it was it might have been Matt C. or Matthew Fowler that pointed out it looked like the separation was basically searching for greener pastures, which at this point I think the crowdfunding model does offer.
So where does this first volume finish off? What story can the readers look forward to if they decide to pick up the second and third after reading this first one?
So the second volume is basically where the war for the octopus really hits its speed. So the first 3 issues are kind of setting up that kind of, battle for who's going to control this hallucinogenic octopus.
And what's
kind of setting
the conclusion?
Up the main players. The conclusion of it is the Aussie from Shot Fox basically saying, go make that guy a widow.
Yeah, so the 3rd issue, volume 1 ends with basically the deal with the Aussie. I wouldn't say going south publicly because they're still negotiating, but behind closed doors, he's telling his henchman, Ethan Brown, basically go out and kill this guy's wife and get me the octopus. So, and that's, I guess, the cliffhanger at the end of volume 3 is this 3rd faction who was trying to negotiate with them to retrieve the octopus is actually going to screw them over and just kill everyone and take it, just like the other 2 factions.
I see. Any other comments before I guess we get to scores?
I think we've talked about it enough. It's like an hour and 20 minutes in.
Right. Let's do issues and then volume 1 as a whole. Twitless, since you're our guest, would you like to begin?
Great. Scores. So you want me to score like issue 1?
If
Or
you want
score
to
the
give,
whole thing?
if you want to give scores, Moonshine doesn't give scores, but you're welcome to score each individual issue and then the first volume as a whole.
Again, like I said, I brought this to Smug and said, hey, you want to do an Alterna book? Let's talk about Scrimshaw. So I'm definitely, a fan, or not fan, but I was definitely pleased by this book. I was very surprised that it was so memorable. Like I said, even a year or so after I'd read it, I still thought fondly back on it. If you like cyberpunk, if you like the sort of mixture of East and Western influences, if you like the sort of dystopian setting, if you like these things all mixed together and with a pretty straightforward but have plot with complexity, you're going to like this book. You're going to like the first volume. There are some places where I wish they had done a little more. Saigo has cool superpowers. I think he only uses them once or twice. The rest of the crew doesn't get as much of a chance to do as many cool things in the first volume because there's a lot of world building and there's a lot of setup in that first volume. That being said, the first volume does still have some pretty solid action beats. The first issue has a big kind of like a bar fight essentially. The second issue has the pirate. The third issue has some street fights. So he definitely makes sure that he doesn't just fill an issue like some writers we know of at Marvel and DC who have 12 or 24 issue runs, and it's just like, I'm gonna have an issue where the characters just sit and talk in cafes and there's maybe one teeny bit of action that doesn't really mean anything. Eric knows how to keep your attention and interest. So solid.
Solid is your score?
Yeah. Solid, pulpy fun.
Okay. And it's 40 pages each issue, 120 pages for the first volume.
No, the first issue is 27 pages. Some of the other pages are kind of like the additional things, the paratextual elements and stuff. So in terms of story pages, it's 27 for the first one, and I didn't count the others.
I counted 28 pages, but yeah, I could have been off.
Well, Peak, would you like to give scores if you're so inclined to do so?
Yeah, well, I'd never heard of Scrimshaw before. I mean, Twitless brought it to us. He said, "Oh, it's an Alterna book," and I kind of just rolled my eyes. I've never read an Alterna book before, and I never planned on it either, just because from what I've heard about, I've just heard mixed things from Alterna. That a lot of their titles are very hit and miss. There's a lot of, I guess, trash out there. But no, I was pleasantly surprised by Scrimshaw. It was an interesting read. If it was to crowdfund now, like Twitless is saying, if they put out maybe an omnibus that collected the first 6 issues and I guess the 4-issue miniseries, I'd actually probably pick it up. I was left pretty happy and satisfied from reading it. It's immersive. The world building's great. The dialogue from the characters is real and believable, and they all feel distinct from each other. The one area where I'd really criticize it, I guess, is maybe the art, but I don't think the art's bad per se. I just think I'm just not a fan of that style. It's just not to my taste. But it's still, I guess, it still suits the tone of the story, and it did grow on me going along. I wouldn't really rate each issue individually because we read this as a block, but I'd probably say I'd give this either a 6.5, maybe even a 7. So it's up there. It's above average. I'd definitely, if you're into cyberpunk and dystopian stories with corporate intrigue and multiple factions, almost all competing against each other to acquire an asset from a ragtag team of heroes with rogues with the heart of gold, as Twitless said. Check it out. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
So does it get the 7 out of 10 would back again?
Yeah, it does. It does. If Eric was to launch a crowdfunding book, and it collected everything, I probably would back it because I'm invested enough now that I would read the second volume and the miniseries and see where the story goes.
So, is that what you gave Xenotype? Was it a 7?
Correct. I would say that comparing it to Xenotype, Eric's probably a much more competent writer than our dear friend Liam Gray. But at the same time, the writing in Xenotype was pretty competently done for a crowdfunded book as well. I think it's just, I don't know. For me, Xenotype it was interesting. I would compare the two, I guess, because they're both kind of cyberpunky worlds. But for me, I guess the thing that clinches it on Xenotype is Odie's art. I'd much prefer Odie's art than looking at Scrimshaw.
Mitchell says, Alterna is a fairly surprising publisher. Until I got all access, I was overlooking a few solid books. So maybe that's true for you as well, Smug. Maybe there's some other things from Alterna that you haven't discovered yet.
Well, I'm not going to really go out looking, to be honest. I've got enough comics to read. I'm not adding another publisher to the bunch.
Well, the good news about Alterna, and this is kind of neat, is the fact that if you ever want to try them out, they're really cheap.
Well, they are really cheap, but they're also non-existent in Australia.
That's a good point,
even when my local comic book store didn't go bankrupt, and the guy wasn't 80K in debt and fucking collapsed, I never saw an Alterna book on his stand, and he had a lot of obscure comics. He had a bunch of stuff from a bunch of different minor publishers, but never an Alterna book. For example, he had Black Ops and he had Punchline and stuff from Antarctic Press. Yeah. He had those, but never an Alterna book. I didn't see an Alterna book in his store once.
Hey, Dark Gift. How are you?
What's going on?
Thanks for joining us.
Hey.
Absolutely. What's up, Twillis?
So,
have you read Scrimshaw, Dark Gift?
Scrimshaw is one of the only one. Well, I shouldn't say one of the only, but it's one of the ones that I haven't read by Alterna.
You're missing out. It's one of their best ones.
Yeah, no, it's one that I planned on getting, and I just never got around to. And then COVID hit, and then I just stopped buying from Alterna. But I was trying to, all the titles that did pique my interest, I was buying them in bulk, the whole. If I missed the whole series, I would get all 6 issues. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I'll probably pick it up because I think they can still sell what they published, right, Alterna?
I don't think Scrimshaw is currently listed on the Alterna site. I don't know what the deal is
going
in there.
It off?
But you can find the individual issues from other sellers because I looked up a couple of the issues, and again, you could buy them for $2 or something. So
cool. I have to do that.
James Hayes says Alterna was attempting to get their books on the racks in Sheetz gas stations, and is asking if they succeeded in doing so.
What is a Sheetz?
It's weird. It's actually a Pennsylvania, Virginia thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's why.
I see them. They have a few in southern New York as well, but it's a little known gas station. So
Gotcha. Okay. I mean, good for him. The more places you can get those things, the better.
It's well known there. I mean, you go in there and they make food and sandwiches. They have a whole, make it your way kind of bar with lots of options. But it's not
self-serve.
Well, it's more than self-serve, but they're not known, I think, outside of Pennsylvania, Virginia, and New York State.
Do they do sushi? Gotta get some of that gas station sushi.
Honestly, they might, because you walk into a Sheetz and they have almost everything. It's actually they're a pretty good gas station.
Oh, okay.
I think it's fairly similar to a Wawa, which is also an East Coast thing.
Does anyone else hear some static, or is that just me?
No, I hear it too. It sounds like someone's got a crackling fireplace.
Oh, it's raining over here. My window's open. That might be me.
Oh, okay.
I'll mute and let me know.
Oh yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, that's you.
sorry about that, but
It
it's
wasn't
either that
you
or
for one. I'm very happy.
it's either that or it's my AC unit in the window. So
it's raining and it's hot there. I'm guessing it must be quite humid.
Yeah, it's been in the high 90s for the last 3 days, and then we finally just had a bunch of thunderstorms, and now it's just a light rain with finally a nice breeze. It's 70 something degrees. It dropped from 97 to 74.
Oh no, your Channel 7 weather with our meteorologist Dark Gift Comics.
CGN News.
So
Now we're talking.
during the review,
I just-
I had a topic that I wanted to bring up, just briefly talking about this. The separation of the Scrimshaw crew from Alterna was clearly, on good terms, and it seems like they're diving more into crowdfunding now. I wonder what the viability of Alterna is long term moving forward now that crowdfunding is an option for independent publishers to get their work out there and potentially raise more money and more profits. I mean, one of the things that I see criticized about Alterna is that the profit margins on these basically $1.50 or $2 books is so low that you're basically getting paid in exposure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that's why Alterna will be fine, because for somebody who maybe doesn't want to take on the responsibility of crowdfunding and putting together their own book, they can go to Alterna, do it, get an audience, and then leave. And I'm sure Pete's fine with that. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like
Smug
a jumping
Pug, you
off
forget-
point. You know?
You forget how lazy creators are. They hate doing customer service. You forget all that.
Yeah, well, I was going to
No.
bring up Mr. Dongs as well, because Patrick Thomas Parnell, he had, Johnny Phantasm? That was an Alterna title. Now it's going on to crowdfunding, and his latest project, Ultrastar, that's gone to crowdfunding. Scrimshaw has left Alterna; they've gone to crowdfunding. I mean, it is a reciprocal relationship. I think Clint Stoker licensed Downcast to Alterna.
Yeah,
I think
he did the
T-Bird
reverse.
and Throttle.
He did the reverse. He got it first out as crowdfunding, and then he licensed it out.
Well, I think that was because, I think his plan from the get-go was to do the graphic novel, then break it down into issues. And if he wants to keep doing these other projects, it's better to just let Alterna break it down into the issues, and then he can focus on the graphic novels. So I think Alterna will be fine as long as they play their strengths, and are okay with people coming on board for like a year or two and then dipping out,
Mitchell says, Alterna seems like a good entry point. He's got his eyes on a few other creators because of their evidence of work at Alterna.
Right, that's what I was just saying, yeah. I know Wicked Righteous left for the same reasons, I believe. But they left with 2 issues left in the second volume. And I don't even know if they put the last 2 issues out yet.
So are you saying Alterna is a good incubator for young artists to start off and then maybe go independent when they have enough of a following?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Makes sense. I think ultimately it's a little sad though, because one of the main reasons I would pick up an Alterna book is because of freaking Scrimshaw, and it's like, oh.
Well, that's what I mean. It seems like the better titles, the more popular titles, Scrimshaw, Johnny Phantasm, eventually they're kind of just abandoning ship.
They outgrow it, essentially.
Yeah. So I just wonder, the long-term viability of Alterna to find talent and to be able to put out books that people enjoy.
I mean, as long as they can keep incubating and just keep on pulling new, interesting things. I mean, I guess
that's the thing, right? Pete's got to play to his strength, and he's got to keep farming for new talent, basically.
Yeah. Oh, here's the knife.
Yeah, so what is this? Because it's one of the links that you sent us, Twitless. Maybe you could describe it to us.
Eric he's definitely invested in the story, because a knife that a character has in the comic, they actually made the knife, and then they made an entire Kickstarter campaign off making pins on the knife. So I thought this was relevant because other people have done pin campaigns recently, and they did a pin of the knife that Saigo has.
We have another guest backstage, well read.
Okay. Wait, so this is not a knife, it's a pin?
So the knife is real, but I don't think you can. I don't know if you can kickstart weapons. Maybe, I don't know. But they made a pin that's based on this knife that they made. That's based on the knife that the character has in the comic.
Smug, what is wrong with the guest in the back? They're having an emotional breakdown in the private chat.
They're very emotional right now. Well read. I think we need to hear them out.
Okay, let's witness the disaster. Welcome, Saggy.
Hi, well read.
Are you here
Well,
to share fifis with us on the stream?
Yeah, no, Smug always just sends me the link. He doesn't tell me why. He doesn't tell me where. And then when he shows up, he just bullies me in the back.
Shut up, Ray.
I couldn't even say a straight phrase. Hi, everybody. How are you?
Hi, Shags.
Hello, Dark
I
Gift.
knew-
I haven't seen you forever. Hi,
I knew
Emmett.
Smug was a bully.
Yeah, Smug is a
always
bully. No, Smug is a bully. Hi, Twitless. Hello, Well Red. How are you?
Hey, how's it going?
So, what did you think of Scrimshaw, Saggy Melons?
I think it was awesome. That whole storyline with the llama and the pig was really interesting. I didn't really know where they were going with that, but I was here for it. I know I'm very open minded, so I gave it a shot. I really liked the whole pig and llama scene. That was actually pretty cute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They wrote the llama allowed the.
I thought it was bold.
Yeah, it was nice, and the whole storyline with the lady with the 3 legs, that was cool, She runs very well. I was surprised that she had 3 legs and she could run very well. So yeah, I liked it. Overall, I'd give it a 9.2.
I don't think we read the same book.
Oh, we didn't?
Would you say the story has legs?
Yes, the story has 3 legs.
James Hayes
yes.
asks, was Smug treating you like Warren Ellis?
Oh, jeez.
Who? I don't know
Warren
who these
Ellis.
people are. I don't know who they are, but Ashore? I don't know.
Warren Ellis is a professional comic book creator who.
We talk about
professional in air quotes.
we talk about these things here called comic books. They're like little magazines with pictures and stories.
Yeah.
Hey,
And he got me too because basically he just he was a player. All the women got mad.
Could you
Basically,
guys
is what happened.
review some more manga?
Manga.
I think-
Oh my god! Please.
There are plans to review a manga eventually. Uzumaki, is it
Uzumaki.
called? Uzumaki.
I wanted to go with Gyo, which is
This-
got the cyborg fish, but
This is the manga that Jabba wanted us to review. It's called
That is
Flushed
not a
Away.
manga.
Oh, it's totally a manga. This is
it's
like
a mangaka.
little
It says
cartoony-
DreamWorks.
cartoony character. Looks silly and goofy. That's manga, right?
No, it's DreamWorks. DreamWorks doesn't do manga.
Oh.
No.
They do anime. I'm sorry.
Is Xenotype a manga or a manga? Sorry.
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest. I can't stand Liam, but technically speaking, it is the animation is that of anime-ish, so you can kind of consider it a manga, even though it is printed weird. The manga style is basically just Japanese comics, so the whole printed backwards thing, it's like weird, sure, but as far as the style of the artwork, it could be considered a manga. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, guys.
No, well, a traditional manga is printed backwards, whereas like you read it from the back of the book to the front, right?
Well,
Whereas this book was printed in a way that you read page 2, then you read page 1, then you read page 4, then you read page 3, then you read page 6, then you read page 5. It was
right. So it's not the printing of the book that makes it technically a manga. It's actually just the style, because a manga in general is just a Japanese comic book. So, like, for example, Avatar: The Last Airbender, there's an argument that that's not anime, even though it's drawn in anime fashion. So some people can argue that it is an anime, because anime doesn't mean it necessarily has to be Japanese. It's just the art style. So
Printed backwards.
yes,
It's
printed
worse than
backwards.
Do the artists need to be Japanese in order for it to be called a manga?
No, manga is just the art style. It's an anime. The way it's drawn is what labels it considered a manga. Like I said, it's not the printing. The printing was all fucked up, sure, but it wasn't. It's still technically, unfortunately, a manga because it's the art style.
Jesus fucking Christ. Perth Comics Get out of here, Perth. Get out of here and take
But-
your fucking bootleg Super Asia Fun Toys Incorporated with you. What the hell is wrong with all
By the
of
way,
you fucking people?
I have an announcement. Speaking of which, I have an announcement to make. I will be doing an unboxing of my package from Super Asia Fun Toy, which, by the way, fun story that they sent it under my first name and then Melons as my second name, and the place where I have my stuff delivered now thinks that I am having sex toys delivered at their home. So thank you.
Yes! Yes!
I've had to explain in very much detail, and it started with the words, have you heard about Comicsgate? No? Okay, it's not a sex toy. So yes.
That's actually funny you should mention that, because I heard that there were going to be stretch goals for Super Asian Fun Toy. Is that correct?
Why? How?
I don't know.
Wasn't there something about a golden shower or something toy?
I don't know,
I've
but let
heard
me
about
tell
that.
you, I had to answer a very awkward question today is, are you having sex toys delivered to my house? And I was like, no, I don't. Well, what's in the box? I don't know. Yeah,
So now,
yeah.
Isn't this one of the stretch goals for Super Asian Fun Toy? I heard that you, as a backer, can actually get one of your faces put on these and then send it to the person who's selling you this so that they could literally fuck you in the ass when you give them your money. Is that correct?
I think I suggested that there be a Witten blow-up doll as a stretch goal. Then I might back it.
No,
Why?
I think the backers should be the blow-up dolls because they're the ones getting fucked in the ass.
Well, okay, well, Red, I really want to see your search history. Show it to me.
I put a video in the private chat. When you're available, give it a play. I was taken out of context and violated recently by another YouTuber, and I'm gonna have to call him out.
Wow.
While Red's pulling that up, just to touch on something that we were talking about earlier about the people leaving Alterna because of his association with Comicsgate. As far as I know, the only team that left because of that was the Croak team.
Okay.
James Hayes, I agree with you. He has no taste.
But there was like 4 or 5 people on that team, so yeah, they probably dogpiled Peter.
I have been taken out of context in this video. This is a fucking violation of my human rights. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
Oh God!
I will say I'm very disappointed in Perth Comics if he's in here and if he's watching on the replay. He actually signed up for that Super Asia Happy.
Oh, sorry.
Fun Time Comicsgate Toys Bootleg Incorporated. I'm very disappointed in you, Perth.
Super Asia Fun Toy.
Deciphering his numbers.
Super Asia Fun Toy.
Oh, just what I've always wanted. If there's one thing I want to do is put my ass on Cecil's face.
Super Asia Fun Toy.
Gotta support the creators, guys. Come on.
Super Asia Fun Toy.
Beautiful.
Oh, I missed
Knocked
this.
the ball out of the park on the production quality. I never said that.
Super Asia Fun Toy.
If I had to put this like somewhere, I'd probably say it's slightly better than Graveyard Shift. Grab an oar. You got to grab an oar, buddy.
Super Asia Fun Toy.
These guys, they come up with good ideas.
Super Asia Fun Toy.
I can't.
God damn you.
You know what's hilarious?
I was taken out of context. None of those comments were talking about Super Asia Fun Toy.
Do you know
Perth.
Do you know what's
Goddamn you,
hilarious?
Perth.
Do you know what's hilarious about that entire video? That is like legit, like the type of commercials they would show in Japan.
Yeah.
Like just random clips of somebody saying something. Super Asian Fun Toy. What the hell? That was
It's gonna be
accurate as
stuck in
hell.
my head.
I know it's stuck in my head. I'm gonna I love it. Super Asian fun toy.
Oh man.
Yeah. Death of Comicsgate. I'm waiting for this to actually come out with the Super Asian Fun Toy package. To actually get literal shit in a bag when I back the toy.
No.
So here, I want the creator to actually take a dump and send it to me.
Oh,
That would
no.
actually have more value than anything that Super Asian Fun Toy is selling me, I think.
Don't send me that for free. I don't want to have to explain why I got a box of shit in the mail.
Here, please, just send me this, the elephant dung.
Oh my god. People
I
already
don't
think
want
I
the
get sex
Cecil
toys
whoopee cushion.
now.
Yeah.
Purse says you feel the words in your heart, Smug.
You know what's
There we go.
embarrassing? The fact that Super Asian Fun Toy does sound like a sex toy thing. There better be a dildo in that box when I get it tomorrow.
Please let us know.
Anything can be a thing.
I think I might be getting a free package myself, and I don't think I want to be opening up dildos on a unboxing video.
Wait,
Why?
what would the dildo be? What Comicsgate character could be a dildo?
I mean, all of them are kind of dicks, so that would fit the.
How big is that package going to be, Dark Gift?
How about the Crimson Cock, and it's a big red dildo with a rooster symbol on it? And then I could shove it
I
up my
would go-
fucking ass, so Mitch can fuck me again.
There you
So
go.
that would be better
Yeah.
if Micah Curtis had one. You know, it would always be angry and looks kind of dumb.
Haven't we been fucked over by CG enough? Do we have to put up with this
I
too?
haven't. I don't care about CG, so I haven't been fucked over.
But we don't care about you.
Well, wait, I might because I did back Lunga, so he might fuck me over. Fuck.
Lunga's not CG. He's
Okay,
not
then
CG.
then I stand by my statement. I have yet to be fucked over by CG.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Lunga's just a grifter.
Speaking of
Grifters.
you guys were talking
That's
earlier
great.
about whether Peter Samedi ever claimed Comicsgate, and I think the closest he ever came was when he appeared on Ethan's show for the first time, like maybe a couple of months later. A bunch of the old ex-comic skaters like Skinny and Midnight Cherry and Rumble and those guys were giving him a hard time, and they're like, "You stand by Comicsgate," and he's like, "Of course I stand by the people who've always supported me and had my back." I think that's the closest he ever came.
Did you know, Dark
Can-
Gift, that
Can
I
you
am
highlight
Comicsgate?
James Hayes' comment? James Hayes' comment, just highlight it.
Jay says, you know everyone thinks Saggy is lying about not getting sex toys in the mail.
I 100% would not lie about sex toys. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I would not.
No, she gets those shipped directly to her house. She doesn't
I mean-
send them to someone else's house.
Yeah, exactly. I would get them shipped directly to me. Why would I do that? But did you guys know that I was allowed to be Comicsgate? Ethan Van Sciver, I asked him, and he said I could. So I am not gatekept.
While we've got you here, Saggy, why don't you talk about the recent debate you pulled out of? What happened there? If for those of you watching,
Why do you do
Saggy-
this to me? Why do you
Saggy-
do this to me, Smug?
well, let's. I just need my updates in your
Yeah,
life.
she ran away from, what was it,
No. Here's the thing. I didn't run
So-
away.
Hold
it
on,
was-
let's get some backstory here. So,
Oh, here we go.
Saggy Melons was invited to debate on Reviewed Tech USA's channel, something like 900,000 subscribers, like nearly 1 million sub channel. And she was supposed to debate the Amico, I think it's called, some stupid piece of shit that people
Shut up,
argue
Smug. I
about.
like it.
It's like a retro gaming console. It looks like I don't know. I think it's a piece of shit. Not for the reasons that other people say, but just for my own reasons. But Saggy was supposed to go on a debate, and then you pulled out. Why is that, Saggy? Give us the scoop.
I didn't want to get him pregnant. That's why I pulled out.
Oh.
Oh, come on. Okay, no. So here's
That
the
was
thing.
kind of funny.
No, here's the thing. I have been talking about my points on why I like this thing for a while now, since February. And it just seemed like the audience, stuff like everyone in that audience already made up their mind about it. So, like, I wasn't going to change anyone's mind. Why would I waste my time and energy to talk about something that no one gives a shit about? So it was just like, there was no point.
Well, you definitely came to the wrong place.
Exactly. Like, well, no, I mean, Smug loves what I talk. That's why he asked me. He cares. He was upset
So
I didn't go on. He wanted me to chase the clout, and I said, no, Smug. I am a upholding citizen of YouTube, and I have integrity, and I'm not going to clout chase. And he said, well, you should have, and you're stupid for not clout chasing. And I said, well, fuck you, eat this chocolate, I hope you shit yourself to death.
Wait, I was reading something. Who are you cloud chasing?
I'm not cloud chasing it. No, Dark Gift, go back to sleep.
Oh, okay. Who are you supposed to debate?
Review Tech USA.
Uh,
900 subscriber channel. 900K subscriber channel.
Yeah, I agree, Jabba. I just wanted to torture the audience. You specifically.
I don't know how you guys have not realized that whenever I come on, he asks me a stupid question like that.
Yeah.
The Beaver says penis and vagina.
How did you spell penis wrong? And vagina.
yeah.
Oh wait, go back to Beaver's little avatar. What's he eating there? Is that a Dorito?
It's F testify.
He's eating a testify. I think I know who that is.
Do you? I don't.
He came in saying F Ametskar. There's somebody who coined that phrase.
Violet, I'm shocked that this is new to you because you're usually always on top of shit. So I'm very surprised that you didn't hear about that. Yes, did you not see that I was supposed to be on Review Tech USA or Tech Review USA, whatever the guy's name's Rich? How did you not do that? You usually follow all these big YouTubers that I don't even know.
Yes, Vilnet, it's that stupid fucking Amiibo.
Smug, stop
the
it.
Amiibos.
Stop it.
It's always the Amiibos.
It's not Amiibos. You're a freaking Amiibo. What the hell is on your head? Oh, you're on something. What the hell is that? What do you want?
I'm on a bed with my favorite book, Xenotype.
Oh.
Speaking of Velnet, she had an interesting... She or he, sorry, I don't mean to gender the person. They had a very interesting tweet this week. And I tried to argue this with Lunga, but for some reason he doesn't think that this is an SJW issue. But here, Velnet is pointing out the whole thing about Slave 1 being renamed on the Boba Fett ship. It's actually being celebrated quite a bit in SJW circles. There's this old author, Trisha Barr. So Velnet points out that this person who's been blogging and is an author was on the official Star Wars website. Was rejoicing at the fact that this change happened and said, quote, "I will say it again because it's canon, is the single biggest obstacle against writing the course on representation and inclusion." So I don't know what was Yellow's and Lunga's issue when I tried to bring this up to them, but this is definitely something that SJWs care about, even if a lot of other people are kind of just burying their head in the sand about it. And I'm very thankful to Velnet for pointing out this.
Well, I don't really give a fuck. I'm still going to call it Slave 1. I don't even care if they rename the ship to something else. It's Slave 1. Suck my dick. It's always going to be Slave Run.
What are they going to name it?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's like one of those things. Like in my hometown, there was this bar that went through like 4 different names, but everybody still, like, when you said let's go to the original name was called DJ's, and you'd be like, let's go to DJ's. Even when it was called the Brown Town Inn, you're just like, let's go to DJ's. So it's like one of those things that, like, once it's ingrained in the fandom or the or whatever in people's heads, that's what they're gonna call it.
Oh, I'm Boba Fett, but I'm on the right side of history now, so now I call it Sensitivity 1.
Yes.
I mean, like Boba Fett changing his name to, like, I don't know, whatever, like Dan. You're not gonna call him Dan anymore. You're gonna call him Boba Fett, right? So
Boba
it's
Fett.
like,
Well,
you can do whatever you want.
The actor who played Boba Fett in the A New Hope remastered movie, he has been on fire on Twitter, like going at these people. So it's refreshing to see someone stand up and say no.
Right. By the way, Tinfoil L, you're actually incorrect because Vilnet is actually a moderator on my channel, so I am relevant.
What? He's the original Boba Fett actor?
I am relevant.
Not the original Boba Fett actor. He was the guy who played Boba Fett in the A New Hope 1990s remastered edition, where they put in that extra scene with him walking on Han Solo walking on Jabba's tail. He's been quite vocal, like, and he's been throwing out things like he's saying, "Oh well, if we're going to rename Slave 1, why don't we rename the Death Star to, like, Happy Fun Star, because death is like negative, and Star Destroyer, what about Star Rebuilder?" Stuff like that. He's basically taking the piss. I actually followed him. He's thrown out some good bants.
Oh no shit.
So
Okay,
this
well, you guys are
person-
talking Star Wars, so I'm leaving. I love y'all. Bye.
Bye,
This
Saggy.
person-
Oh, look, Amit Rain has left as well. See ya, Amit.
Yeah, he'll be back. Oh, he says he's bored. Okay, sorry, Amit. But yeah, I wanted to bring this up. I know it's been talked about to death, but I don't think I've seen anybody bring up this specific point. And I got blowback when I brought it up with Lunga, but Trisha Barr, since like 1977, she's been working with Star Wars. She worked in Star Wars Insider magazine. She was on the official Star Wars blog. I mean, this is the person that's been pushing, one of the people that's been pushing for this change that's now happening. And yeah, people are saying like, who cares? They changed the name. But the point is like, how far is this going to go? You know, if they're willing to push
Right.
this boundary, which boundary is off limits? Like even
Yeah,
the word,
give an inch, take a mile, right?
yeah, even the word slave one, like it's honestly it's a ridiculous change to even consider to begin with. What does slave have to do with anything related to
Wait.
inclusion and diversity?
I guess because they're associating it with black people, so they're the ones being
It's-
racist.
Exactly. And like I said that to Yellow, I was like, how can you possibly say anything more racist than that slavery is a unique thing that only is experienced by black people? Like as if there's
Right.
something particular about black people that only they were slaves out of all of human history, which is not even the case. But that's the mentality, right?
Right. Well, like in music recording, right? When you're recording digitally, you have like your interface, and then you can have like your
Your slave.
no, they have
I know,
programs
I know.
I have something to say.
they call them slave wires, and
Well-
basically. You run those in what's called slave mode. Like, are they going to start changing that? Like,
Well, in
Yeah,
home-
yeah,
I was
yeah.
gonna say, are we
Yeah.
gonna change Britney Spears' favorite song? You know, "I'm a Slave for You." That's a great song.
Well, in homes, they don't want to call it the master bedroom anymore. Like the new home architects are changing that name as well because master has connotations. I mean, slavery is talked about in the Bible. You know, like it's been around since the dawn of man.
so is
And it's got
Anyway,
Alfred
who
gonna
cares?
stop calling
You know,
Bruce Wayne
Star
Master
Wars is a
Bruce?
dead franchise with dead fans. Let them take it over. You know, nobody takes Star Wars seriously anymore.
Yeah, at this point, I really couldn't give a fuck about Star Wars. There's so much expanded universe content out there that if you've got an itch to scratch, grab the Thrawn trilogy, go play the Knights of the Old Republic games.
I don't think it's even about like whether you care about Star Wars anymore. It's about conceding the line.
Well, I mean, Star Wars, as far as I'm concerned, it's not even about conceding the line because Star Wars was conquered like 3 years ago now. There's no getting it back. It's going to be what it is.
It's done. It's tainted. It's over. You
Yeah.
lost the war.
And the best thing you can do is just come to terms with it, disassociate, don't buy their shit, let Disney hopefully lose some money, and maybe they'll realize what they're doing is stupid, but I don't hold much hope for it, to be honest.
well, people don't care about Star Wars. Do they care about aliens? Because now apparently aliens needs to be about equality too.
Oh yeah, did you hear about this?
No, I didn't. What's this fucking garbage now? What
It's-
fresh hell is this?
It's a TV series that it takes place on Earth, and apparently, like they finally got the whaling company finally got the aliens back to Earth, but lost control of them, and they overran the Earth. So now the elites are living in their ivory towers, while like the poor and oppressed have to like basically are basically fighting the aliens. So it's like they're basically doing a whole class system storyline.
Well, I guess that could work. You know, that could work. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, to be
rich
fair,
people
like there's always been
rich people will always, find a way to survive, and poor people always.
Well,
get
the
screwed.
first
That
two
is-
movies had that, right? Like, I mean, like the first two movies, the company was after, like, you know what I mean, like with the Paul Reiser character
company-
and what.
Yeah. All the
Oh, I got
Marines
a
are
peanut
like the
stuck in
poor
my throat.
people. Yeah,
But-
all the
They're not doing it that way. They're going a whole other way with it. You know what I mean? I mean, I guess if they do it right, it could be good, but it just doesn't sound like they're going to do it right.
Oh, we have the esteemed Nate Higgers in the chat, and he'll be in his ivory tower.
Well, I was going to
Welcome,
say Nate Higgers would approve of the name Slave One. I'm guessing.
Well, I think Nate Higgins would love to live in his ivory white tower while the poor downtrodden masses get murdered by aliens.
I mean, everybody would. If you had a chance of living in an ivory tower or get attacked by aliens, I'm sure you would prefer an ivory white tower, Smug, wouldn't you?
I don't know. I mean, living in an ivory tower would probably get boring. Maybe
so
being on the streets and fighting for your life, you might actually learn to appreciate it.
I
Who
think
knows?
the difference, like I was trying to make the point, but like Mr. Dongs is like saying, I think the difference is going to be like they sent Marines to do, to do this. Like this is going to be like people on in Washington Heights and
Ripley
in New York
wasn't a
City.
Marine. Ripley
No,
wasn't a
but
Marine.
that was the point of her character, was that all these Marines got killed and she was able to still overcome. But basically the company themselves sent the Marines to do the dirty work. But this is, like I said, this is going to be like, the dude running the mom and pop shop on the corner of 118th Avenue in Washington Heights. They're the ones that are going to be running around. They're gonna.
I guess they're taking inspiration from Starship Troopers.
We've got some breaking news in the chat. According to Jabba's sources, Amber Heard has been cast in an upcoming Star Wars movie. Oh no! Johnny Depp BTFO again. Hashtag justice for Johnny. Amber Heard in league with Kathleen Kennedy. Fans
Nobody would
protest.
Who saw that coming?
And
Yeah, well,
is
Well, I
your
don't know.
favorite, Miss Marvel also going to join co-star with her?
I heard Amber Heard is still fighting for her role in Aquaman 2. Like apparently, that is not guaranteed. He said, Mr. Dong says, but I thought Amber Heard was done.
yeah, I watched 300 videos this year alone about how Amber Heard BTFO. She's done, folks. Hey there, she's done.
And Johnny wins again. And Johnny's won again. And he's
Johnny won
another
again,
dead-
despite the fact he lost the fucking case.
And Kathleen Kennedy is fired.
Yep.
Jabba's source is Doomcock, apparently.
She's been fired 4 times today.
Oh, Doomcock. Which means Jabba's source is actually a 4chan troll trolling Doomcock.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, more properties, I guess, to look forward to.
At least you're gonna
being
LARP.
destroyed.
If you're gonna LARP, at least get a foam sword.
Are we going to talk about heel versus babyface or no?
Did you see the new Predator movie?
Why not? Are we?
Which one was that? Was that Predators? We can talk about that, Amit. Hold on just a second. Dark Gift brought up something. What was that? Predators from like a few years ago?
I'm sorry. I worded that poorly. No, the one that's coming out. Did you see the?
No, I haven't looked at it.
I heard that was supposed to also be woke too, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. A little girl is going to be like the main protagonist.
Yeah.
She's going to take on a predator. She's like
there's
all
no
of 5'2". Yeah.
There's no
Well,
hope.
I mean, if you ever saw the last Predator movie, was it a black woman who fought a predator and an alien in Antarctica?
Oh no, that
Aliens
was
Aliens vs. Predator.
That wasn't that bad though, because that was like kind of like the enemy of my enemy type of thing.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad.
The movie itself wasn't that good, but I'm saying the premise behind what they did with that character wasn't that bad. It wasn't really.
I got the character. I know, but I'm just saying you could put it that way if you want to just look at just the characters, do a deconstruction of the story. You could put it that way. It's how you spin it.
Because he was like a newbie predator, and you know what I mean. So like it was like, all right, listen, we got to team up to get this motherfucker. So
yeah, well, I'm sure we could talk about how sci-fi's gone to shit for hours on end, but Amit brought up a topic and he just fucking dropped out as I started talking. Did you guys see the stuff between Ethan and Heels versus Babyface?
No, I've been MIA.
Yeah, I watched that stream. I just want to quickly show and Amit's, if he's just still watching. This is the new person they cast for the new Predator movie. So yeah, you can look forward to that thrilling confrontation. Lots of leg kicks, you know.
I mean, all the Predators movies have been fucking garbage since like. Some people say the second one. I like the second Predator movie. I think it's okay. It's not terrible. But I mean, you know, yeah. Other than the first one, that first iconic movie, Predator went to shit a long time ago.
Yeah,
I like the second, but yeah.
The only way they're saving this is if they make this Duke's granddaughter, and she's been training all her life for this. You know what I mean? That's the only way this is going to work. You know, she's got booby traps everywhere.
Yeah.
It's almost as bad as casting Adrian Brody in that whatever one they made like 2 Predators ago. I always thought he was a really weak.
Yeah, again, that wasn't a bad plot, except I didn't like the whole bigger Predator versus smaller Predator. It was like, come on, but I didn't like Adrian Brody in that. But I did like the whole Alien World.
Which one had Predator dogs? Was that the last one that they did?
That was Predators. That was the Adrian Brody one, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't it? I'm pretty sure. Because in Predators, like they drop them down into that jungle on the alien planet, and I'm pretty sure that's the one that has the dogs because they're hunting the group of people or whatever.
You're right. You were right.
I like the second Predator movie when he gives the guy his flintlock pistol as a prize. Cool lore.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah, I like the second one too. It was awesome.
That establishes, you know, they're willing to like honor, and you know, like that whole thing with like Alien vs Predator where he teams up with the chick and then he gives her the mark on the cheek or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and he gives her like a spear or something too, right? Like he gives her a weapon too.
Yeah, he makes a shield out of the alien's head because it won't burn, the blood won't burn through it, and he gives her some kind of spear. I forget what he made the spear out of.
I liked that the second Predator movie also established that aliens and Predator could exist in the same universe. Because remember, he drops onto the ship and there's like all the skulls and trophies there, and it was like an Easter egg that there was an alien skull on the wall as well. The Predator 2 movie, like it's got its problems, but I felt like it was still it was just different.
And the Predator, the Dark Horse Predator series, they used to do versus against like aliens, and they had one with like versus Batman and stuff. Those were pretty good too. Mm-hmm. It was just all the follow-up movies that sucked.
Yeah, I've got a Dark Horse trade. Let me go grab it. It's Batman versus Predator as well.
Yeah, I read that one.
Yeah, here it is. It's DC Comics and Dark Horse crossovers Batman versus Predator. It's got Dave Gibbons, Andy Kubert, Adam Kubert.
Yeah, the Kubert brothers were on that.
Yeah, it's a trade paperback. I've never read it, but I flicked through it and the art looks pretty good.
It's pretty cool. I liked it. But you know what was the coolest one from those old school versus books? The Frank Miller Terminator versus RoboCop, if you ever read that.
Yes, that was good.
That was amazing.
Godzilla versus Hero Zero. That was a crossover for the ages.
Predator versus well-sped loser. That is a great fucking name, well-sped user. How have I not thought of that?
I'm going to go grab some drink, so don't talk about the heels versus EVS thing until I get back, because I don't know what's going on, and I don't want to miss anything.
All right. Well, we can procrastinate a bit more about the different versus things. Wasn't there a Judge Dredd versus Terminator comic as well?
Maybe. I know they did some Judge Dredd versus stuff. I always liked the Judge Dredd art. I never read a lot of the stories though. But
it's a very interesting series. It's definitely had a very long evolution. I've read the first few omnibi, I guess, and I think things been going on forever. That's really interesting stuff. A lot of it's basically what British people think of America, which is really kind of interesting.
They had apparently a Judge Dredd versus RoboCop. I think. I don't know. I don't see an actual comic here. I'm just kind of seeing. Oh, I guess there was kind of like a lousy one. Here, I can show a pic of it. It's not very impressive. If people see it, they're going to be like.
For the longest time, there was a Judge Dredd story that was like you couldn't get it in America. It was part of the Cursed Earth storyline, and part of the satire is Judge Dredd is intervening, or he experiences a bunch of fast food corporations that go to war with each other, and because they were too close to the trademarks, they couldn't sell the comic in America. So like when I actually got my edition, there was a whole chapter that was missing. So I think it's called the Fast Food Wars or something, and you have to like I think they reprint it now. Maybe they might have gotten the permissions or something, but at the time, the book was I basically had to have parts of it cut out.
I would have liked to have seen a Judge Dredd versus RoboCop versus Terminator versus Aliens versus Predator. Just throw everything in.
Everything
versus
just
well-sped loser.
Then you,
yes. Well-sped user.
They kind of did that with the horror movie genre, though. They did because they did the movie Freddy vs. Jason.
Freddy vs. Jason, yeah.
The sequel was supposed to be Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash, which they then did as a comic.
So the closest you're going to get to that is Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat has had a couple of games where they've gotten quite a few of those characters, and you can have Terminator versus Leatherface.
Okay, so Judge Dredd has fought Alien. He's fought Predator. He's fought Batman. This looks pretty cool, actually, the Batman one. Simon Bisley?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Bisley did that. I had that. I don't know if I still do, but I had that.
That's a Mike Mignola cover?
Mm-hmm.
I might actually go on Amazon and try and track that down. That looks actually pretty fucking cool.
Yeah. He fought Superman, apparently Superman from the 60s, with Jimmy Olsen holding his camera and Lois Lane, still in a long skirt. He fought Red Hood, I guess. Or maybe not. This is probably just promotional. Yeah, he's been in some dust-ups. Here we go. Judge Dredd versus Deadpool versus Bloodshot. That's the one to go.
Oh.
You've read that one, well-sped loser?
Why sped? What is that like a spaz or something like that? What is sped mean?
Yeah, sped's like spurg. I think it's shortened for special ed. I think if you're a sped, you're basically a retard. That's what they're saying.
Oh, okay. Well,
Right.
it's an accurate description.
Dark Gifford's butt AIDS.
Dark Gifford's butt AIDS. Amit Scar versus Chungalunga. That one's actually happening right now in my Discord server. I tried to coax them on here to sort out their differences for Jabba's entertainment, but they both refused. Lunga actually said he's retired from this channel. Well read. So good news, everybody. We won't be seeing Lunga here again.
Oh, really? Why?
He's boycotting me too.
Yeah, I don't know.
Beef with Lunga?
I don't know. He just said I'm retired from Well Red's channel. I don't know what it's about. He hasn't said anything.
How do you retire from a channel?
Somebody else's channel.
It's when the channel tires of you. You retire from the channel.
Tango and Cash versus Turner and Hooch. Well,
how many times did you get those
Hooch
movies confused when you were talking
Hooch
about
dead.
them?
Poor Hooch.
Yeah,
He's dead.
Hooch is dead.
Jabba hates most versus stories unless the universe kind of fits like Predator and Alien, but it's Jabba versus everybody, so how could he hate versus
actually,
stories?
What was a good verse?
I kind of agree with
Batman.
Jabba, actually.
Well, Batman vs. Grendel was good. That was a good crossover.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Jabba the Coach versus Brother Gaius, the two best trolls in CG, going at each other. That'd be a battle for the ages.
I thought Alien Xeno was the mega troll.
Oh, well, Alien Xeno can be the third one that comes in at the end.
Okay.
Oh wow! Now it's a three-way troll battle.
I don't know. You got to see Jabba and Mo Biggs in my chat on Monday nights. The two of them, like, first of all, the two of them on me, like going at me is hysterical. But then, like, sometimes they'll butt heads themselves, and that's pretty fucking funny. So
Nice. Well, did we want to talk about the big news in CG right now, which is, I guess, Ethan and Heels versus Babyface?
I mean, it's kind of not big news, right? Because Heels versus Babyface is mad at him, but Ethan said it's a misunderstanding, so presumably they're working it out in the back room.
Yeah, well, I'm Team Ethan. I think Heels versus Babyface is a fucking big fat pussy. He's fucking acting like a fucking little girl. Like Ethan showed what he said. Like it was just saying, oh, the Friday Night Tights crew. It's like Jeremy and Nerdrotic, and then a bunch of zeros hanging out, and then it didn't even mention Heels by name. Just completely, I guess, skipped him. And then Heels versus Babyface is having a big fucking fat cry on his stream about Ethan saying he was a zero and he's not going to promote Ethan's action figures, and then someone pointed out to him, it's like, oh no, he never said that. He's like, bro, I saw the clip. It's just like, well, fuck you. Get some tissues. Harden the fuck up.
Didn't he get?
Instigator.
I heard he got booted off Twitter. Is that true?
Yeah, it's true, because he's a fucking crybaby. He's a fucking big fat crybaby. I tell you what, someone clip this and send it to the fat fuck. Send it. Let's get him on here like Shane Davis. Get Heels versus Babyface on here this week. This is who we're going at this week. Big fat girl. Soft as his fucking stomach.
Well,
Jesus
look,
Christ.
Mr. Donks calls me a nobody all the time, and I take it very personally.
Yeah, well, Ethan
Vic?
didn't even mention him by name. Like Ethan even said, like, he just forgot about Heels versus Babyface, and he never intended it to be that way. It's just, I don't know, Heels just spurged out.
Vic, apparently you need me to tell you at least one thing. As is Heels versus Babyface.
Ethan doesn't need to speak highly of anybody. Only person we like is Mike.
I like Mike.
Yeah, I like Mike too. I like Ethan too. I never had a grudge against
I
either
like
of them.
Mike. That's why I don't know why Vic kind of snapped at me, because we've been nice to each other in Mike's chats.
I'm a bit perturbed though. Do you notice Mike watches this show and he's in the chat, but he never comes on? He never joins us for anything, even just to hang out. But he'll go on Risey's stream.
And then, like, he had Risey once on his stream, and his kids were up, and Risey kept using all the naughty words the entire time, and he kept
gamer
the whole
words?
time. Yeah, he's like, "Stop it, Risey! Risey, my kids are here! Risey!" And he went on for like 45 minutes, but he'll still.
It was him
hang
and
out with
Berserk
us,
Guts. He had
And Berserk Guts was there
Risey
too,
and
yeah.
Berserk Guts on the same stream.
Why?
And he said no cursing, and I'm like, Mike, and he still let him on. And
No, fuck you, Risey. How are you getting Mike S. Miller on your stream so much? Are you a part of the Whisper Network? You're saying to your good best friend Mike Miller, hey, don't go on that Well Read show. That's Smug Pug and Twitless and Well Read. Those dudes are fucking assholes. You just come on my stream, Mike. I'll take care of you. What the hell's going on?
Risey's lurking. Oh, and Testify's lurking too. Risey, are you going to
Testify
jump?
has a hard hat. He's a new hat.
Does he? No, that's the
It's a hard
original,
hat.
isn't it? Oh, okay. Well,
No, he's
got a
working in
collar.
construction.
what is going on with Vic? What did I do
That's
to
not,
Vic?
that's not a hard hat. That's pest control hat. That's an Orkin hat.
That's like the
Oh.
second snippy he put at me in the chat today, and
Risey, you
I've
can't-
always gotten along with Vic.
you can't be on the Whisper Network if we can all hear what you're saying.
What does Vic say? Because I like Vic. He says, Dark Gift, we don't care if you like Mike. Also, how presumptuous this guy. Okay, never mind if Mike is going on Risey's, then I'm watching Dark Gift from now on. I don't even know what that comment
I know, and then earlier he said, we don't need you to tell us that Job is funny, and I'm like, okay. I'm like, I don't know. Did I piss Vic off somehow?
I needed to know. I needed independent verification.
So I guess, yeah. Does anyone else have any hot takes on the Ethan and Heels versus Babyface thing? I think I got it off my chest. I just think, yeah, Heels is in the wrong. He took it the wrong way. He read into something.
I mean,
So
Wait,
what
are
did
you
what
telling-
did
are
he
you-
think?
Are you telling me that a drama stream took something and made drama out of it for drama?
What did he think Ethan did?
okay, so he was on Ethan's show basically, and Ethan was saying that there's a bunch of orbiters for this other big channel. Some guy named Gary, no idea who that is, and he said all these other people.
Oh,
are just,
Nerdrotic.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nerdrotic. And so he's saying all these other people are like leeching off of that guy's clout. And Az is apparently an orbiter. And he was sitting right there and he's like, you know, what is he talking about me? Because I have a pretty good following too. And So one time somebody was commenting while Az was streaming, saying, reach out to Ethan about your whole Twitter thing. And he's like, no, that guy can go take care of himself. He's a big boy. He's fine. He doesn't need anything from me. And then people were like pressing him saying, what do you mean? Well, I thought you guys were friends. He's like, well, he said I'm an orbiter and I'm kind of a nothing. And I was on the guy's stream when he said it. So I don't have a problem with the guy, but I'm kind of done with him. So Ethan basically picks this up and comments on it on his show. And his response is like, what the hell happened? I was always friends with this guy. Like, why is he all of a sudden upset with me? It's like anyone that I have on my channel, I think they're friends with me. And then suddenly I see this crazy response where like they're mad for no reason. And basically he was saying, look, there's no issue. He kind of just forgot that Az was on the stream. That was his whole justification. Like, yeah, I just forgot the guy was there. And I proceeded to like trash him in a roundabout way. And a lot of like other people kind of adding on. Malin was doing the Smug Pug thing, saying, yeah, Az is a crybaby. Why doesn't he just go and talk to Ethan? It should be fine. So that was pretty much the sum of the entire conflict. But they'll work it out at some point in the background.
Just a correction. The super chat wasn't about Az's Twitter. It was about because Az apparently likes toys, and someone super chatted him saying, "Oh, Ethan's got the Cyberfrog toys campaign coming up soon. You should definitely check it out." And Az Heels vs Babyface basically said, "No, well, I won't be promoting that. Ethan can take care of himself." It wasn't anything to do with the Twitter stuff.
Hey, Risey, and hello, Testify.
Hello there.
Hey.
What's going on, guys?
I just would like to let everybody know that Black Widow releases in the theaters on July 9th, and you can also get it on Disney Plus. Thank you, and have a good night.
Fuck Disney Plus. Fucking Disney Plus bloody cucked my boy Loki, you pieces of shit. Smug Pug, you know what? I actually wasn't lurking that time. This was the first time I turned on a stream, and he's like, "What the hell is Mike Miller going on Risey's stream?" What the fuck? Like, I just turned this on. Like, you've been shitting on me this whole stream? Fuck you, Smug.
How do you get these big name guests, Risey? You got Mike S. Miller, you got Ethan. You're getting all these big name guests on your show, and we feel threatened here at Well Read Reviews. Very threatened.
Look,
we're very insecure. We're very insecure, Risey. So we feel threatened over everything.
They feel better when they hang out with a loser. No, I don't know why people come on my show. I don't know why anyone comes on.
Well, I just love how, your show is probably one of the most controversial in CG. There's N-words getting dropped. There's baguettes being thrown around, and Mike and Ethan will go on there and hang out. And us over here at Well Read Reviews, nobody wants anything to do with us.
You had Shane Davis on.
He came on to yell at us.
Yeah, that wasn't under good circumstances.
You guys had Shane on?
Last stream, yeah.
Last stream, but yeah, we don't need to talk about that dark gift.
I thought that went better than it could have gone.
What a shame.
He yelled at you guys?
No, he didn't.
Well, he was upset over I forget what it was, something dongs. And,
yeah.
Then
he was just correcting something.
All right, I'm passing out. I gotta head out. I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for having me. Yep. Thanks for the review. You guys were great.
Take care, mate.
Yep. See ya.
So what happened, Dark Gift? I guess the TLDR is we were talking about writers versus artists, and Well Sped Loser brought up a post from Kiwi Farms from Mr. Dongs talking about the Warren Ellis thing, and apparently quoted or paraphrased Shane's video on Warren Ellis talking about writers versus artists or something like that. I'm not going to get too deep into it because we don't need Shane showing up here again.
Right.
And we thought, we'll get to the bottom of it, and there was a stream shared, and Well Read went and got a timestamp, and it's like the last 4 minutes of a 15-minute video, which we played, and I guess without context, it maybe sounded that way, and then Shane came on to basically clarify, while Spirit, Scar, and Amit were being naughty boys. That's basically the TLDR.
Were they in the chat or on the panel with them?
No, they were on the panel. I timestamped the previous stream. If you want to go back and watch the, I think it was the Dune episode 5 and 6. If you go in the comments section, I timestamped basically, when Shane shows up in the chat and then comes on the stream if you want to watch it.
Oh yeah, I was working that night. That's why I missed it. Oh yeah, I'll have to go back and check it out.
Yeah, I think Dean and Vicky actually did a video about it, which, I don't know, landed really flat. It was pretty short, and it missed the highlights, which were mainly Spirit Scar and Shane going back and forth, and Amit. So I guess it wasn't really that big a deal, especially if they couldn't get much content from it.
Did Shane bring up Amit talking smack about his wife?
No, well, this is what's so funny about it. Amit was like mid-sentence through talking shit about Yarnsey, and then Shane popped up in the chat, and Amit went instantly quiet, and I was like, "Oh, Amit, you got to shut your mouth now, aren't you, Amit?" And Amit started stuttering, and so I was pressing him pretty hard. It's actually pretty funny. I'd highly recommend going back and watching.
I definitely want to see that. Yeah.
Yeah, but we brought up these comments that Shane had made basically about writers and comics, and it was paraphrased by Mr. Dongs, and so we just wanted to play the little clip that Mr. Dongs was paraphrasing to show exactly what Shane said. And Shane came on, and Spirit Scar was being pretty direct, like he was laying out exactly Shane's statements to him, trying to get him to be very precise in the clarifications that he gave. So, I mean, you should watch it. There was a lot of back and forth there. It kind of got brought up in Shane's stream afterwards. I super chatted him to say thank you, and then Dean super chatted him to basically troll, say, like, you went on Well Read show, what happened? And Shane was like, oh yeah, they quoted me out of context because they played a few seconds out of a 15-minute video. So
yeah. But if you do want to go back and watch the stream and then watch Shane's video, you can get the full context. I think it was just a miscommunication. I have no strong feelings on it either way, but I just would like to say that the views and opinions expressed by Risey, Spirit Scar, and Amit do not represent Well Read Reviews or its hosts. Thank you. That's our disclaimer.
I'll buy that as a shirt if you put that out.
I'm trying to turn that into a meme. I've been saying that everywhere. I said it in Shane's stream. I said it in Ethan's stream. I've been going in the comments section.
Fuck you, man. I've never thrown you under the bus, Smug.
I said it in your stream too, Risey. Remember? I've been saying it everywhere.
I was pretty drunk on my stream after we ended this one.
Yeah. I could already hear Spirit Scar. I want it.
Apparently they're still doing the Fans Fest in Florida. It would be cool if we had some Well Read Reviews T-shirts from Teesprings. People.
Oh no, we're not going the saggy melons route, are we? Well Read and going to start trying to shill merch to the good people here. We've got nothing to sell.
I wasn't thinking of selling them. I was even thinking of just like giving them out for free at the Fans Fest. But
no, fuck the fans. Nothing for them. No free review copies. No free shirts. Nothing.
Can I get a review copy of a shirt?
I'm not interested in shilling. I'm not interested in shilling garbage. I'm not selling Super Asian Fun Toy or anything stupid like that. Yeah. So if you want to see it, this is the clip of what Az said. If you guys are still curious about that.
Oh, I am.
Yeah, why not?
Run screaming.
Yeah, I'd say this straight.
Cyberfrog is a regular asshole.
All right. Well, you guys tell me. All right. So here's the thing. So back to the we got people who are concerned about heel versus babyface being mad at me. I'm concerned about it.
Unfairly.
Here's what's going on here.
Oh, you got the tape.
These particularly flattering things that I was.
Subnautica.
Gary made my channel for me. That I was. That the only two people of relevance on Friday Night Sites are Gary and Jeremy. So,
but I take that back. Just Gary and Az, not Jeremy.
Yeah, he forgot you, Az. Just apologize. God.
You want Az to apologize to me?
Yeah. Well, he should have known that that you forgot him. He should have gave you that benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, of course.
Everyone knows we love Az.
Of course we
Frege.
do. Frege loves Az.
It's true.
I think he does.
It's true. No, I do. I think he's great.
All right, here he is being mad at me some more.
No. I heard the stream, dude. I heard the stream.
Oh, he's uncomfortable.
So don't, take your pants out your fucking anus and out of a twist.
Wait, who said that? Did you tell him to take his pants out of his anus?
No, I would have never thought to say that. He just came up with that. Somebody else is saying...
Is that something that's possible?
I think someone's got their pants up their anus, and it isn't the viewer. I mean...
Yeah, I think it's the same thing. It's like saying like getting your pants in a bunch. You know what I mean? Like when your underwear riding up on you. It's probably a British thing.
What is that? Is that
I think he
Rising?
was probably trying to say something clever, but fucked up.
Yeah, I agree with Hothead Studios.
it's not- right,
Subnautica
yeah,
is
of course
more
it's not.
interesting than this dumb shit. I used to love getting stoned and playing Subnautica. That game is really fucking chill.
I don't even know what Subnautica is.
You're on an alien ocean world, and you got to build like bases underwater and submarines and.
Oh fuck that! I don't like our ocean.
Oh, it's pretty spooky. There's some nasty shit in those oceans. But anyway, let's not talk about Subnautica. We'll lose viewers.
Let's finish it because there's not much more left here.
Like, stop being me. Stop shitting on Ethan like he didn't mean to hurt your feelings or something like that. And he's saying, no. I saw the stream. Somebody sent it to me. He said, because that's how this happens. Our fans are instigators,
Yeah.
So
like Smug Pug.
It was me.
Here we go.
You caught me, Ethan. I sent it.
It was
and
me.
and then I sent this to Ethan. You got me.
Smug's playing both sides.
Sent to it. So don't you want to get all uppity? That's what was said.
Uppity?
I've got nothing against the guy, but I'm sure he can do his own shit by himself. He's a big boy with big connections and a big.
God damn.
You are too, mate.
Understand what's going on here?
Yeah, he's taking all types of shots at you, calling you fat.
Not shitting on him at all. What I am is what was said about me.
What an asshole.
That's an instigator
What was said
too.
about me, and you can get all mad about that.
I am mad about it.
Sunshine.
On your behalf.
That's just what was said about me, and I just.
You didn't speak of him either. That's what.
No. I spoke around him, but not of him. You know.
Okay. So
All right.
that's the whole beef.
Stupid.
That guy's calling Ethan fat. He's fat as fuck. And this guy's saying, like, if you're going to take shots at someone's appearance, make sure you look better than them. I mean, at least Ethan's got some hair left on his head. He's fat, but so's that guy. Ethan is also probably got a lot more money than you, mate. Who the fuck is Hill versus Babyface?
He's a pretty big YouTuber. He talks about like Doctor Who and Star Wars and comic books. I think he's got like.
So he's a loser. No, of course he talks about Doctor Who. He's fucking English. Oh, yeah. Doctor Who. Ew.
He's got a massive channel though. I think he's got like over 400 or 500,000 subs. He's pretty big.
Oh, whoop-de fucking do.
Yeah, but it's all just a misunderstanding. I just recommend fucking Az to harden the fuck up and stop being a big baby.
Is that his name, Az?
No, that's what they call him. I don't know.
I mean, you would think he would know, him of all people, right? Somebody who's a big YouTuber, probably been in like a bunch of different beefs with people before and had people like instigate shit. Like, you would think like someone sends you a video, maybe turn around and like, and especially if you know the guy, like DM him, like, yo, dude, what the fuck's up with this?
Well,
Like,
Ethan didn't even mention
why'd you
him.
say this?
And I think that's the problem. Like, Heels vs. Babyface is just thinking that Ethan's talking about him. When Ethan said he was talking about the smaller channels, like the Geeky Pixies, the Mecha Randoms, all the other like hanger-ons that just seem to be hanging around on Friday night.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because then Ethan could have said, oh, dude, I wasn't even talking about you. I was talking about X, Y, and Z. You know what I mean? But like, to just take a video and go, oh, that's what he said, okay. And that, you know what I mean? It's almost like maybe I don't know, never mind. I don't want to start speculating shit.
Yeah, who knows?
I mean, Ethan's got a ton of hangers on too. I think the only other person that has a big channel that goes on his show is Anna.
Yeah, a lot of those guys.
Hasn't Cecil and Malin got some now? I mean, I haven't checked their sub count in a while, but I thought they were pretty big. I mean, honestly, and I want to say to Vic, yeah, that guy's probably got 500,000. That is quite a lot. But the thing is I don't like YouTubers that think they're king dick, of the world. Because it's like, yeah, you got 500,000. Oh, wow, you got 5 million. That's even better. But the fact is there are 7 billion people on the face of the earth. Not everyone gives a fuck who you are.
Mr. Dong says, here I thought a man that looks like a giant baby that cries about CW Batwoman from a living was a real badass. Fucking brutal.
Oh shit. That's a good one.
He does a lot of live stream gaming videos, I think. So
yeah.
Yeah, he does less of the commentary, I think, than the rest of them.
All I know is after watching that video, I really feel like playing Subnautica again.
The channel has just gone down the toilet, guys.
I tell you what, you go play that game and I'll get high for you. How's that?
Hey, Lunga.
I'm just here to support my sometimes friend Pug. He looks very sleepy. So
you told me you'd retired from well-read reviews. You told me earlier that you've retired from the show.
Make up your mind, Lunga.
But then I sent the fax in. It says I'm back. So
okay, you've been rehired.
You withdrew your resignation.
Well, no, I retired. It wasn't resignation. It was a retirement. I sat at the beach for a few hours, put my toes in the water. Then I got bored.
Hey, while you're here, why don't you tell us how Isadora 2's going? I believe you unlocked that Soy Rage trading card,
Yes, we did. It's doing extremely well. By the way, this wasn't planned. I never come in here planning to talk about Isadora. Smug's just cool like that. But yeah, it did. It crossed 5,000. The Soydora card is unlocked, and it's about 100 away from the metal card that Phoenix Animation is going to make for Isadora. So it's an Isadora metal card.
Metal? So it's going to be metal?
Yes, metal.
Peak, I hate you right now. Just so you know.
Hey, come on. Well sped, you loser. I'm just trying to help out.
I do want to acknowledge Well-Read. He did welcome me. Thank you, Well-Read, for welcoming me.
Yes, of course.
Hey, Anthony.
Isadora and the Immortal Chains issue.
Hi, Risey.
99 backers.
Thank you, sir.
Hello there, Lunga. The fuck do you say it like that for, you cunt?
Because I didn't even get a hello, Risey.
I was smoking a cigarette. Oh, bro, I'm going to drop everything to greet you into the door every time. You had 3 other people saying hello. Why do you need my one?
Because Ethan's a big boy and he can handle it.
So do we have a picture of that Isadora Soy Adora trading card? Is there a big picture of that hideous thing?
Yeah, I can pull one up.
You know what I realized? We had Twitless on as a reviewer. We never showed his project though.
We were supposed to do that too. I was going to suggest that.
Big faux pas.
Yeah, we know who Smug Pug sucks up to the most.
Yeah, Smug. Back there dropping the link in the private chat.
Twitless should have brought it up. I kind of forget that Twitless has a.
Well, because it's not on the 2 platforms that we pay attention to.
Yeah.
Well,
so,
he did bring it up. He actually did bring it up during the review, but we just didn't show his campaign or his.
Well, we've got
whatever.
more. We've got 25 people watching right now, which is more than the 16 we had for the review. So there you go, guys. Omega Girl by Twitless. It's in the chat. Go check it out.
Isn't that beautiful? It's beautiful.
Oh, this is disgusting.
It's beautiful and brave.
That's a fucking nightmare. That is fucking stupid.
It is
that is fucking retarded.
And brave.
I kind of can't wait to put that in my trading card folder next to Cyberfrog. There's going to be Cyberfrog and Soyadora next to each other. And then I'm going to photograph it and send it to Ethan and add him on Twitter each day about it.
I almost feel like I need to have that.
And there we have, and here we have Flying Sparks by John Della. Oh no, wait, sorry, Omega Girl by.
Jesus, Smug.
You fucking.
Where's John been? I haven't seen John lately.
I'm just joking.
He hasn't been streaming. He's just been dropping videos.
You can get it for $3.99.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
All right,
it's
I
got
got
24 pages.
$3.99. I can back that right now. I'll
Yeah.
go. I'll hook
And
them up.
and I think the digitals are even cheaper, right? It's like $2.
Oh.
So if you want to save $1 Dark Gift and those shipping fees,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like physical.
$2.
I backed like 8 projects this week on Kickstarter because I wanted to hit that 25 to be a super backer.
Oh man, if Indiegogo had something like that, I wonder what rank.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yep. It's because people on this side of the indie comic scene ignore Kickstarter. Which, you know, that's their business. That's fine.
I just got my Lady Death Kickstarter day before yesterday.
I've got all of the
great.
Lady Deaths. I bought the
This
collection on
beautiful fucking
Indiegogo
print
with
because I
all
went for
10.
the print tier.
But
All
I
of
missed
them.
the last campaign. Yeah, I've got the first 10 in the collection box on Indiegogo, and then I got
Fuck yeah! I've got I think the first up to 9 up to the most recent. I've got to get the first ones.
Yeah, and I got 11 and 12, and then I forgot about the latest one, so I missed the latest Lady Death Kickstarter. I'm actually pretty pissed off.
Oh man, I almost spent over 170 on the last one, and then I was like, no, I don't want the post because they brought out this huge fucking post.
There's a metal card, Smug. Since Risey's losing his audio.
Nice.
Have I?
Yeah, your audio was kind of going out. It was going in and out.
All right, hold on. I'll turn this off.
Oh, that's gonna be a metal card, or you do, or do you have to hit something for it to be a metal card?
Well, yeah. It's got to hit 5270.
Oh, okay.
5270. So it's about 200. Yeah, 200 away. A little over 200 away.
So right now it's just a regular card, but if you hit that, it becomes a metal card.
Well, the regular card, that card itself is actually from the first campaign. It's not even a part of this campaign. It's from the first campaign.
That wasn't the Soyatora card?
No. That was the actual Isadora card.
Are you are you doing the holographic? Are you doing the holographic or holofoil cards again?
Yeah,
I noticed
yeah.
You showed those. Those were beautiful. I love those
Yeah,
holofoil
I mean,
cards.
I could just see.
Yeah, those are nice, but they're so expensive to get.
No, they weren't. These are not that expensive at all. That's why I give them. That's why I give them as stretch goals.
Who do you use, if you don't mind me asking?
I used a I use a local printer. Well, local U.S., not local to me, but local in the U.S. They're in Arizona called Hero and Villains.
I'll have to check them out.
Yeah, I'll send you. I'll DM you their link.
Yeah, I love holofoil cards. I collect like the old Wizard of the Coast Pokemon cards, and those holofoil ones are always like they look beautiful. They always look beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went through.
Hey,
Primo
Lunga,
print,
how much
for
does
mine,
it
and-
cost a lot to just make? Sorry, Duck.
I was just saying I went through Primo print for mine, and they were fairly reasonable and good quality. But the minute you put any kind of foil or anything on the card, it like jacked the price up so high.
Yeah, no,
I
these
was
weren't
like-
bad at all. I'll send so I guess I'll send you their stuff. They do small runs like for the comic books. They do they do small runs up to 500. So it's not like they're this massive. They're a mom and pop kind of shop.
Cool.
But that's where I did all of my printing for the books, the prints, the cards.
She's pretty as hell though. Damn!
Oh my God!
Fuck!
That could have killed someone.
Why did you put this on Well Read?
I don't know.
Dude, that could have killed her.
I thought we could use some entertainment from girls getting big barrels thrown on their faces.
Well,
Big barrel of sangria, huh?
The Beaver says he wants a Lunga kiss card, like Mandy.
I have no idea what that means.
Oh my God!
Don't
Mandy.
make fun of Mandy when I'm on the
You don't know about the kiss card?
I don't make
No.
fun of Mandy, Duck. If I actually defend her, and if
All
Vicky
right,
is
I'm
still
sorry,
watching,
Duck Gift, but honestly,
if Vicky's here watching, she needs to.
no,
apologize.
honestly, I've stopped making fun at Mandy.
I really don't know what the hate is on her is. I don't think she's.
Hey, she
super nice, man.
She fulfills her books on time, which is more than
I
can
don't
say for
hate
most
her.
other
I just
people.
thought it was cringy that she said her book was about a kid's book, and then she said, "You can pack a tear with my kiss card." Like, what kid wants that?
Well, that's not for the kid. That's for the parents. That's for the parents. Come on.
That's what
What
I
father
that was, that's
I
what
am
I
aware
their
of that,
and get something for themselves.
when she got so much flack for
I
showing
wouldn't buy
cleavage
a
and
book
stuff.
for my kid.
they're like, how are you gonna market a book, using your body? And it's like, she's marketing it to the parents. Like,
Here,
it's
let's look at it this way. Let's think of it this way. How many times has a wife told her husband, hey, can you do this for the kid for me? And the husband says, sure. And he's like, I'm going to give you a blowjob later. Thank you so much. I mean, it's the same situation. You're doing something for the kid, but the adults are having fun. There's nothing wrong with that.
What 9-year-old is going on to Kickstarter or Indiegogo and backing a $25
Exactly.
comic book? You know what I mean? None. You see the book, you're like, oh, my kid would like that. Right. They can't even buy a regular comic book in the store.
No,
I'm noticing a theme here, Well-Read. There's a lot of violence towards women going on here. What's the theme here?
The channel
Did she
is
just break her leg?
Girls getting hurt.
So it's literally about violence towards women. What is wrong with you tonight? Are you okay?
It's funny violence. It's violence that
Did she break her leg?
Together.
I have a question.
Targeted
Well-Read.
violence.
I have a question. Well-Read, is this the has the show hit that time now where we're going to be looking at trailers for Netflix and videos on Twitter? Is it now that time?
Apparently, I'm not allowed to play trailers. I was warned from several other channels that it'll definitely get me struck. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't. But if we're at that time of the night
I played the Shang-Chi. I played Shang-Chi and He-Man, and that never got fucking struck.
Oh, well, I think the Disney stuff doesn't. I don't know about He-Man, though. I don't know.
It all depends.
Well, I don't think
Warner Brothers will
Netflix.
strike you, like, immediately. Or not strike you, but content claim you. But they did strike someone for the...
Watch when she... Oh, she just broke her leg. Did you see that?
I think she's dead,
actually. Her right leg hits the side of the boat, and her, knee just... It, bends, sideways. Right here, watch. Oh.
Well, as much as I would like to see women getting brutally
It's lagging
injured
real bad on my
for the rest of the night,
my internet.
It's been fun, guys, but it's at the 3-hour mark, and I guess what I'd like to say is...
Oh, he's already gone.
Smug is like Cinderella when it hits that 3-hour mark, huh?
Yeah. Now that he's gone.
It's not even at the 3-hour mark yet.
Why is my icon crooked? I don't like that little bit of white on the side. I gotta fix that.
I thought that was intentional.
No.
Now that Smug is gone, I did have a topic to bring up that I think Risey would like actually quite a lot. It's about the explosion of manga sales in graphic novels stateside, and how because of manga, comic sales are inflated by 80%. Which, when I read that, I thought that was crazy. Pretty much the majority of all sales in North America are manga. You're a big manga reader, aren't you, Risey? You prefer manga over a Western comic?
A single manga in my entire life, actually. That's the next step. I didn't even really like much anime. There were a few exceptions, but for the most part...
For the most part.
Didn't like anime. So I'm going to be switching over completely from Western... Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, sorry. I don't know what's going on my internet. Having trouble.
Okay. Well, I remember Risey being the one to...
Sorry about that. But yeah, no, I don't read manga. But I'm going to soon. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, he's getting a lag.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to jump out and then come back in, eh?
Go for it, Risey. Anyway, I thought that was an interesting thing to bring up to Risey.
That's just an interesting to bring up in general if you're into comics. It's sad.
Well, I don't know. When I had this conversation, I think I had it with other Risey, but he was basically saying that he likes the girls in manga better. He likes the stories in manga better. The manga is not going to call him, a hateful white male and all this other stuff. And he's just going to be able to read an enjoyable comic without having to worry about all the politics that get pushed into it. So I wanted to ask him about it because there are other points that they bring up, like why manga is taking over in comic sales, like cost, length, and writing scope. But yeah, I guess we'll save it for when Risey gets his connection all sorted out.
I mean, I just real quick, I looked at it's not surprising. There's a lot of people that are into it, and to be honest with you, a lot of younger readers are really getting into it, and that's one of the reasons. And then older guys buy it because they like the boobies. I mean, let me tell you, that's what older guys buy it for. But I can see why it's growing in popularity. There's a bunch of reasons why. It's not one singular reason. It's just a whole conglomerate of reasons. But I don't see it as some kind of death knell for Western comics. It's just into right now. That's all.
You think it's just a fad?
No, I wouldn't call it a fad. I mean, maybe the spike part of it is the fad, but it still has a good following, and it's had a good following for a while. But yeah, like I said, it's to me the people who are saying, "Oh, this is gonna kill Western comics," is a bit of overhype. That's not gonna happen.
Oh, they would.
People like
right.
both. It's like saying if DC put out better books. Yes,
yeah.
Let me finish this one thought, and then we'll get you into it because I know you have opinions apparently. But yeah, it's just like people saying if Marvel does this, it's going to kill DC Comics, and it's like no, people buy both if they like titles from both, and indie creators, and same thing. It's not going to kill Western comic books. It's just what people are into right now.
It's just sad that it's that much of the sales though. 80%. That means only 20% of the comics being sold throughout the country are American comics.
Yeah, that's because they fucking destroyed them. That's their own fault.
That's why it's sad.
And this is why everyone's going to manga and anime, is because they're tired of being told how to act, what sort of diversity we need to be worried about this week, and how we're bad for just being who we are and wanting good entertainment. You know what? So I say fuck the goddamn comic book industry at this point. I mean, I still love it. But I'm not gonna die for this shit anymore. I'm not gonna stand on a hill and get arrows shot at me every goddamn fucking time I get into a fight with some fucking asshole on Twitter because I say that art is fine. Oh no, you're a bigot because you just want women to look attractive. I'm like, you're damn right I want them to look attractive. I'm paying for this media, cunt. I want to fucking look at something pretty. And if you're not gonna give it to me, I'll go find someone who will.
Yeah, I mean,
so
they're consciously like trying to kill off the comics here, and I think the biggest thing is like they don't care about sales for Western comics. All of it is just all this signaling stuff, and that's why they're doing all these movies also, like where they're trying to ruin Aliens and Predator. They don't care if these things make money or not, but somebody cares about making money, and it's clearly the Japanese or the manga. And the anime crowds. That's where people are going.
Yeah, and they've been doing it for just as long as people have been doing Western comics, And honestly, I'm not saying I hate all comics. I just hate the mainstream ones at this point. Now, I'm going to continue backing good indie books, but that's it. I'm not giving Marvel or DC any more money. Like, not a goddamn fucking cent. Any Marvel or DC comics from now on I'll buy will be back issues that I want in my collection, and they will be off eBay. So I'll give customers that were screwed over the money, but I'm not giving it to Marvel and DC.
In case people don't know, these are the people who are currently writing X-Men. So these are the ones responsible for...
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, these are the people that turned my X-Men into fucking goddamn Nazis.
Yeah. Do you still read X-Men? Like, do you know about the story they've got going on now?
No, I've stopped. I stopped just before the last COVID lockdown in Australia last year when my comic shop got shut down. I was like, all right, well, X-Men was going to shit, so I'm out.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
Like, Tom Taylor, I had some hope that, because he was on Suicide Squad, and I read the first couple issues, and he didn't bring Captain Boomerang in, and I'm like, how the fuck do you have Suicide Squad without Captain Boomerang? It needs to have Deadshot, Harley Quinn, Captain Boomerang, the unholy trinity.
Yeah, I mean, Zach did a whole video about this where basically they don't care about the sales, and the sales are tanking. Jonathan Hickman, he came on, he had like this really good story, And apparently they've completely derailed it. Like, he had this whole outline, and they were going to have a huge arc. It was going to end up in a certain place of all these things that he established in the first miniseries when he first came on. That's all been like totally scrapped, and now they're doing these dumbass stories about like fashion galas, and they had that swords crossover, which is apparently Teenie Howard's idea. Like, all of the ideas suck, and it's because he's letting the SJWs run the writers' room.
Well, I don't know if he even has a fucking word in it, does he?
He had his ideas in the beginning, and then he brought on all these SJW writers, and now all of his ideas are scrapped. And
well, that's what he gets.
Yeah, they're basically tanking the series. That's the way it's
good.
going.
Good. And you know what? I hate saying that because I love the X-Men and I like Hickman. I mean, I've read some good stuff by him, but you know what the fact is if you're gonna fucking bend the knee, don't expect me to pay. And if I am intrigued to read your shitty comic ever, guess what? I'm gonna pirate it, and I'm not gonna feel a goddamn slight bit of guilt for the writer, for the fucking flatter, for the colorist, for the fucking artist, for anybody. Fuck yous. I hope yous are all living on fucking goddamn benefits by the end of fucking 2030.
Longo, what do you think about all this? I had an argument with you and Yellow about SJWs in Star Wars. Do you worry about SJWs in comics?
No, I don't worry about SJWs, period. I've said this 100 million times before. I think this whole culture war nonsense is nonsense. That's period. The end. I think it's overblown. I think it's way too much stuff put into it. And I'll tell you why there's a lot of stuff put into it. Because tribalism sells. You start to get a tribalistic community, and you start to advertise and promote for whatever product you're selling to that community by vilifying the other side. And I'm not saying this from one side or the other. Both sides do it. It's a bunch of fucking smoke.
So you don't believe in cancel culture? You don't think cancel culture exists?
That's not the same thing.
That's a different argument entirely.
That's a completely
different argument.
Nice try.
No,
that's a different argument.
It's part of it, right?
No, it's not.
No, it's not because
a tire is part of a car, but it's not the engine. So let's not compare two different things.
They put SJW messaging or ideas into
and
these
you know how
properties.
many people anti-SJWs I've seen doing cancel culture? Should we talk about that? Because we could talk about that too if you want.
And then
get into
people who don't like it, who criticize it, they cancel them. That's the point. That's the reason why people haven't.
Culture. And
yeah,
if
but
it was something
however,
legitimately only that SJWs quote unquote did, then maybe we could have a discussion. But it's not. It's something people do, no matter what.
People do that all the time.
Is.
It doesn't matter if you're working for people. People cancel people all the time. You know, you could be in a group one day, and then someday the rest of the group doesn't like you. Is that person that gets kicked out? Are they cancelled? Yeah, technically they're cancelled. Cancel culture is never going to go away. Fact is, people are always going to be kicked out of groups, and tribalism results in cancellation. Yeah, pretty much. See, and this is why, I'm not fucking saying don't buy Marvel and DC. I'm just saying I'm done buying Marvel and DC. You know, this is me as an individual.
So cancel culture is an implicit part of SJW culture. They cancel you because you don't agree with them. Other groups don't do that. Other groups don't try to get you. They don't try to get you fired from your jobs. If you don't adhere to a particular kind of doctrine, they don't go on Twitter, call you a Nazi. They don't try to make sure that you never get work again. They don't start up cancellation campaigns with all of their little Whisper Network buddies to make sure that you can never be employed again. Like what happened
I've
with
seen
Ethan,
CG cause do just as much cancelling of people as SJWs do. And I'm not shitting on Comicsgate here. I'm not shitting on Comicsgate here, but
you guys are conflating two different things. Like people,
we're conflating two different things, but you want to call this an SJW thing.
I'm talking about a culture.
All right, the finest example I can use right now: Tim fucking Lim. You know, Ethan didn't like fucking see, I can't even remember, Space Trump Force or some shit like that.
Yeah, okay, listen. The difference between what Warred is saying and that particular incident is that was a personal thing and it had nothing to do with doctrine.
No,
it's not.
But because Ethan was the king, all the people around him followed him. Same as if Renfamous was to try to cancel someone. All her SJWs would get behind her and then hate that
No,
said person.
that's not the same
Yes, they
thing.
fucking would.
That's not the
yes,
same
it
thing.
is.
But why
That's
would
not.
they?
Why would they? Because it's
of Ren?
tribalism.
But because of Ren, because of the doctrine.
You're gonna have to say I'm not that clever. What's the
I,
doctor?
I just would like everybody to know Black Widow is coming out on July 9th. I highly recommend everybody watch it.
Oh,
Thank you.
God. No, that's going to be a man-hating movie. I ain't watching it. I was going to give that movie a chance. It can fuck
Ideology.
up now.
Ideology, Risey.
Risey,
they
why
do
did
it
you
because
say?
of ideology.
Why did you just say that you weren't going to buy Western comics anymore? That you were going to start reading manga? What are all the things that get said about people like you who don't agree with a particular culture?
Well, I just like to fucking... I mean, comics are dead now. You know, maybe in 8 years, I'll take another look at comics in the mainstream. If they're alive in 8 years, or even if I am. Hell, I could get hit by a bus tomorrow. But who knows? Now, I'm just going over to manga because there is literally so much better content over there. You know, I never realized... I always liked the idea of Marvel and DC because it was always a shared universe. And I always loved that. And then I realized when I started getting into anime and I'm going to get into manga, these are brand new worlds. And I don't have to focus on 1,000 different fucking issues. I can just read this one manga from the beginning to the end and it's done. With Marvel and DC, it's never going to end. And that's why we read these old issues that we used to love and we're like, this is what it was like. If only it had ended when it was good. Then we would have had a nice memory. But now it continues going, and this is the problem with Marvel and DC. They never fucking end. And they continue bringing in new people and reshaping things. I mean, I lost faith. And well, this was the first wake-up call. I didn't lose faith at this point. But the wake-up call I got was when I found out. I wasn't reading comics, but one of my friends that was still reading comics at the time sent me this on Facebook. And he's like, hey, man, did you hear Iceman's gay now? I'm like, no, he ain't. He's like, yeah, no, they made, he's gay. He's gay in the comics. And this guy was a bi dude, so I wasn't giving him too much shit about it. But I was saying to him, I was like, mate, you read X-Men. What the fuck are you happy about this for? And he's like, well, it's representation. I'm like, yeah, but you know Iceman's not gay. They're just doing this because Pride Month or whatever the fuck. You know, like, Iceman, you had the big, like, when I fucking got into comics, Iceman had the biggest fucking hard-on for Polaris. And Polaris is a fucking female.
And if you don't like Iceman being gay, you get called a racist white male Nazi.
No, you get called homophobic racist Nazi.
Sure.
And I'm like, I've had a lot of gay friends in my life. I've never judged them.
That's cancel
Probably
culture.
because...
Yeah, that's the point where Red's trying.
That's what we're talking about. And then we're saying that if you are on the other side of that spectrum, if say like, I don't know, you're like Christian or something like that, or like, I don't know, whatever it is. But if you have your other points of view that aren't in that SJW left-wing extreme sphere, nobody cancels you if you disagree with those people. Those people don't go out and say, no, you're just a Nazi. You're just a person that shouldn't have a job anymore. You're just a person that doesn't deserve to be on Twitter anymore. I'm going to report you because you're using hate speech. Other groups don't do that. That's part of SJW cancel culture. That's the thing that Lunga is over here saying.
Other groups
everybody.
this shit.
They do it for personal reasons, not a cultural
slow down. First of all,
thing.
that's what Lunga
Not a
over
cultural
here. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
what
your
Lunga
spectacle.
over here.
I'm not your spectacle, dude.
That's what Lunga over here. SJW grifter who wants to come into CG and hustle and peddle his garbage, even though he agrees with all of these left-wing extremists who advocate for cancel culture.
Now it comes out, right? So this is what you've been wanting to do this whole fucking time.
You tell me.
You tell me what I've done for you to even.
You tell me.
At that.
You tell me.
Tell me.
All I hear is you scapegoating and skirting the issue and going, "Oh, I'm just,
I'm
I
not
think
skirting the
everybody
issue.
does it."
You are
Let me
making
conflate
false
this little piece.
comparisons. No, you are making false comparisons and trying to promote them up as truth. And the moment they are disputed, you sit here and change the topic. No, sorry, you're wrong. Risey just explained to you how cancel culture is on both sides. and you still refuse to
Risey
believe that.
explained to me
You still
left-wing
refuse
cancel
to believe
culture.
that. It goes on
Risey
both
explained
sides.
left-wing cancel culture. That's the topic we're talking about. That's what I'm asking you about, because you were denying it a second ago.
I didn't deny it. I never denied it. Show me where I denied anything. Nice putting words in my mouth. Nice putting words in my mouth. That's the only way you can win an argument. You asked me, what do you think? Hold on. You said to me, what do you think about SJWs?
All groups do not do it.
And Risey showed you, like for an example, what happened with Tim Lim. It's happened.
That's personal. That's not cultural. We're talking about a cultural group that cancels people.
No. You're not going to play that game. Cancel culture.
It's not a game.
Dude. You're not going to sit here and break it down and say it's okay for certain people.
Cancel culture
reasons,
that we're describing applies to SJW left-wing cancel culture.
No.
That's what we're
your
talking
definition.
about.
No. That's your definition.
That is what we're talking about.
Now, mind you,
that's what
I don't
we're
agree with
talking
cancel culture, and I've said that hundreds of fucking times. Nice, yeah. I'm pro cancel culture, right? Hundreds of times, how I said I'm against cancel culture. Over and over and over again, I've said that I'm against cancel culture. But you want to spin it because you want to try to create a fucking narrative. I have never said
left-wing
cancel someone. No. Stay on topic. Stay on topic because I'm not going to sit here and define a term you want to come up with.
You are changing the topic. You've been trying to change the topic
ever
since I brought it up.
What did you say at the beginning? We were talking about cancel
things.
culture. We're talking about culture, and I'm talking about cancel culture.
Talking about the way the X-Men comics are written.
You are trying
what they do to the fans.
Trying to deflect.
I talked about what happened with Star Wars and what they're doing with the name change. I talked about the difference between what happens in Western comics and what happens in Manga. What does the name change of Slave One have to do with cancel culture?
What does that have to do with cancel culture? What does the name of Slave One have to do with cancel culture? Please explain.
It has to do with left.
Show me once again how you are going to take two unrelated things and try to make them make sense.
Well, actually, the Slave One thing is the Slave One thing. That is the SJWs being cocksuckers again.
But that's not cancel culture, Risey.
Yeah, but
that's dumb as fuck.
Yeah, but why are they offended by that?
It is. I don't know why. That's their fucking problem. Me and Yellow even said it's stupid for them to change the name. It's stupid for people to even get that upset about something like that. My co-host. We said it on the show. Well, Red was there, and he tries to play this fucking game like we didn't say that. You're a fucking liar, dude. We said how dumb it was. We said
he was acting like toy names get changed all the time. He acted like it was no big deal.
No. We said how dumb it was that they changed the name. We said that changing it is ridiculous, and people getting offended by a name like Slave One, which has no relation to any specific group or people or anything like that, was dumb. We said
you wouldn't acknowledge why they changed the name. That's the problem.
What does anyone know what it? Does anyone know what they changed it to?
I said flat out. I go. The only thing I could think of. I said. No. Because apparently you don't pay. No. Because here's the thing: you love to make these fucking narratives, but you don't pay attention. And don't say the full fucking truth. Because we did talk about it. I said
no. You are parsing your words. And being really selective.
I said, maybe, I don't know the reason why, because I'm not in the boardroom. I go, but the only thing I could think of, because in the United States, black slavery is such a prominent... Are you going to let me finish? Are you going to let me finish?
Author.
I don't care what you told me. I'm telling people what my words were, because you're giving your version of my words. And I'm going to fucking correct you, because I'm going to tell you what my words were, because it's on a stream, and I can fucking play it if I want to. My words were, I don't know the reason why they changed it. In the United States, people think slavery, the first thing they think of is the black slavery issue. And maybe that's the reason why people get offended by it, when across the world, plenty of people have been slaves, and this does not have nothing to do with black American slaves. That's what I said in my fucking stream while you were shitposting, trying to create a fucking narrative and make me something that I'm not.
So why do you think they changed it? Why do you think they changed it, London?
I just explained it.
You said
you want me to subscribe to your narrative.
No, he said why it could be offensive. Do you think they did it for an agenda-driven reason?
They did it because it is an agenda-driven reason, and they think it's offensive. But the fact is that, guess what? Life is offensive. You know what? You go out and the sun fucking glares in your eyes too fucking much. Are you going to try to cancel the sun? Huh? It was too bright in my eyes. Ew, where? Well, guess what? Wear some fucking sunglasses, how about this? Don't look at the fucking sun too close.
Here's the difference. They get pissed off over dumb shit.
Of course they do.
I am not right.
Oh,
but here's
shit.
the difference. Here's the difference. I am not gonna sit here like Well Read and get all fucking worked up over a fucking name change of a stupid shit.
I don't think
it's
Well
not
Read's-
that
I don't think
fucking
he's worked
important
up.
in my
To be-
life
to be
to
fair,
get in a
Lunga,
fucking fight about it. It's
I
dumb,
don't,
dude.
I don't think it's the actual changing of the name. I think it's the reason behind the change of the name.
And even the
Yes.
reason is dumb. Because
Why is it
how does
dumb?
that affect your life? Tell me how it affects your life.
Well, just to play.
That's what I'm talking about with you, Lunga.
All right, listen. I'm playing devil's advocate. Like, we talked about this earlier before you were on, and I said, and so I don't remember who it was, but I think it was Amit said like, oh well, Star Wars is dead, so who cares? I said, well, it's about conceding the line. You know what I mean? Like Star Wars could be dead and gone, but it's about conceding the line, and if you don't
there we
say
go.
anything.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Conceding the line. Because what is going to happen? Are you going to be pushed out of the country? Are you going to be marginalized? Is that what that's what everyone's worried about? That shit's not going to happen, dude. It's fucking Chicken Little, the sky is falling. That's not going to fucking happen.
Chicken
Little. It is a
just-
small fucking cabal of fucking wackos in Hollywood that want to push this fucking shit. And at the end of the day, it's
But
not
it's not
going to
just
do
Hollywood,
a fucking thing,
It's
dude.
not just Hollywood.
It's
not
not
just
going to
Hollywood.
affect your life, man.
It does.
It already
not.
kind of is.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
no, Lunga,
It's
you,
in-
you
It's already
forget.
it's already working its
Hold
way
on,
into
hold on,
it's
hold on.
already
Let
hold
me
on,
give-
Razzie, hold on. Right, he asked me. I said something. He's asking me how. So give me 1 second. And I'm not trying to argue with you here, man. I'm just saying it already is because it's already creeping its way into the government and into the military. All this woke bullshit.
It's always been there. It's always
See,
been
you
there. What
keep
are you
burying
talking about?
your head in the sand, Lunga. You're denying the
It's
truth.
not
burying my
hold
head in the
on,
sand.
man.
I
It's not-
just wanna-
I'm sorry,
I
I
just
don't
wanna say-
subscribe to your
the
conspiracy QAnon bullshit, Well Read. I'm
It's not
sorry, I
QAnon.
don't.
Lunga,
Well
Lunga,
Read, not you.
I
sorry.
just want to say this
But-
one thing, the quick thing that the Lunga, real quick. This is the last thing on this topic, and then I'm going to be done with this topic. Lunga, when you say how does it affect your life, you, me, Anthony, Well Read, doesn't affect our lives. You know why? Because we have lives outside of our entertainment. A lot of these basement dwelling nerds, losers, who have never even spoken to a woman outside of their own mother or grandmother, don't have a life outside of their entertainment. So I do
And?
feel bad for those people.
I don't feel bad for them.
No, that's their
don't.
escapism. Well, then you're
Oh,
an
well.
asshole.
Find something else to escape with, dude. There's a
Well,
million
dude,
shit
what
to
do you
escape
what
with.
do you think? Yeah, well, that's what I do. But you know, these people, they grab onto a fucking bone. No pun intended, Smug Pug. But and then they can't let go because this is their life. Like
Yeah, but
half
here's
the
the thing.
time, their mothers, their fathers, they got them into this stuff, and then their fathers or their mothers, they pass on, and they still feel like they can reconnect with them by being a part of this
great,
culture.
cool, fine, beautiful. Here's
Yeah,
the
you
thing.
obviously
I'm
don't
not
give a
gonna,
fuck.
No, here's the thing. I'm not going to coddle them any more than I'm going to coddle these oversensitive fucking leftists. You get it? I don't
No,
coddle
I'm not going to
anyone.
cuddle anyone. I'm just saying, I'm just using that as an example how it affects their lives because
a
it
bad
does affect
example.
their lives.
It's a
No,
bad
it does.
example.
No, it's a good
It's a
example
bad
because these
example.
guys don't have fucking lives, just like these SJWs
Get a life then.
don't. They can't. They're
listen.
basement dwellers. They
What
never
is
learned.
their problem?
They never learned fucking social skills, dude.
Their
Li-
fucking
listen, no,
problems,
but
dude.
listen,
Yeah,
listen.
but that's not fair. You know, people sometimes have mental fucking issues.
listen.
Do you
Yeah,
hate
and the
mental
people on the
illness?
left that do that are basement dwellers too, dude.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
basement dwellers
And that's
versus
why
basement
they
dwellers.
look for this shit.
But listen,
Why am I
like
going to get in the middle of basement dwellers versus basement dwellers? That's dumb as shit, dude.
But like I said, and I've said this before. I go when it comes to the culture war. You know, you could probably narrow the very first battle in the culture war, if you want to. You know, if we're using that kind of terminology, to Gamergate, right? And I wasn't a part of that, but I'm just saying, like I know
No, I
of
never
it.
gave a shit about that stuff.
Right, but it was definitely the first battle in the culture war. It was like the first time, like people like kind of was like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Like, you know what I mean? Like it was one of those things. It was like a wake up call. But Comicsgate, like it or hate it, it doesn't matter, is probably the longest running battle because we can make what they're trying to destroy. Now that being said, like I was saying earlier, it's not just about Gamergate and Comicsgate and Star Wars and Doctor Who. It's literally like when I'm not here talking with you guys or on Twitter or whatever, I'm literally watching like the news and and independent medias and like check, I'm watching this stuff. Yeah, Coca-Cola making their friggin' employees take whiteness correction courses and shit like that. Like this.
That's right.
It's when I say conceding the line, yeah, sure, we're talking about Slave One, but if you look, you have an author who for Star Wars since 1977 who's basically saying that because it's canon is the biggest obstacle. You showed the quote earlier, well read.
I don't even know who that person is. When I looked them up, they were a blogger and a writer. They didn't write for Star Wars. From what I saw, they were just a fucking fan who did a blog on it. Well, they're not a writer for Star Wars. Unless, correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I know, they're a blogger. They're not a writer for Star Wars.
But she's still sharing the mentality that they all share, right? Is canon is the biggest obstacle for diversity and inclusion. That's the ideology. That's the line.
Okay.
So you're going to change everything. So we're going to change the vernacular, and like I brought it up earlier, I was like, we're going to change the vernacular for everything because I brought up music recording. When you do digital music recording, you have your DAW program, and then you have your other softwares, and those are called slave softwares because they piggyback off the main software.
The irony here, and this is the thing, and this is why I hate when people try to, because I don't agree with someone's specific fucking narrative.
Right, and I'm not trying to make you agree with me, but I'm trying to
Star Wars Insider Magazine,
official Star Wars blog.
Right, but she's not
been
an employee
writing
of
since 1977.
Lucasfilm, not employee of Lucasfilm. Nice try. Something's official. There's people who have official fan sites for actors. It doesn't mean they're speaking for the actor. That's not how the word official works. Okay, that's nonsense. It's just a blogger. Okay, it's just a fan, just like us talking shit. That's all it is.
It's not.
The thing is this. It is well read. Stop positioning it as something that it's not. Okay, that's the only way you can win arguments is by making lies truth. Okay, now here's the thing. Here's the funny thing. I hated the fucking Last Jedi. I don't want Slave One's name changed. I hated how they treated Luke. I agree with literally every point just about thematically and writing wise of what happened to Star Wars with you guys. But just because I don't subscribe to your fucking the sky is falling, we need to fight this, we need to draw the line in the sand bullshit.
I don't care.
Okay? You're gonna sit here and call me an SJW because you are that fucking dense.
I didn't.
I agree. I'm not talking about you. When I say I'm talking about obviously the well read, because he's the only one that's attacking me. You and Dark Rift aren't. You're actually trying to talk to me. He's attacking me, trying to call me fucking names and trying to fucking label me as shit when he's dead fucking wrong.
I think you have your head in the sand.
Right. See,
and
there
I
you
don't
go.
know.
Head in the sand. Head in the sand because I don't agree with your political alignment. Not a Star Wars, not the nerd stuff, because I don't agree with your crazy fucking political alignment, just like I don't agree with fucking SJW's crazy political alignment. I'm a fucking moderate, dude. I'm the rational one in the room. I'm not one of the fucking crazy QAnon or one of the crazy fucking SJWs on Twitter. I'm in the fucking middle, and I fucking can see both how crazy both you guys are. That's the fucking difference. And you want to label me SJW because I don't agree with you, and they want to label me a fucking Nazi because I don't agree with them. Guess what? Fuck both of you because you're both fucking wrong.
You know what the two extremes in every argument are, Lunga? You have the conspiracy theorists who believe that everything is the worst case scenario, and then you have the ultimate deniers who believe nothing is going on and everything is just status quo. You're on that other end of the spectrum. Everybody's telling you that there are these things occurring, and you
everybody.
Act like,
Who's everybody?
No.
Who's everybody?
Everybody on this panel.
This panel? 3 people? That
yeah.
2 of them kind of agree with me, but have points, and you're the only one that completely against me?
All of CG is based on this perspective. The people you're trying to sell your books to are the people who believe in these things, are fighting against these things, and don't think that people should be practicing that kind of culture that you're saying doesn't even exist.
I didn't say it didn't exist. I said it's overblown. So once again, try misconstruing my words.
Overblown.
I said it's overblown.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I did. I said the sky. It's not as bad as the sky is falling shit. It's a typical fucking shit you see all the time. Number 2, stop trying to say I'm trying to sell my books to CG people. I'm trying to sell my books to people. I don't care who they are. Whoever likes the book, if they want to back it, do it. I'm not selling my book based on an ideology. I'm not selling my book on anything other than entertainment. Okay? You, and I see what the plan is, you don't like me, and I know you never have. And you don't want me trying to sell my book to CG people.
If I don't like you, I would tell you. if I didn't like you, I would honestly tell you I like you. I don't mind the way you talk to people. Like, it doesn't bother me at all. I don't like it when people come in here and they know we have a certain perspective. We base all of these channels and these shows from a certain standpoint of what argument we're trying to make, what we're trying to accomplish here. And they go, no, all of your argument is just garbage. I don't believe in it. It's nothing. By the way, here's stuff I'm trying to sell to you that typically people are buying to support these creators because they support those arguments. A lot of these creators, they wouldn't be able to sell their books if they didn't advocate for those arguments. Like, frankly, that's the reason why we do these review shows.
I don't sell my book for people based on their alignment. That's the thing. I sell my books for people who are a fan of comics. I don't care what their background is. You get it?
Can I just...
sorry, go ahead, Anthony.
I was going to say, like, cause, like, you were saying it was overblown, right? I am also what I would call a centrist moderate. Right? I was a liberal. I was never a conservative. I was never a Republican. I was a Democrat all my life.
I voted for Trump in 2016. Jesus fucking Christ.
I didn't. That was the first year I went independent. Like, I started, and it wasn't because it was Trump. It was just because at that point I was like, we need a third party. I'm going to start voting independent. You know what I mean? Like, that, the last... I voted Obama before that. You know what I mean? Like, so, well, listen, I'm just saying, like, sometimes the wool comes off the eye. The wool gets pulled over your eyes. It comes off the eyes also. You know what I mean? Like, but my besides, like, all the tenets of, like, Comicsgate and all that stuff, and or Fandom Menace or whatever, whatever you want to believe, as far as those things culturally go, my two biggest things that I worry about is honesty in media. Because that's how history is going to be written from here on out, is what the news says, right? And I had a point and it just went out of my head. I'm sorry. No,
the things that matter to you.
Yeah, I'm
honesty
sorry.
In media.
Honesty in the media, and basically censorship and cancel culture. Basically, more censorship than cancel culture, because cancel culture is just an offshoot of censorship. And that's where this stuff leads to. Like, if you look at certain things, like, you see these things where, like, people, like, oh, they'll get booted off a platform or something, right? And then people get up in arms and like, oh, it was a mistake. Well, yeah, but that's like your sixth mistake this month. Like, but like the sheep, the people on the left who were just blindly following the status quo are like, well, it was just a mistake. They said it was a mistake. Yeah, but that was the sixth mistake this month. They also booted, X, Y, and Z 3 weeks ago. You know what I mean? Like, so it becomes this thing. Like, I don't know how to explain it because I'm a little high, so forgive me. But I think my point is,
the chat realizes it.
It's not.
I knew you were when you lost your train of thought.
Yeah, it's not as overblown as maybe you might think. Is all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Right, and all I'm saying is, it may not be as big as you guys think it is. That's all I'm saying. And
Ethan was canceled out of the comic industry over it.
Okay, and you know what? I'm not even going to get into that. Really?
Because you think he was canceled for being a jerk, not over his politics, right?
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying it could be a combination of many things.
Uh-huh.
Maybe.
Look, I believe the conspiracy is real.
However, wasn't there in the room.
I believe that you have a reason to walk
Twitter,
away
right?
from all this shit. The choice is everyone's. You can decide to fucking continually get hurt by these people or continually get angry at them. Or you can just walk away and leave a few comments every now and then and just don't have your heart into it anymore because it's not worth it. It's only going to get trampled upon.
It's not, because I'm going to be honest with you guys. I know you think, it's creeping into politics. Listen, people who believe this shit think that QAnon and Twitter is the fucking...
I don't know what the fuck. That's another thing I don't know. You brought that up twice now. What is QAnon? I hear that fucking all the time.
QAnon is like this conspiracy group that... I mean, it's funny. Like on the surface level, they actually do bring up some good points, but then when you start diving deeper into some of their
into baby-eating vampire cults? Come on. I mean, nonsense.
It gets a little weird, yeah.
Okay? It's stupid, dude. It's stupid. And I'm telling you, what I'm saying is that the small minority that believe that shit, that they're a loud minority, the small minority, believe it or not, guys, sorry, it is, on Twitter that are SJWs, they're a loud minority. They are not creating policy. Yeah, some shit goes through here and there because it's a knee-jerk reaction, and then it'll swing again. Because you think there's never going to be a Republican president again? You think there's never going to be a conservative Congress again? It's going to happen. This shit swings. It's a pendulum. That's all it is.
No,
That's
it's
the point
true.
I'm trying to make.
No, but that which is true, but like there's certain things that like you see them, and thankfully a lot of this stuff has been shot down. Thankfully, but one day it won't be, and that not that I'm not saying that for a definite fact, but there's a possibility that one day it won't be. Like California trying to get rid of their civil rights out of their constitution, right?
California's been doing that for 20, 30 years, dude.
No,
I mean,
like
that's nothing new.
No, but you must make it actually legal to hire and fire based on race. Like they had that on the books for the election. It got shot down.
Right.
But
they always put that shit up. That shit's for the media. It's not
right
because it'll pass.
I'm just using it as an example. Like the Democrats trying to pad the Supreme Court. You know what I mean? Like all these changing the voting age. Like all these things.
Well, go back up. I didn't get to rate that.
Like thankfully, a lot of this stuff gets shot down, but eventually, one of these things are going to get through. And
I like that.
It's all a thing. Listen, at the end of the day, it's all a vie for them, for the politicians themselves, for like the elite, established, crony government that we've had for eons. Yeah. They're just looking out for their wallets, right? But
because the real battle is the 99% versus the 1%. You guys don't get it, do you? It's not about fucking liberal and conservative.
No,
it's
of
not
course,
about,
no, dude. I know
money.
that it's a class thing.
Money,
yeah.
And that's why I say this argument is dumb because they want you to fight. Because you know why? It behooves them for people to fight like this because they will not be able to keep control over the money and the way they do things if people get along. And both sides are fucking guilty.
Right. No, I've been saying the same thing, dude, but you have to understand if more and more people, like, if this stuff makes its way into the quote-unquote pop culture and the normie who doesn't pay attention to this shit is watching the news and they're watching TV or they pick up a comic book, to them it's like, oh, well, everybody must think this way. And then it becomes...
Do you know who almost killed comics in the 50s?
No. I'll tell you something.
Yeah, the comics code.
I
and who was that by?
warned some of my friends years ago.
No, I know,
dude. This stuff
dude, I know.
happening.
I was against, dude. That's why one of my biggest things where I was like, did I wake up in a bizarre world was like the lefties like me back in the day we were fighting the censorship of the Republicans, right? Like that's why I say the Republicans today, like the younger ones, that's not your daddy's Republicans anymore, which is kind of cool because I can kind of talk to them and get along with them now. But what you call it, like they were the ones pushing for censorship. The minute where we lost, where we didn't pick up on where like the switch was coming was when Tipper Gore jumped in on the action, but but prior to that, it was all the Republicans. It was Nancy Reagan. You know what I mean? And we were the ones that were like, I don't agree with what you say, but I'll fight to the death your right to say it, right? And now the lefties are the ones that go and shut them down, right? So you see how it flipped, right? It was like a bizarre world wake up call. So, but my point is, if that could happen to the right, quote unquote, righteous side, if they could be corrupted. Who's to say that, like, subliminally normies can't be corrupted? That's all I'm saying.
It was a culture shock. Okay, this is what it was. This is why I keep talking about tribalism, because what's happening right now is tribalism, and eventually it'll melt its way away. Okay, is it going to be sucky for a little while for something? Sure. You got to listen to shit. Is it annoying? Is it obnoxious? Of course it is. But it's not going to affect your life. Here, there was a time and point, and I'll be honest with you. There was a time and point that everyone knew. There was a reason why people said, you know what? Don't talk about religion and politics. Because it always ends up in a fight. People did not talk about religion and politics and shit like that at work for a fucking reason, okay? Now everybody and their mother, since social media came big, thought, I have to tell everybody how I feel. Is that fucking necessary, dude? Do you have to talk about politics at work? Is that fucking necessary? Okay.
No,
but talk about politics. You get what I'm saying, though. Now, I'm not saying be censored. I'm not saying be censored, but
I agree. I agree with you that the government, like, there's people in power, whether they be in the government or whatnot. That elite, that want us fighting. Right? They want the race war. Because the race war is
see,
what fuels
this is
that
what
thing.
I was going to say earlier.
Hold on, wait.
Is the reason
what side?
is
Wait. What side do you think?
You guys have been talking for 2 minutes. Can I say one fucking second? One thing.
The reason you know how we feel when you talk.
These reason that yeah, but I'm done after this. I'm
teasing.
But the fact is that with the left and the fucking right, the reason they want us fucking fighting is also what you said just then, Dark Gift, and Lunger said a few minutes ago, is they want us fighting each other. That's why they put us in boxes. That's why they label us. So we're in different gangs, air quotations, and we hate the other gang. Meanwhile, we don't know that the fucking 1%ers are fucking strapping on dildos and calling us fucking Preston at the end of the fucking day.
Right, but what you call what I was going to say is, I 100% think that they want us fighting, right? Because it keeps us blinded to what they're doing. But who do you think is the ones really fueling the fire for the fight? The left or the right? And I'm going to break it down to that.
I'll be both.
I'm going to say the left, and this is why the left want the left. They want that power harder, so they're going to fuel that flame, right? The right, no offense to anybody who's a Republican, I'm going to say something that's probably going to piss a lot of you off. The Republicans, the conservatives, and especially in the higher echelon, they're a bunch of do-nothings. They'll just concede as long as they got the money in their pocket. So
that's why they let Trump get away with whatever he fucking wanted. I mean,
well, that's why the real dirty ones were the ones that on the right were the ones that were against him. The real dirty ones.
Like, as far as presidency, were there some highlights of some stuff he did well? Yes, there were. As a fiscal conservative, there was some stuff I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, okay? But at the same time, the circus around him, and when I say the circus around him, I don't mean just the media circus that they tried to obviously just with a constant barrage of propaganda against him.
Right.
He brought a lot of shit on himself too, though, dude.
Oh yeah, there was times where he could have kept his mouth shut and like
ridiculous
would have made things better. No,
I'll
of course,
give you the perfect example. The moment idiots sit here and tell me I shouldn't be so abrasive because everyone's a potential customer, but at the same time praise Trump for doing the same fucking thing to voters, okay? Dude, he's the president of the fucking United States. Even if you believe that shit, that is a job where you need to be more fucking professional. Okay? There's a way to fucking handle it. And he dropped the fucking ball so fucking hard with some stupid ass shit. Okay? A lot of shit they made up and a lot of shit they overblew, true, but there's a lot of stuff he did on his fucking own, dude. And that's why I said he needed to fucking go at this point because the country was nothing was gonna get done. Nothing was going to get done with this shit. He
dropped the ball in 2018.
And I'll tell you this flat out.
They could have, well, not just him, but the Republicans owned everything in government at that point up until the midterm elections in 2018. They could have fucking fixed this whole Section 230 bullshit on the internet back then, and none of this shit would have been happening. None of this. Who gets banned, who's getting deplatformed, blah, blah, blah. But they dropped the ball.
It was his ego, and it was him playing to the nastier side of his base.
Well, no, like I said, they're spineless, I mean? and they're do-nothings. He
played to the same nasty base on his side that Biden played to with the crazy fucking far-left progressives, okay? They both did the same fucking thing, okay? They played to the worst part of their fucking bases to get elected. Okay,
well,
but here's the thing:
remember a bunch of riots from conservatives. I remember Antifa burning down businesses.
So you're one of those deniers of the Capitol, right? That didn't happen. Okay, fine, I got you. That happened, dude. Let's not pretend it didn't happen. Let's be honest here.
All right, but that's two totally different levels, man. Just because it was the Capitol building.
That's one example. Your Antifa buddies, they burnt down the whole fucking town.
They're not my buddies. I never ever supported anything that they did.
You're defending them and putting the Republicans in the spotlight there.
Never defended.
All right. I take that back.
Well, Red said, I've never seen conservatives do that.
Antifa almost burnt down your entire fucking country. So just one state getting fucking raided.
What are you talking about?
No,
They did
I
Oregon
watched the fucking
and fucking
videos.
Washington.
I seen a goddamn video
Oh, dude, it's
where a
been
bunch
all
of
over,
fucking
man. We had
assholes
shit here in
are on
Jersey
top of a
and
fucking
Pennsylvania.
police car twerking.
It's
And those
been all
cops
over.
can't do anything because they're
Hey,
gonna like get
Risey.
labeled a racist.
Risey.
But-
Fuck you.
Risey.
You people are
Risey.
lucky I am not in
Risey.
America because I'd
Risey.
put you down and you wouldn't
Risey.
get back up.
Risey, I never once defended.
I said
Antifa.
I took that back. I said I took that back. I didn't mean it that way. I just said it the wrong way.
I said every single one of them need to be hauled in and fucking arrested for what they do.
But the
I
problem
said they
with
need to
that,
be
But
hauled
then
in
the
onto a
prosecutors
boat.
let him go. The judges and
problem
the
was-
prosecutors let him go.
and they
That
were
doesn't
getting
change the
defended.
fact that I think they should be arrested.
They were
I
getting
mean,
defended
come on.
in the media. The media was acting
Yeah.
like they weren't doing anything wrong. They were calling them
The politicians,
anti-fascist. Yeah,
Right.
the politicians
Sure.
were protecting them. Yeah,
Sure.
That's
That's
what I'm
what-
saying. But
that's what
but the
SJW
six gets
can't
treated.
do.
Yeah,
All they
the
are
six gets
is
treated.
all-
But the six gets treated like it was the worst thing in the world, and really,
exactly.
it was way tamer. It was way tamer. Come on, Lunga,
Dude, no,
that
no,
was
no,
way
listen,
tamer.
if you take out the labels, okay? If I gotta say what is more an assault in our country, a bunch of people looting fucking stores and throwing bottles and bricks, or people
killing
storming
people.
or people. Come on, really, dude?
What about the what about the
out of
old
all
lady
these
that was
plethora
fucking-
of Antifa riots, you're gonna claim the one or two people that died, just like the one or two people died. in the
52.
Capitol
No,
building?
I
I'm
did a
not.
whole thing on
I'm
it last
claiming the
summer.
fact
52
that
people
I seen
died.
a fucking
52
video
people
where
died last
a
summer.
bunch of these fucking colored people were running into this old lady's store, and she's like, "I was voting for yous,"
I did
and
a whole.
she's trying
I did a
to
whole thing.
explain that.
I did a
And
whole.
she was
I
getting
did,
her shit
Hold
stolen.
on. I did a whole thing on it. Dude, 52 people died last summer, including George Floyd. Starting with
Oh,
George
who
Floyd,
gives a
52.
fucking shit? How many people
Right.
died in the Middle East countries?
No,
Huh?
listen. You're
Who
missing my
gives a
point.
flying
Rising. No, but what I'm saying is, we're kind of derailing what we were talking about before that. But people died. It was 52 people died
but
last
here,
summer.
again, it's a straw man argument. Okay, Well Red said I don't see conservatives doing it. I'm saying let's not pretend that didn't happen. That's all I said. Okay, and you're
Right.
trying now to pile on. Well, they did it more, which is irrelevant.
No.
That is irrelevant. You fucking you know it.
No, because my
I
point
was talking about
it
rioting
was
in people's neighborhoods.
it was a lower scale. It was a lower scale thing. Right? You had literally
It's not storming the Capitol
No,
building
listen.
is not lower scale, dude. It's a
just
national
because
security
it's the-
issue.
Just because, well, first of all, it's a public
on.
building. It's a public building.
Really?
Number one, so hear me out, and then you could disagree, but just hear me out. It's a public building. Yes, the front main entrance, those people going nuts and climbing up the wall and like breaking the windows and stuff, those guys were rioting. You go to the east entrance and the south entrance, and the cops were letting them in. The people walking in dumbfounded. They were walking like they were still tourists. One guy knocked the garbage can over, and 5 guys bend down, pick it up, and clean it up. Like, come on. It was a totally different thing than what you saw going down in Portland and friggin' Seattle and Jersey and fucking, where was the other one? The big one. Minneapolis. Those were huge, dude. Those were huge compared to what happened. One guy died and one chick died. The guy died because he had a stroke. It turned out, you found out later, he wasn't even injured in the riot. And then one chick got shot.
Right. Now here's
by
the
a
thing.
cop.
I'm not going to try to diminish and say one is worse than the other. You're asking me, I think it's worse. I'm going to tell you, well, no, I think it is. But here's the thing. Point is, it happened. Okay?
Right,
this
and
is
I think
this is not
the ones who got
apologizing
violent,
for
no, the
Antifa
ones who
fucking
got
people.
violent should probably get arrested. Should they get arrested and
What I'm
tried?
saying is,
tried
a crime-
as terrorists? No.
A crime is a crime is a crime. Period.
Yeah.
Okay? A
No,
crime
I
is a
agree.
crime is a crime.
Lunga, I'm not
that's
even
all.
comparing magnitude. I'm comparing a cultural phenomenon. Like, I don't see that a lot of conservatives are advocating for rioting in neighborhoods, whereas you have these extreme left. And I'm not saying it's like a left-wing phenomenon, because I'm not going to talk about my politics, but I would say that blue-collar left-wing people, the people that are like in Pennsylvania and in Michigan, who are surprised about like what happens in their state, they would not support those kind of things, but they would have always considered themselves to be on the left end of the spectrum. You know, they were like Kennedy Democrats, right? And those people are not part of this extremist spectrum that I'm talking about. This extremist spectrum, though, for some reason is mainstream. Like, they're the ones that get a lot of accommodations and allowances in media, in the news. And you're saying it doesn't affect our lives. It's in companies. I mean, like Dark Gift said, they teach Coca-Cola employees these radical ideas. It's taught in the military.
Radical ideas, treating people
You see what's going on?
decently.
You see what's
I don't
going on?
know what you mean by radical ideas. I don't. What is radical ideas?
Critical race theory. Do you know about that?
Just critical theory.
Right.
In general.
I've never had a job. I've never worked. I've never had to go through these things. I've never had to go through stuff about how to communicate with people of different cultures and different races. I've never done this, right? I don't know nothing about it, right? Yeah.
Why do you have to learn that
it's
shit?
different.
Though?
Okay.
No. Why do we have to learn how to do that? I don't care what your fucking skin color is. I don't care what you do in the bedroom. I do not give a fuck. Just do not tell me to treat you somewhat better than I am just because you're somewhat of a fucking different.
Well, no, it gets worse than that.
But now it's a pride fucking thing. It's a pride thing. I don't want.
We just came out of pride. We just came out of Pride Month, motherfucker.
It gets worse. It gets worse than just saying I have to treat you with better than I treat anybody else because of your skin color or whatnot. Now
Look,
it's
I go out poor as fucking shit.
Now it's not only I have to treat you better, but while I treat you better, I have to diminish myself in the process.
All right, here.
That's the problem.
You want a story? Okay, for people fucking thinking I don't know shit, I'll tell you a fucking story. Company I fucking worked for about 6-7 years ago. Okay, we were all standing behind the counter where we're doing our work, and one of the women that was my friend, was from Laos. Okay, and another guy that was saying it was a black gentleman, and she was telling me about how she met her husband, and she has an accent and everything, and she literally told me that he was a GI and she met him over there, and she just messed around with him, and they ended up getting married. And I'm like, oh, really? It was like that? And she's like, and this is what she said to me. And she goes, yep, it was exactly that. It was me love you long time. And that's what she said to me. Okay. And I laughed. I'm like, oh my God, did you really just say me love you long time? The black gentleman heard me saying that to her, reported me to work, and I had to go talk to HR and explain what happened. The woman came with me.
She said it first.
Wait, the woman came with me and said, oh, no, he didn't mean it that way. I was exonerated. It was over. It was done with. Okay?
But you shouldn't have had to go through that, right?
Here's the thing. No. That's the problem. That's where pride comes in. I don't care what I should or shouldn't have to go through as long as I fucking win. As long as I prove the truth. As long as I prove the truth, that's all I care about. Okay?
Right.
Now, did I trust that one guy anymore? No, I wouldn't say shit around that guy because I know what kind of person he was. Okay. I'm not going to get my panties in a fucking knot. I shouldn't have gone through that. Oh,
where I'm coming from is I agree. As long as the truth comes out in the end, beautiful. But I still think that hey, fucking mind your business to that guy, right? Number two, you shouldn't have had to go through that. That's not a
lot of pent-up rage, Anthony.
No,
pent-up rage.
It's not. No,
it's not pent-up rage. Listen, it's the fact that you shouldn't have to go through that.
Yeah, I'm just being common sense. You shouldn't have to go through that. Just like a black man shouldn't have to go through getting called the N-word when he's walking or getting, you know what I mean, whatever. They shouldn't have to go through that. Nobody should have to go. People should just be able to walk through life, and if you're not bothering anybody, then those people should just mind their own business.
Right. And you see, but this is the point I'm trying to make. And this is why I tell people to go fuck themselves, okay? And I know it's a chat. Oh, don't say nothing to people because they're potential fucking customers. Listen, when you want to talk about slander, I shouldn't have to go through that. I shouldn't have to be called, there it is, Lunga's a racist. I shouldn't have to go through that. When I just got called an SJW by Well Read, and then I'm going to be called a racist in the chat. No. You see my fucking point, okay?
No, I know. I
see my fucking
point. The thing
point.
is that
that is a bunch of fucking bullshit, and it's hypocritical YouTube, nonsense.
You're on YouTube, and you got to remember, not everyone's going to love you, Lunga. A lot of people don't love you,
Risey,
and a lot of
fine with that.
Love you. You know how many people fucking hate me? You know how many times I've been called undercover SJW?
You are not understanding what I'm saying. I have no problem when people hate me. Go on, hate me. But guess what? I'm not going to keep my mouth shut. I'm going to fucking tell you. I don't give a shit. You can go fuck yourself, you lonely little bastard. I have no problem saying that. Exactly. But I got to be told, no, I shouldn't say that stuff.
You can say whatever you want. But the
I'm
thing
gonna
is,
say
is
whatever
that
the fuck I want. If they don't like it, go fuck
look,
themselves.
you can't call the chat lonely because they're here right now and they're hanging out with people that they like. You know, they're not lonely. They're interacting with the people that they love.
That was a hypothetical general statement, right, Rising?
Oh, all right. Well, you mean like about all right, people.
Just
in general,
anyone
yeah,
in
all right.
particular in general.
All right, I get you.
Longer,
But,
you're old school. That's the thing. Like your HR story. That's how things were 10 years ago. That's not how things are now. That's
But
the
I was
point
just gonna
that we're trying to
say,
make.
I was gonna say that wouldn't have gone that way for you. You would have got fired.
That's right.
That wasn't 10 years ago, dude. That was like 5 years ago. What are you talking about?
5 years ago.
No, it's
5 years ago, it's old
2016,
school.
right?
That's right. It's
Yeah.
old school.
Yeah,
It's not old
2016.
school.
That was the That was the
It is.
beginning. That was, yeah.
That's still not old school.
No, but when I say when he's referring to old school, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to speak for you, Warred, but I think what he's saying is like that was pre like this whole like buildup of the woke nonsense. Like 2014, 2015, 2016. That was like the
That was preparation.
yeah, that was the steps leading to the front door. Now the door's open and they got the run of the house. Is basically what's going on.
Booster,
That's
I went through diversity training, quote unquote, right before fucking COVID. So, dude, please just stop with your assumptions. Guys, you want to paint me in a narrative, but at least make
I'm not
sense with
painting
your
you as
No. I'm talking about in general. I was responding to what Wooster said. Jesus, Risey, everything's not about you.
Then you're,
Well, look,
your
when you're
employer-
saying
your
you, I'm
employer hasn't caught
assuming
up.
you're talking to people on the panel.
Well, it depends on your diversity training, right? I mean, maybe your employer doesn't
Right.
buy into
But
the
you see
woke
what I'm saying?
nonsense or whatever.
When I
But-
say something,
so they're
it's,
teaching.
oh,
They're
you
teaching,
don't know, you haven't seen it. And then when I say yes, I have, well, that's just your employer. You see what I'm saying here?
You haven't
It's getting a little
seen it.
wishy-washy, dude.
Because you
It's
don't
getting
know what we're
wishy-washy.
talking about.
I do. I just really. I just said I did. I just gave you examples of how I did, but you want to insist I don't know what you're talking about.
You gave an
you're
old
wrong.
example.
Did you
No,
see?
you're
did you-
wrong.
can I ask you a question? Did you see the theory of whiteness that's in the Smithsonian? Did you see all that? I mean, I'm sure you did. But maybe you didn't. Did you see what they have posted?
Oh yeah, it's a bunch of nonsense.
Right, but that's what they're. It's the baseline for critical theory, specifically race.
Right. And you
and
know
that-
who's going to do critical theory? A bunch of fucking hippies going to fucking Stanford and fucking Berkeley. Okay, it
They
is
train
not
it
going to
in
be
the
fucking.
military.
In the military.
It's in the
The
military.
military was the last bastion, man, and now that they have it, they own the military. Did
They
you
don't
see
own
the
shit,
Army
dude.
commercial?
They don't
Did
own
you see
shit.
the Army
Look,
commercial?
They don't own shit. It is again. It's Chicken Little. Yes, when the balance when
Oh, no,
shit
no,
happens
listen.
like this, people put their finger on the scales and it goes
Maybe
all
they
the way
don't.
to one side. And then
Maybe
after a
maybe
couple
maybe they don't
years,
own the
it
Marines.
levels
Maybe
the
they
back
don't
the
own the
fuck
Marines.
out.
All right, the Marines are still the Marines, but
It-
they own the
Anthony,
Army. They
I
own the
wouldn't, I
Army.
wouldn't worry about the military too much because the moment that the American military realized that these little queers is queer all right to say?
Yeah,
I already
queer is
said
fine.
it. Sorry,
I guess it
already.
depends on the context
Yeah.
of what you're.
That's
referring
fine.
to.
What am I about to say? Well, anyway, I'm
But,
going to say
but
that
here,
these guys
guys,
are going
hold
to throw
on,
their
hold on.
guns on the floor, and they're not going to try to fight the enemy.
Risey, can you let me say goodbye though? It's 2 a.m.
They're going to be like, "I love you."
No, I do. I do gotta go
Thank
though. But thank you for the engaging conversation, gentlemen. Well read, even though I think you have idiot ideas. Thank you for the conversation, though.
All right. Take care, Lunga. Thanks for being
Have a
here.
good night.
Have a good
Logan.
night, guys.
All right. I was going to show this. This is the top military officer in the military talking about white rage and how he's read communist material. I mean, him reading communist material, it's fine, but he denounces it. He says, I've read that stuff and I don't agree with it. But he doesn't denounce critical race theory. He says white rage is a thing. He wants to understand it. And he advocates for these perspectives. So
How
it is in the
is
military.
it a thing, though? If we've always been the dictators, air quotations, of the world, why are we outraged? You know? Aren't we still running the world? Like, just because some of these people of color and weird
I
genders
get your point.
have gotten
And-
involved?
and
Why
using
are we
their- yeah,
outraged?
Using their logic, if we're all these oppressors, why are we mad? Right? I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's why it makes no sense.
I'm not mad. I'm sad. I'm sad that I gave
Yeah.
up on all these fandoms that I like, Star Wars, fucking comics. But the fact is like there's this beautiful, beautiful thing called anime. And guess what? I know I'm going to get a good 8 years out of that. I'm not planning on living for 20 more years. So I'm hoping to be dead before 50. So I don't need much more left in my life for entertainment. I only need another few years. That's it. And I know I'm going to get it from anime. Good luck fucking that up, SJWs, because the Asians don't give a fuck, yo. Ha
Jabba says he left after I told Well Red about the baby tactic. What's the baby tactic?
What's the
Yeah, I
baby
missed that.
Yeah. Jabba, you're going to have to fill us in.
Oh, look up. You're using the wrong tactics on Lunga. Try talking to him like a baby. I think that will change his mind.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Man, the chat really just like ripped into him, huh?
Yeah, they did.
I wasn't trying. Like, listen, I wasn't trying to argue. Like, I get. I mean, I obviously like.
Look, I get along with Lunger. He had some valid points,
I mean,
but most of them were stupid.
No, listen. I mean, me and him had our issues. The last couple of times I talked to him, we were fine. So I got no issue with him. You know what I mean? Like, if I misjudged something that he said and he says that wasn't it, I'll take his word on it. That's only because he talked to me like a human being when he said that. Prior to that, he would just scream at me.
Also what I was going to say. Sorry.
But I was just saying, like, so as of then, I've got no issue with the guy. I think he's a little blind to what's going on.
He just doesn't want to look at it.
I think
he wants to stay out of it,
which is fine. That's fine. You know what I mean? There's people who want to stay out of it because they have kids. They don't want to get, they got to put food on the table. I get all that. You know what I mean? Maybe they just don't want to deal with the hassle. I get all that. What did it say? The chat that ripped into me always rips into me. Allness. I didn't know, man. I've been out of it. I've been MIA for a month, man. So.
Hey, Sarah. Welcome.
Hello there. Yeah, no, but see, this thing is what I was going to say too about like people burying their heads in the sands earlier, but you and Lunger have gone too back and forth at it. I was warning a couple of my mates about like SJWs and stuff, and they're like, "What the fuck is an SJW?" Because these guys they're not on the internet, you know. They don't do internet stuff. They watch these movies every now and then. They don't really particularly give two fucks about Star Wars, that's for sure. However, I remember telling them one day about this is happening, and they're like, you used to be very protective of these people of color and the gays and whatever.
Yes, sir.
And I'm like, yeah, that was before they started telling me that I was a racist Nazi. And he's like, when did they call you a racist Nazi? I'm like, they didn't particularly call me one yet. However, they call people like me and you racist Nazis. And they're like, why? Why am I a racist Nazi? I'm like, why, Luke? Because you're white and you're straight. Now you're a Nazi. Because that's their narrative. And that's what they're going to continue to push. And this is like 2-3 years ago. At the start of last year, he came up to me and he's like, yeah, I can't remember what show it was. He's like, I noticed that stuff that you told me about. And I'm like, what? And he's like, they turned someone gay on this show I watched, and he wasn't gay. And then I started noticing these other things where all these other little tidbits that I'd given him hints about were going on in this show that him and his girlfriend, I can't remember what the fuck it was. But anyway, he's like, you were right. How the fuck did you see this coming? I'm like, because I'm fucking autistic and I have no fucking life and I'm an alcoholic, so I spend a lot of my time on the computer, and then I spend a lot of the time with you and other mates, I mean,
right. Well, luckily,
I see these things happening.
Luckily, your friend had someone like you to point it out. The point I was making earlier to Lunga was, the normies who don't, when they're just sitting there on their couch watching this stuff, they're like, oh, I got, like I said, oh, this is how the majority of people must think. This is how the majority of people must feel. So this must be the right, this is society. You know what I mean? Like. Lyrics to a song I just heard recently.
It's the norm.
If you lie to the government, they put you in jail, but when they lie to you, they call it
terrorism.
They call they
loyalty or something like
heretic.
That. They call it politics or something like that. Yeah, but like it's just like this. I don't know. They're being very slick about it. When I say they, it kind of sounds conspiratory. I'm not saying there's people out there that honestly believe this shit because that's what they were told. They were indoctrinated, right? So, like, they really believe they're on the right side of history and they believe all this shit. But then there's the ones who know that this is just a scheme to keep people fighting, to keep things going so that they can get the power that they want, so they can get the money that they want. Why is Blackburn buying up all these houses and now they own, it's either Ancestry.com or 23andMe or something like that? Why do they, this like Fortune 500 company is buying up all the properties that they can get their hands on, and now they own like 23 million people's DNA.
Shit, there you go. Why
like,
do
I'm
they
not trying
want
to be
our
conspiratory,
DNA?
but
why do they want our DNA,
why?
though?
Yeah.
Why do you want it? What do you want it for?
Well, do you believe in the Great Reset? Because I think the Great Reset is to keep the elite, and the rest of us down. And they're going to disguise it in the guise of communism so that the leftists will fight for them. And the ones who want communism or socialism, they're going to disguise it that way. They're going to say, yeah, we're going to give you all the money that you're going to have universal income. And you're going to have this. And you're going to have that. But you're not going to own anything. We're going to own your house. We're going to own your car. We're going to own everything. And you're going to be happy.
Yeah, because they're delusional fools. Now, this is the same reason why I don't want to live to see 50. Because I reckon by the time I get to 50, I'm 33 now, the world's going to be a fucking horrible fucking place if it hasn't already blown itself up.
If it stays on the course that it's on. Now, Manga made a point. There usually has always been a pendulum shift. Or if you might look at it a different way. There's always been, I forget what they call it, but basically like every 80 years, there's like a cycle, right? Like there was World War II, there was the Revolutionary War. 80 years later, there was the Civil War. 80 years later, there was World War II, and now we're due for another big blow up, and,
and
look
this
what's
is
going
why
on with China and Russia, and they got Biden on the ropes. Both countries have Biden on the ropes right now.
Good. Yeah, well, are you wondering why? The guy can't even fucking climb up a flight of stairs without fucking tripping over. Jesus Christ, You're the fucking leader of the most powerful country on the face of the earth, and you can't walk up a fucking flight of stairs? You
can't
jackass.
make a sentence. You don't think he's a puppet, dude?
Oh, I've not
He's
heard
a
him talk.
Puppet.
I don't want to. I don't listen to politicians talk.
There's one topic we can't touch though because it gets channel struck.
What's that?
Well, if we're gonna go down the road of Biden being an inept president, let's not talk about.
Oh, dude! I mean, honestly, I think the past hour and a bit of this fucking politics. I was gonna bring this up half an hour ago and say, do you remember Doug Tenaple?
Yeah. No, he got struck though because of he touched on that particular topic, and that's the one that YouTube goes after.
Yeah, you're right.
All right. I won't bring that up again. Sorry, my bad. That was the one that brought that up, so that's not
going back
fault.
Going back to like SJWs and stuff. Like you guys were saying something, and just to play a little bit of devil's advocate, like there has been a small subset of our, when I say broader community, whether they're Comicsgate or Comicsgate adjacent or ex-Comicsgate or whatever, that did. And I was going to make a joke, but the time has passed. But the point actually still stands.
God damn it, Smug. I'm sorry.
That's the worst.
That's funny. But no, because we brought up Mandy earlier, right? And then like Risey said, and this was why I was going to make a joke, but Risey was like, I'm going to get, start reading manga because I don't read Western comics anymore because I don't want to be told what to do or how to think, or I can't be myself. And I was going to say, oh, you mean like selling
no, I didn't say not me. No, I'm saying people don't like that. Now, I include myself in that, but however, I'm saying this is why manga's doing better.
The word you said, you did say me, but I knew you were talking in a broader, generalized aspect. You were speaking of, But my point was, oh, so you mean like canceling somebody for promoting a book using her ass and her tits and ass?
No, I'm
like
not saying cancel Mandy. I'm just saying it's
but not that you did. Not that you did. I was it was supposed to be a joke, but there was a small subsect of people that were trying to do that.
Yeah, I've never gone after try to cancel someone's book. I will run my mouth. I mean, I run my mouth about Larry Higgins all the goddamn time. But do I want anyone to cancel him? No, that would be an arsehole move.
Again,
Because in a tiny way, I still like Larry. A tiny way.
But like the difference between like the EVS Tim Lim thing, where that was personal, right? That was EVS opening his mouth and sticking his foot in it like he sometimes does, talking about, oh, those Trump books, they shouldn't be Comicsgate, not knowing who did it, right? And then when he finds out who did it, then this whole beef happens and boom, 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 and people take sides because that's what people do for some reason. They take sides of 40-year-old men fighting on the internet. And that was that. But I didn't see any personal reason to do that other than ideology, other than what that person believed in. And it was a small subsect. Like, and none of those people that were doing it are around, right now. Like, none of those people, there's people who might talk shit about her a little bit, but nobody here was trying to cancel her.
No, but what I was saying is the fact is that both sides have done it. And whether or not they were trying to cancel Tim or not, the fact is just throwing someone's name under the bus like that. And this is what a lot of SJWs do. They just throw someone's name slightly under the bus and say, have you looked into this person's back room?
Right.
Or their back history? And that's all you need to do, It's a cunt fucking act. Just don't do it. If you don't like someone and you're a creator and you ever plan... Look, I don't like a lot of people. I shouldn't say half the shit I say, but I'm not a creator. So I feel like me as a customer, I have every fucking right to fucking say what I want. Oh, thank you, Larry. I still like you too a little bit. But the fact is that this is it, You can't fucking do one thing. You can't be a creator and a critic at the same time, in my opinion. Because the fact is that you look like a fucking asshole to another subject of people. If you're just a customer or a fan person, say whatever the fuck you want. Because guess what? You're the one funding this shit.
See, now I agree with James right there, right? Mandy tries to sell her books to dads by teasing some TNA who are supposedly buying books for their kids. It is what it is. It is, right? Now, are some of them buying them for their kids? Sure. Are some of them not?
Like
sure.
I said, I can agree with it, but the fact is I just find it cringe.
Right. Well, no, I hear you. I'm a little bit on the other side. Like, I'm all for it. Like, if someone's got the body to do that and they got the balls to do that, go for it. Do your thing.
Hey, I don't judge these Twitch fucking tarts.
Right. Like, don't hate the player, hate the game, right? Like, if you think people are simping and buying the book because they're simping and they don't have kids, well, then hate the game. But don't hate her for it. I mean, I'm all for it. Like, I think it's cringe to tell somebody, like, they shouldn't do that. Like,
hey,
especially
if
when you got the
was a hot
SJWs
chick
going.
And I was a creator, I'd be fucking streaming in a goddamn bikini every goddamn live stream.
Absolutely I would be. Are you fucking kidding me? But, like, when you got SJWs, especially the ones, like, working at Marvel, like, saying, we got to cover up all the, women, and women shouldn't show this, and blah, 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 and it's sexualizing them and exploiting them and blah, blah, blah. And then, like, it's almost like I thought it was cringy because it's almost kind of like saying the same thing. That's all I'm saying. That's where I kind of stand on it. It's like, aren't you just kind of saying what they're saying? Like, isn't that, so to me, that's a little cringe. And when I say you, I'm not saying you specifically. I'm generalizing to the people who would attack her specifically.
I think the visuals are weird, though, like, holding up a kid's book under your bouncing tits and going, buy this. Like, to me, I get where it's off-putting. I'm not saying
I could separate that, though. Yeah, I could separate that, though.
I don't know. It's a cringe visual. That's all.
I don't know. Maybe because I worked at a go-go bar for years. Like, I don't know. Like, seeing a chick bounce her tits around for $1.
Like, should she lay on the floor with her legs open with the kid's book like right in between her crotch?
No, maybe there's a line. Okay, I'll concede that maybe there's a line you don't cross. All right, but I'm saying, like, yeah, I'm not saying she should be on the stage like like twerking, but if she's gonna shake it a little bit for a $25 book, a $75 set of books or whatever, go for it. It's better than like the strippers going around for $1, right? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Hey,
and I got nothing against
dollars.
And I was just saying, I got nothing against the strippers. A lot of the girls that I met working at the go-go bars, I'm still friends with to this day. You know, even if they're not even in the
Oh,
game
I bet
anymore.
you are. I would be too.
No, like just the other day, one of them, like she hasn't danced in years, but like we're still friends on Facebook, and she just got engaged. I was like, hey, congratulations. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like so it is. Like I got nothing against like people using their looks or whatever to sell a product. I give two shits whether it's a kid's product, an adult product. I don't care. Now, if they were literally going to like say like making a commercial to be put on PBS in the middle of Sesame Street, that might be a little wrong.
No, well, I actually didn't know Mandy fulfills on time, so I will give her that. Good on her for that.
Yeah.
You know,
but
because
she's
see a
doing
lot
it
of
on
these
YouTube
people-
to a bunch of 40-year-old men. You know what I mean? So
well,
come
honestly,
on,
yeah,
like-
I can't blame her. I just don't. I think it's very cringy. You know, it's just.
It is.
I don't blame her, but it's cringy. And honestly, it's not her fault because all these middle-aged men that are like ogling over this fucking woman. Yeah, all right, I get it. I mean, this is why Twitch bitches make money.
And okay, listen. Say what you want about the art. The actual book is actually pretty good, and the fact that it was like inspired by ideas from her daughter is actually pretty cool too. Now, is it the greatest book? No, but Super Dead is fucking awesome. I don't know if anybody read Super Dead, but that book is fucking awesome.
I don't know what that is.
That was the second book she did with Peter Gilmore, where he drew it.
I didn't read the first issue.
And she wrote it.
I'm not a kid. Why would I read it?
No, Wart the Wizard was the kid's book, right? But Super Dead was a different title she did with Peter Gilmore. He drew it, she wrote it.
Yeah,
Fucking
look, I'm going to tell you one thing. The majority of the books I back, if you got shit interior art, I'm not going to back it. I'm sorry. Because
and listen, that's your personal choice.
Yeah, that is, that's what I stick by. Like, and that's why I always say art sells the book, because it could be a shitty story, but as long as I enjoy looking at some pretty pictures for about half an hour while I'm reading your crappy book, I'm gonna still say it's an okay book. But if I look at crappy pictures with crappy writing, well, then guess what? You've got,
book.
Yeah, guess what? You just fucked me in the ass and called me Preston.
No, Wyatt was writing. What's the one he just put out? Oh shit! Wyatt was writing 2 books at the time. He was writing the Space Chick one that he did with Peter, and the one he just put out with some other artist that I can't think of the name off the top of my head. He had nothing to do with Super Dead. So, and I haven't read the other one she did with Clint. What's his name? I have it, but I haven't read it yet. Pirate Queen or whatever it was called.
See, now, someone that I'm never fucking disappointed in is fucking Polito. You know, I got my latest package for Polito this week, and fuck, I was so fucking happy with it, you know?
That's it, Holinsky, yeah. Yeah,
wait, what was that? Sorry, we missed Mr. Dong's thing. Can you bring that back, Well Red? I spoke over it.
Yeah, he said, as long as Mandy fulfills her campaign and her customers seem happy, it's none of my business. I'm not a CG cop.
Exactly.
There we go.
That's what
Boom.
I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 100% right there.
Yeah, I mean, nobody should cancel her, but we're okay to give our opinion, I think.
Oh yeah,
well,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
it.
But what I'm saying, I was just bringing up a devil's advocate point about like there have been a small subset of people that have at some point tried to cancel based on ideology, based on
Yeah.
And it was a very small group, and I can name them, but I won't. But it was a very small group. But the thing
is, this is what I don't like about air quotations, our community. You know, whether you identify as CG or not, I personally don't. I like CG for the most part. I just identify as Risey Lee. Now, the thing is we've seen all this shit happen. Now, our community was built on criticizing books and films.
Yep.
So why are we not allowed to criticize one another?
We can I got no problem criticizing the books. I think it's when we start criticizing.
No, but
if
the thing is
if we're criticizing people who aren't doing anything wrong, right. I think that's.
Well, what about didn't fucking your boy Zach call someone a cum dumpster?
In private.
In private, or was it aired publicly on YouTube?
it was shared later on by somebody else. It was a
Yeah,
private
well,
stream that somebody
it was a
clicked.
private stream, but he made a private stream to talk to an echo chamber about how much he hated Heather Antos. So
Yeah,
it's,
but
it's hypocritical.
But do you know the context of why he called her that, though?
Oh, yeah, no, I know, because she was trying to get a hold of his son or some shit, which I
Right.
think is a dog act. I would have
Yeah.
said the same things, but instead
So
of calling her a cum dumpster, instead of calling her a cum dumpster, hold on, instead of calling her a cum dumpster, I would have waited until the next convention she was appearing at, and I would have showed up, and I would have waited in line, and I would have gone up to
But
the
using the
counter,
word
and I would have,
stream might be
hold on, I would have gone into the fucking booth, if she has one, and I would have politely said, "Hey Heather, I know I'm your boy Zach. I would appreciate very much," and I'd make sure I had a friend recording this, and I'd appreciate it very much if you don't try to harass my son. And then boom, he would have looked a lot better than calling her a cum dumpster, because he would have punked her out.
Vicky's wrong. It was a private, it was a quote-unquote live stream. It was a private stream with like 7 people that he was venting to about what was going on.
Well, that's his own fault.
It wasn't like a stream full of like 1,000 people watching.
He did it on his stream. He could have done an off-air hangout, a Discord call, a Facebook call, and vented that stuff. He didn't have to put it on YouTube. He didn't have to, and then no one would have been able to grab it. But no, he wanted, because he felt like I've got an ego.
It was some chick that worked for him, and then like she quit right after she dropped it. I forget what it was called. I forget what her name was. Excuse me.
Dude, the real dark you asked Midnight Cherry where the real dark roast fucking stream was. He'll fucking tell you. I was the real fucking dark roast cherry. No, not dark roast. I did the real fucking dark roast. I did it, I think, in 2018 on New Year's Eve. And I fucking destroyed everybody on that.
Where was that? Was that like a war campaign thing, or what was that?
No. This is way before I even cut it up to war campaign. This is when I found out war campaign were a bunch of cucks and shit. You know, and then I blew up on a certain person's stream, and I'm not going to say their stream because they're trying to make books now, and I'm not going to put them under any heat. I got to bring the chat up because sorry, I'm over talking.
It was an invite only stream.
Invite only.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, obviously he invited the wrong fucking person, didn't he?
Well, yeah, he invited I think she was like, I don't want to say it was like she was his assistant, but she was doing something for him at the time on Drawbreakers in the beginning. And then next thing you know, she was over like on the SJW side, like.
Or maybe she was always on their fucking
maybe
side.
that's the speculation, but I'm not going to say that because I don't know. You know.
Well, that's why I said maybe. I mean, particularly, I don't care. I mean, I never particularly liked your boy Zach, but honestly, your boy Zach has lost his balls in the past year and a half. You know, fuck that guy.
Okay, but private by meaning, like, me and you couldn't just go and watch it. Like, that's what, you know what I mean? Like, it was a private stream. Like, it wasn't open to the public. That's what, you know. Geez, semantics, Vicky, semantics. What you call it? But I tell you what, if somebody was like giving Michelle Perez information to track my son down through his Xbox or PlayStation account or whatever it was, and they were like talking, they literally talking to him and like saying your father's this, your father's that, blah 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 blah, I'd probably call her a lot worse than a cum dumpster.
Oh really? So you're instead of trying to fix this properly, your analogy would be to go live on air and abuse someone. No, it's still live on air. It doesn't fucking matter if it's private. It's on goddamn air.
God, whatever. What I'm saying is, if somebody did that, I would literally probably turn around to my boy and be like, "You see what this fucking cunt is doing? Blah 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 blah."
Have you guys seen this? Like you were talking
Dude,
about.
I would not have a kid that is stupid enough to talk to a fucking SJW to begin with. My kid would know that I'm a fucking asshole, and he knows if he talks
like,
to any of these little freaks,
apparently
he's
he
gonna
was,
get
like,
a clip up the ear.
No, apparently he was playing a game.
Yeah, playing the
and, you
game.
know-
I've heard the story, dude. I've heard all of it.
So
I've heard the justification.
People could just talk to you
I've
in a
called
game.
people worse than cum dumpster. I'm not saying I'm better than Zach. I'm just saying I'm not a creator. This isn't how I would act if I wanted to stick it to the main two and become a creator. You know, I'd keep all my personal shit bottled up, and then I'd tell people off air in Discords or off air hangouts. I wouldn't tell people in private YouTube hangout fucking links. That doesn't exist. That's fucking delusional.
Well, yeah, we all know that now because of why? Because it happened to like 100 people before us, you know? But what I'm saying is, like, when you trust people and you're like sitting there and you're venting to the people who know who you're talking about and you think you could trust them, and then it leaks out.
No, trust me. And I want to say to the chat, I am not defending Heather Antost. I agree with what fucking Zach called her. However, I don't know how many people would want to drop their cum in her. I mean, she's not attractive. Google her. I mean, she's basic. After a few drinks, maybe fuckable. Is it a tranny? I don't know. But
Yeah,
who
she's
cares?
I can see why some people might think she's a 10 at 2. You know?
I don't think she's a 10.
No,
Ew, yeah,
it's an old bar joke. A 2 at 10 is a 10 at 2.
I like that. I never heard that one.
In the beginning of the night, they're butt ugly, but at the end of it, when the bar's closing, you're like, I'll take her home.
Yeah, I've done that. Oh, I like that. I gotta remember that. But yeah, no, like I said, I'm not judging Zach for calling her that. I'm just saying both sides abuse both of us, you know, with nasty things. Heather Antos is cute. You are all... Wait, what did he say? All
You're
lying
to yourselves.
Oh, fuck off, Smug Pug.
Yeah.
Go play with your red rocket, you fuck.
Yeah, in terms of like Zach changing, this video really rubbed me the wrong way where he had to like put customers into different boxes. I don't know if you guys saw this.
Dude, and this is another reason why I didn't like him. Hold on 1 second and then play it. I don't like the fact that he was shitting on bad art from Marvel and DC, and then look at his latest books. Yeah, you've come very far, Zach. I bet you've really stuck it to the mainstream, brother. You fucking dipshit.
3 different types. I didn't see that. I haven't watched the Zach video in a while.
I need to.
Yeah, who does?
I need to pick out the good moments, but I don't know. He puts all the worst kinds of customers into like 3 different categories, and
well, I love the fact that at least his dog looks better looking than his fucking artist.
That's not the dog that was in all the other videos. Whose dog is that?
No, it's not. That's a new one. He must be house sitting at a different person's home.
yeah. But I'll pick it out. But like one of the things he was saying, like there's people that back your book just so they can abuse you. And he was saying.
Oh, so he's taking notes off of Oz now.
Yeah,
good for you, Zach.
Honestly, Oz was repeating his talking points because I think this came out before that whole thing with Oz happened.
Oh my god! I bet you it fucking did. All right, let's play it. Let's see these faggots. Ah,
hey,
damn it! I'm so sorry, Well Read. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Flip out. But if you worked there long enough, you would see them flip out on different people for different reasons, but it was always the same flip out. And then I realized, you know, usually people with working class jobs where they're almost kind of like a low-cost psychiatrist. Like you got issues with your life, you're angry, you're sad. But you know what? You can go to McDonald's and you can say no pickles and there's 1 pickle and you can just flip the hell out. As long as you don't start assaulting people, like it's kind of weirdly accepted in society to just lose your mind because you got an order wrong at a fast food joint. And that's what the situation with uncustomer ends up feeling like. After a while, you realize this isn't about the book, and it's not about me. It's about you. And I think most uncustomers don't realize that they are uncustomers, because it would be a weird thing to like actively do. I think if someone was very cognizant of that, they would just become an anti-customer. They would just every one of his books has been a year late, and some of his books are 2 years late, and but luckily you have customers. You're like, no, I've gotten his books. $4.99 was like 2 months late. Pandemic and Do As You're Told each were like 1 or 2 months late. Actually, I think Pandemic was maybe more, but Do As You're Told was pretty soon after. He's like, reprints have come out on time. So just to reiterate, customers is made up of potential customers, people who have never bought your book but might.
Fuck, write a script one fucking time, Richard.
Customers, people who used to and who stopped for whatever reason. My philosophy is to treat all of those exactly the same. You always have to prove yourself on each book. Then you have anti-customers. These are essentially enemies and stalkers, people who are actively trying to harm you, harm your business.
That's what Oz called buyer gay Oz.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So.
Best thing is to ignore them.
All he changed it from is Richard was saying anti-buyers. He called them buyer gay ops.
Yep.
So and good for you, Oz. You're literally taking a script from an autistic person in America. Good for you, sweetheart. You fucking dipshit.
I don't know why him being from America was part of that, but okay.
Well, because the fact is he idolizes this guy and he's not even living in the same goddamn country. It's pathetic.
Right. Yeah, he says you basically got to ignore them, which is kind of like what Oz did with Wiggle, right? Like he just kept ignoring him. And that's why the problem escalated.
Yeah, and look where is Oz now? Where is Oz now? He's hiding under a fucking rock. He's hiding underneath Liam's fucking goddamn cubby house.
We're not going to go through this again, Dark Gift.
How did Zach say... No. I wasn't even going to say anything in favor of Oz. How did Zach say ignore them? Like, was he saying just let it roll off your back, type of ignor them? And then Oz just took it in a more specific way or something? Like,
Oz reworded this stream. I don't know if this was before or after that stream. I would like to know the date. Yeah, because if this is before, then Oz either that or Zach ripped off fucking Oz. Someone ripped off someone with this fucking video. That's all I'm fucking saying.
Let's hear what he says about how to deal with anti-customers.
The best thing is to ignore them because actual customers will vouch for you. Then you have uncustomers. Uncustomers are people who use the purchase as an excuse to treat you like shit or insult you or basically cause a scene. Always kind of, oh, I bought your book. But the book isn't a book. It's a ticket for them to vent on you. Again, like with anti-customers, there's not really anything you can do with this. So you just kind of have to absorb it, and it's just part of the price of doing business.
And you're damn fucking right, you do.
I think he's just basically saying, when he's saying ignore them, I think he's saying just let it roll off your shoulder, suck it up type of thing. And
yeah, but no, then he said ignore them, and then he said they don't buy these books, they buy them as a ticket to abuse you. Right. And the fact is that no, that's not why people buy these fucking books. Maybe a very small subject group, but that would be it. I mean, I can imagine a lot of people doing this. The fact is that you're doing the same goddamn thing that Marvel and DC were doing to you, Zach. I mean, how did you make your name? Zach, Richard, whatever the fuck you want to be called. The fact is that you made your name off of shitting on books, sweetheart. Do not change this shit narrative now. Just because you've got a couple fucking projects out, you think you're a fucking creator? Nuh-uh, bitch. Just because you got some books out on the fucking indie circuit, yeah, you put them out. I guess you could think you're a creator, but guess what? In the grand scheme of things, you're never gonna fucking amount to much, and that's a goddamn guaranteed Rozzy fact, bitch.
So Smug, maybe you want to clarify. Are we getting this wrong? He's saying here the problem is the type of customers Zach is talking about are customers who are dissatisfied with Lake's books or other issues. To ignore them is poor customer service. I think that was the first kind of customer he was talking about. The anti-customer is the one that it's not the one that's backing your book to abuse you. That's the uncustomer. The anti-customer was the one who you ignore that didn't back. Okay, that didn't back. Right, so maybe
and this is why I get pissed off with a lot of things, because fact is that when I was a part of fucking anti-CG, when it fucking it already formed before I became a part of it, and then I fucking got added to the group, and then a few months afterwards, when they were still trying to get Ethan on their side, and I was like, he's never going to join us. And then when he didn't, he made it blatantly clear, and they all refunded their books. And then everyone was surprised I didn't refund mine. And they're like, why haven't you refunded yours, Risey? You say the worst stuff about Ethan out of all of us. I'm like, yeah, but I paid for it, and I'm not going to take my money away just because I've changed my opinion. The fact is I'm not going to go to a restaurant and I'm going to go, hey, this guy doesn't agree with how I fucking think. I'm not going to say, hey, you didn't make good food because of you didn't look the way or say the things I like. I'm not going to throw that in your face. No, I want my fucking book. I want my fucking food.
Right, if the food's still good, you're going to eat it. You just
I'm going to eat
back
it
after that.
Yeah, I'm just not going to go back.
Smug, maybe you want to jump in and help me out here, because I don't want another creator coming in here and saying that I misquoted them. Maybe I'm getting this video all wrong. But if you're not eating, maybe you can give me a hand.
Yeah, to me, from what you just played, it sounded like he said the anti-customer you got to ignore, but I think he meant ignore like in the sense of like...
Yeah, see, look, I agree with Larry here, because he says, laugh out loud, Zach has been an uncustomer for 3 years bashing Marvel and DC, even when he's buying the books.
By that logic, yeah, he is by his own logic, he's an uncustomer.
Yeah, he's a fucking hypocrite, and those are the people that I can't respect.
But then when he says it about the I don't know. I feel like he's saying ignore them as in like ignore, like don't engage. Don't.
Well, if you want to,
that's how I'm looking at it. But I could be wrong. I could totally. And I'm not a Zach fanboy. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to
if you want to keep this stream somewhat more pure, we can run it on mine, Well Red, and then we can just.
Well, let's get this
out. All right, we'll do that.
Let's study for the
I'm just saying that there's an I just don't want to see you get fucking taken down. I like you, man. I like watching your streams.
Thanks, though.
I mean, I don't watch my own streams, so the fact is that I'm like, if mine gets struck down, I'm not losing nothing.
Even when we weren't gonna, I was still watching the streams. I just wasn't talking in the chat because I like the streams.
Yeah, I appreciate that, guys. Thanks. But yeah, let's study for the test. Let's review what an anti-customer is, because I feel like I missed it.
People who used to and who stopped for whatever reason. My philosophy is to treat all of those exactly the same.
So that's a customer. That one he was just talking about just now.
The potential customers, right?
On each.
Yeah, they were former customers. They stopped backing. All of those categories fall under the category of customer. Then he has the other two categories of anti-un. Un is definitely the one that they ordered a burger, didn't get pickles, or got one pickle after asking for no pickles and then flipped out on you. So, but I don't get the anti-customer, I guess.
Then you have anti-customers. These are essentially enemies and stalkers, people who are actively trying to harm you, harm your business.
Okay, so actively trying to harm your business.
Yeah, I get what he's saying. These are the ones that back your books just to fucking harass you and say that I'm a paying customer.
I thought the anti-customer was the ones that didn't back.
No.
Well, that's in human logic. yes, that would make sense. In Zach and Ozman logic, no.
So he's making a really weird distinction here. Anti-customers are conscious of the abuse they're giving you when they back your book. They're actually conspiring against you and using money.
You want to know what an anti-customer is? It's fucking Risey Lee showing up on Mitch Brettwise's fucking live stream in his chat and fucking making him bash his head against the keyboard when I never even backed the fucking dipshit's Red Rooster. Ha ha! That's an anti-customer, dipshit.
And then an uncustomer is just a spurg, basically. It's somebody who flips out over little stuff and abuses you because
the
they
book
have
wasn't drawn nice enough.
Right.
Yeah,
or the writing wasn't good
started
enough.
from where he brings up anti-customer again, just from where he starts it, like 2 seconds back. I think it was like 2 seconds back.
Yeah.
People who used to and who stopped for whatever reason. My philosophy is to treat all of those exactly the same. You always have to prove yourself on each book. Then you have anti-customers. These are essentially enemies and stalkers, people who are actively trying to harm you, harm your business. The best thing is to ignore them because actual customers will vouch for you. Then you have uncustomers. Uncustomers are people who use the purchase as an excuse to treat you like shit or insult you or basically cause a scene.
So those sound like anti-customers, but they're just doing it because they have personality defects, not because they're actively conspiring against you. That's what he's saying.
All right, so anti-customers did buy the book. I missed.
He wasn't specific about it, but it sounds like if they're conspiring to hurt your business, buyer gay ops would be an example of that.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. That's the way I understand it.
Okay. Yeah,
I think
makes sense.
I might pass the exam, so we'll see.
Okay.
the Zach test.
Always kind of, well, I bought your book. But the book isn't a book. It's a ticket for them to vent on you. Again, like with anti-customers, there's not really anything you can do with this. So you just kind of have to absorb it, and it's just part of the price of doing business. Tell me what you think about this video.
Yeah.
And that's
like when
how
he says absorb it, I feel like he's saying like just let it roll off your shoulder and don't engage.
Does he understand the meaning of anti-customers? I mean, I had to ask you guys twice the meaning of 2 different words because I knew I wasn't smart enough to realize what they were. Obviously, he doesn't know what anti-customer is. An anti-customer doesn't buy your shit, you stupid fuck! Maybe you hit your head in the fucking goddamn thing too many times. The fact is just be a fucking man and take up with what you fucking actually say. Don't try to fucking say, "Oh, I'm just trying to be pleasant now, and I'm trying to like sneak away from Ethan and CG because I've built a little bit of a name for myself off the back of CG, and I think that maybe, just maybe, I can make it." No, you're always going to be a piece of shit, Zach, because that's what you are. You know what? Go pay your fucking child support, you fucking jackass, and stop using comics to pay it. Get the books out on time, bitch.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Zach.
I guess I was, but I don't know. It is what it is. You know, I am absorbing it and letting it roll off my back. You know, like, whereas I think Oz took that a little too literally. Maybe, you know.
Well, this is how it always happens. I'm an interviewer of small dead Crip views. What's Crip views?
Creep. He says, "I'm an anti-viewer of small dead creep views."
Smell dead.
What is
Smell
that?
dead. And Smug says,
Well
"I'm an
sped.
unviewer of well-sped P views."
They're doing a play on words with his name.
Yeah, everybody's trolling me now.
Well-read reviews, well-sped P views.
Jack says,
is an anti-customer.
"Smug Pug is he's an angry puppy. He needs to take a doggy nap."
Yeah, cranky and tired. All right, we went 4.5 hours and we covered a lot of topics.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Good fucking
Yeah.
stream, mate.
Yeah,
Should go
hopefully
lay
hopefully it stays up.
Yeah,
you
I'm
streaming?
sorry. I think I dropped 2 bad words on here tonight. I actually am sorry about that, mate. That was by accident, not on
didn't hear
purpose.
them.
Yeah, I think the
I
words
I
were,
did as soon as I said them. I was like, damn it.
the words are okay because usually we correct those, and I haven't had a stream taken down over them. There's a topic, like I'm not going to say what it is, but there's one topic that kills streams. It's what killed Duck to Naples' channel.
Oh yeah,
And we touched
that goes
on
without
it.
saying.
Yeah,
We dipped our
hopefully-
toes.
I wasn't hearing everything everybody was saying. I'm just hoping it didn't come up, but we should be okay, I guess. So.
Well, I hope so. I mean, the fact is we're just a bunch of fucking comic book nerds at the end of the day. I mean, it's not like we have any air quotations pool in Hollywood or the political sphere. I mean, I'm a guy just lives in Australia. Anthony's a guy that plays fucking music streams. You're a guy that does comic book streams. You know, what thread are we? The 3 of us. What thread are we?
Yeah, we're all.
Well,
over
see,
1,000. Well, no,
and,
you have over 1,000 subs.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask you. Do you mind me calling you Anthony?
No, you can call me Anthony. People can call me.
All right, sweet. No, it's just because sometimes I accidentally call you Dark Grift instead of Dark Gift.
You can call me that too. I don't care.
Yeah, but like I don't know. I'm just gonna call you Anthony just because it's like because when I first seen your name, it must have been because I was really drunk. I always read it as Dark Grift, and I think that's why I always called you Dark Grift. And then other people were calling you Dark Grift, and then it played on my drunken mind. So I'm just gonna call you Anthony now.
There's 2 types of viewers. But no, there's literally the people who read it wrong, and then there's literally the people who like use it as a wordplay to try to insult me, and then it just, well, they did, and now it just became a thing. You know what I mean? So, like, there's been times where I've actually changed it on StreamYards to Dark Rift. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, I've seen that.
just to fuck around. You know, so yeah, just don't call me Tony. Jack, don't call me Tony. I mean, actually, you could call me Tony.
Don't call me Tony.
I just.
You can't call you Tony. No.
You can, because like I used to have people used to call me 80s Tony or Tony Tunes at work or whatever.
I want to call you Antony. You know, like you ever watch Ant-Man? Ant-Man?
That would be Greek. Yeah.
No, Ant-Man.
Oh.
Anthony.
Oh, yeah.
Anthony.
He did, James. If you go listen to that, he compares me to like all comic collectors, and he calls all comic collectors dysfunctional. And then he talks about all the guests that he had on his show. So you got to read between the lines what he's saying there.
But what was I gonna say? No, you can call me Tony. It doesn't bother me. It's just like no one ever does. So like sometimes I don't answer to it because I have friends who go by Tony. You know what I mean? So I'm always thinking like,
it's always awkward.
You're talking to somebody else. You know what I mean? But you can call me Tony. I don't care.
Yeah, there was a group I was a part of, and there were 2 Ryans. I was one of them, obviously. And then when someone would yell out Ryan, I thought they were talking to the other guy. And so I'd never respond. And they're like, Ryan, I'm fucking talking to you. I'm like, oh, me? And then I'm like, yeah, what's up? And they're like, what are you talking? I'm like, well, everyone calls me Razi. I'm like, what the fuck? But obviously those are newcomers to the groups and whatnot. God, I'm glad I don't hang out with those people anymore. Fucking bad criminals. Scumbags.
Well, we could leave it off on a laugh. So unfortunately, this is what all of us have to deal with at some point if we're ever going to settle down with somebody.
It better not be a pregnancy video. I am not settling down with anybody.
Western women are bombs. They all blow up. So enjoy. What they look like when they meet you.
Uh-oh.
Hi, Dan. I just moved in next door. I'm a supermodel.
I don't care who the IRS is. I'm not paying taxes.
White women age like bananas. Western white women who are feminists age like bananas that happen to get obese. Ever see a banana put on 100 pounds? Well, you just did.
Yeah. This is why I like Asians more. They know how to keep a fine body.
I don't recommend any.
What
movies.
movie would you recommend? Well read. Actually, no, I would recommend. If you're a fan of Dynasty Warriors, you ever played that video game? I haven't watched it yet, but Netflix just dropped Dynasty Warriors. I think it was today or last night. Live action adaptation of the three brothers from the. No, it wasn't the Lu family. Wei Wu Lei? I think it was Lei. Was the I can't remember, but Dynasty Warriors was one of my favorite fucking games growing up, and it's dope. So I'm planning on looking forward to watching that tomorrow, hungover as fuck. I'd watch that.
Dynasty Warriors.
Dynasty Warriors. Yeah,
I
it was
remember that
based
game.
on a game. Yeah, it's fucking dope, man. It was fucking cool as shit.
Yeah, I remember the game. I liked it a lot. I used to play it too.
Yeah, apparently, not all the characters are going to be in it. From the trailer I watched, it's only going to be Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and what's his name? The fucking king of their region. Lu something. But Lu Bu's going to be in it, Zhongzhou, and I think the hot chick as well. But yeah, that would be a movie I'd recommend to watch. But I haven't watched it yet, so I don't know if it's good or not. But there is an English dub, so we don't have to watch it without caption. Liu Bei! That's it. Thank you, Smug Pug.
Or Vika, I think.
Yeah, Liu Bei. Yeah, and it just got dropped today. So, I'm going to either watch that tonight or tomorrow morning when I wake up with a hangover.
Three factions. Wei Wu Shu.
Yep. Yeah, but the only thing that sucks is that Wei, it looks like from the trailer, Wei and Shu aren't going to be in it. I'm hoping that this is going to be a success movie so that they eventually... it'd be dope if we get a Netflix universe of the Dynasty Warriors. I would fucking definitely watch the fuck out of all that. Dynasty Warriors was the shit when I was growing up.
Smug says three factions: Chinese, anti-Chinese, and un-Chinese.
And on that note.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, thanks a lot for hanging out. Appreciate having both of you
no,
here.
thanks for having me, man. I'm sorry for those 2 words I fucking said.
No
I really feel bad about that.
Are you streaming?
I try.
Yeah,
I'll probably go live next. I'll probably go live in 10 minutes. I'll go chuck a piss and say hi to my brother that just got back from work. And I'll go live in 10 minutes if anyone wants to jump over there and say hi. More than welcome to.
Cool. I'll drop a link for your channel so people can head over there and expect you.
Thank you.
A little while.
Appreciate that very much.
All right. Have a good one,
Okay.
guys.
Well, thank you again for having me on, my friend. And talk to you later, Anthony, unless you want to show up to my show or both of you are welcome to come on. Link will be in the chat.
I feel.
And all right.
Cool. See you next time.
Bye. Love you.
Later, Rosie. Have a good one, Will Red. Thanks for having me on, brother.
Absolutely. Anytime. Appreciate having you here, Doc Gift.
No problem, man. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Take care.
Later.
All right, everybody. That's the whole show. I'm almost hitting 5 hours, but I don't think I'm going to go for that mark. I'm just going to turn it in for now. So Monday, everybody can mark their calendars and look forward to this. We're doing a review roundtable of All-Star Superman. And there's going to be a bunch of reviewers on, and it should be really awesome. It's going to be a new thing. We're going to do a pretty deep dive into that book. No host asking questions, just everybody having read the book and having a discussion. We'll talk on key topics. And so, that'll be a really interesting stream, something new and something different. So definitely encourage everybody to tune in for that, because it should be a good one. I'm hoping to get a new music stream up pretty soon. I heard back from somebody today. They should be getting me some new art that I could feature. So I try to do at least one music stream a month, but I'm going to have to try to increase the rate of art that I'm getting. So we'll see if I can work that out. But hopefully I'll have one up for July shortly. if the artist that I was talking to can get things pulled together fairly soon, which he said he would. So keep you posted. I'll let you know how that goes, and yeah, look forward to that. It'll be happening pretty soon. So other than that, thanks everybody for being here. Thank you to the chat. Jazz Crab says Muzak is greater than comics. Yeah. So look forward to the new playlist I prepared. And the artist, you guys know, he's been on the show before. He's crowdfunded a couple of books. Pretty cool guy. We've talked to him a lot. I'm not going to drop his name until everything's all set up. But you should enjoy it. It should be a good one. So other than that, hopefully there's nothing else going on in the chat. Since Cherry wasn't here, I'll give the obligatory all comic creators homeless by 2035. Cherry is a mad guy. Yeah, those compost heap comic streams, I don't know what to think about all that. He said he backed Ravage Kill All Men like 10 times, and then he's throwing all the comics out into a pile of leaves on his front lawn. So I don't know. There's something going on there. Hopefully the guy sorts it out. And yeah, it's time for the outro music. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see all of you shortly. Have a good night. Bye.
I'm just a kid.